whatever. All this ever about you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your body got disappear. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. No man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing the weight of you, the weight of you, of my shoulder. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing the weight of you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man. Tell me you're no good. I'm brushing the weight of you, the weight of you, of my shoulder. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing the weight of you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man.
हेलो हेलो हेलो, कैसे हो मेरे प्यारे प्यारे भाइयों एंड भाइयों के बहनों। हम वापस से आ चुके हैं अपना वही पसंदीदा गेम वैलोरेंट की वॉच पार्टी, VCSA की वॉच पार्टी को लेकर। आज है द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स, द ओपी फाइनल्स, द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। पहले मैच होगा थर्ड पोजीशन के लिए DXC वर्सेस ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स। उसके बाद 4 बजे से होगा द ग्रैंड फिनाले S8UL वर्सेस VLT। जो जीतेगा स्प्लिट 3 का चैंपियन। लेट्स गो। तो गेम की ओर बढ़ेंगे। अभी ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का मैच है, उसमें कौन जीतेगा आप लोग कमेंट में बताते रहो, तब तक हम चलते हैं। बट जाने से पहले रुको, कैसे हो आप सब? कैसे गया आप सभी का दिन? आई नो अच्छा नहीं गया होगा, लेकिन अच्छा गया तो अच्छी बात है। नहीं गया होगा तो ये रंगीन रुक आ चुका है आप सभी का दोपहर, शाम और रात, तीनों रंगीन बना। वेलकम ईच एंड एवरीवन टू अ ब्रांड न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है मेरे जान के टोटोस? कैसे हो आप सब? बताओ कैसे हो आप सब? बताओ, फटाक फटाक बताओ। चलो,
on the pistol round be this aggressive.
ग्लोबल जीत गया है पहला पिस्टल राउंड। ओके,
Moving forward at the same time, and look at the anticipation on the other end, Shadow. Both Caramel and UB playing all the way far back. Now they've understood as well. There's a smoke down in the window. That means this could be a C-pop. Cage trigger. Smoke goes out as well on the side. Caramel sending out his control cage. Shock dart on his face though, but that's going to be a good pop. RyuK able to answer, but UB with the classic. They've got a better one. He's also got the shield up and he hasn't taken a single shot on the body. As he gets a 4K. And Global Esports Academy comfortably building up on that dimension.
Nice.
UB is 1 point away.
Yeah, just 1 point away from that dimensional drift.
Nice round.
Ultimate to get the third round on the board. If he gets an odd point or at least a frag onto any of the player of .exe that
चल रहा है ना स्ट्रीम
can convert the bonus
या नहीं चल रहा है?
Global Esports Academy, especially the amount of information he can get with that. Even in the previous round also, if you notice, noticed UV with the 3K the first round itself. UV got those opening frags. So I
हाँ,
think UV
चल
has been
रहा
stepping up majorly, at least in the first 2 rounds he was. I really hope he continues to do so. But this is going to be a really important one for .exe, as is their buy round and a slow scale up towards the A long. But look at the setup of Caramel.
Yeah.
The tripwires, the spy cam. It's not going to be easy at all, and finally a good reveal on the tripwire because of the new Rudy boy. And Caramel gets a timing on a Markavali. That perfect shot.
Still on side.
Oh,
though.
nice
Try and
shot.
Hold it down as Girl lands in a nasty flick. Picks up the weapon upgrade as well.
Bhai.
Trinity the only man to find
Bolna mat.
something on the other side as RVK now as the IGL steps up. They're still holding it down. It's down to a 2v1. And the shock dart to try and delay the inevitable as GE
बोनस भी निकाल दिए.
convert the bonus round.
Such a bad start, or I'll say such a start .exe didn't expect at all. They were not anticipating that bonus round will also go away from their hands, and we do have a technical pause. Soon all the technical issues will be fixed, but the way the entire setup of Caramel was towards the A side, those tripwires did come in really handy. On the back of it, he was also able to find one onto Makaveli, and after that onto Kohli as well. So he was anchoring the site so perfectly, and .exe had no answer to that. They were not prepared for those tripwires. Those
Instagram पे अपन को
to deal with that.
कर देता हूँ, रुको.
That has been one of the adjustments of Caramel, I'd have to say, right? Because it was not really in the conventional spot. The first trip was a bit more deep, just to try and stop anyone who's aggressing from the choke point. And the second tripwire was specifically to try and catch Makaveli or anyone from the backside. It was more of a kill trip. And that's the main reason why he was able to get a pick on Makaveli as well. Because as soon as the decoy struck that tripwire, Caramel was ready inside his smoke to peek at the perfect time, dodging the flash and then popping out as soon as he heard that TP. And the rest of the players as well were not able to scale up on the back of it. So that one opening frag, absolutely phenomenal. And Garv following up on the back of it with a Guardian one tap, flicking on the right side, taking down DC in an instant. Rest of the team were able to follow up, were able to flood in. It's going to be a tech pause right now in front of us though, so bit of a time for all these players to talk to themselves and figure out some of the stuff that was going wrong.
They have to do it ASAP, because they can't allow the players of Global Esports Academy to have too many rounds converted in their favor, and especially on the defensive side. .exe, they have to make sure to get at least 5 to 6 rounds in the first half itself. Anything less than that is not really going to work in their favor in the second half. So let's see how things go. And like you also mentioned, .exe Esports, they don't have enough creds for this particular one. It's only Sheriffs and Stingers, but the two major ultimates toward the side of Global Esports Academy are really going to help the case, especially that Dimensional Drift and that Neural Theft in the hands of Caramel. And Caramel has been popping off really well. Along with UV, these two guys have been performing really good, especially in the first 3 rounds. But this time, a slow approach from side of .exe. Once again, trying to go for the mid push out. Let's see if that's really going to work in their favor.
Oh!
But Makaveli
दिया
gets
क्या
a
गर्व को?
a great opening. And now the numbers advantage is also there with the players of .exe.
Big one indeed.
See if they can try to recover that weaponry of Garv.
Yeah, hey,
Gaurav.
actually, and that's the reason why they've also sent out this one smoke at the choke point. Make sure that they are recovering that weapon though, but a spam onto Kohli. He will not be taken down. Still
ये वाला नहीं डालेंगे, S8UL वाला
Two
डायरेक्ट ग्रैंड
both
फाइनल्स वाला
shot
डालेंगे.
darts.
अभी रहने दो.
That is a phenomenal one. Look at this lurk of DC. Look at that one smoke is able to so much control off the side. He sees that tripwire in front of him. Caramel is gonna go in for the peak. Both the players gonna see each other though, but it's still Caramel with the win.
और ये
Got all the
shot
information he
RVK.
needs, but he's still half a second late. RVK finds a perfect opportunity. The thrifties that we always talk about have been the strength of .exe, and they are showcasing it right now.
They most certainly are. a 2v4 retake. Kohli is down to 5 HP. And that's the only silver lining in that situation because everything is working in the favor of .exe Esports, and Kohli also gets a timing onto Kibo. You gets one, but still a 1v3. He gets a second as well. A 1v2 situation and a third one as well. What just happened? Kill contract were used and you caught him, but RVK saves the day and saves the round for the plus of .exe Esports.
Almost.
Valiant effort from his side.
So the kill contract used by Trinity was specifically for RVK to set himself up to pick off UV. Either Trinity was able to win that one fight, or as soon as UV hops in, he is just going to be taken down in an instant. A lovely round from .exe again. Walking down mid, picking up the first weaponry from Garv, and then a support from Trinity with that rifle. Gets the first one, who was spamming through the smoke. If I'm not wrong, that was Ryzen. And the transition over towards the A side by RVK's pick. Caramel. And that is now translating into another round. As UV with the operator gets picked off first, and that is the dimensional drift out of the round as well, Shadow.
Yeah, it was a major ultimate, a win condition for the plus of Global Esports Academy. But now, the entire team of .exe Esports is actually going all the way towards A. But we
बहुत खराब जगह से खड़े होकर ड्रोन कर रहा है वो. Easy wall.
Deep DC is trying to go, but that Aldron gives a lot of information to Global Esports Academy that yes, the entire team of .exe is somewhere around the mid.
Portal closed.
Makavali is still hiding inside the cubby. Can be a great flag onto Kibo, but position compromised and takes a lot of HP out of Makavali, and Kibo with a shock dart will get the confirmation as well, a kill as well onto Makavali.
Nice one. अच्छा था.
Equalized.
अच्छा present.
Operator on the other side, they have to be careful of the hands of Ghar, but Caramel.
अरे और एक था.
Gets Kohli, but RVK
थोड़ा जल्दबाजी हो गया.
Caramel, a 3v3 situation. Let's see if .exe can actually go for the plant, and seems like yes, RVK is going to the plant, but for the retake, look at the amount of util which Global Esports Academy is having for the retake.
Ton of it.
Lucifer भाई, welcome to the stream. Lucifer भाई नए हैं क्या आप चैनल पर? अगर नए हो तो आपका मेरे चैनल पर स्वागत है. स्ट्रीम पर भी नए हो तो यार स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग. थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. क्या हाल है? कैसे हो? फाइनल्स कब है? इस मैच के बाद है. ये थर्ड पोजीशन के लिए मैच है. इसके बाद होगा फाइनल्स. S8UL वर्सेस VLT.
Kibo's been taken down, and that is a round by .exe. After 3
इस मैच के बाद है.
The GEA's economy now broken down.
GEA's academy बोलने वाले थे.
Exactly. It was such a close round.
One enemy remaining.
Once again, it was entirely onto Kibo, but seems like Trinity had the better aim in that situation and better timing as well. Things went in their favor, and now, like you said, Global Esports Academy, they don't have enough crest to go for a full buy. It's just a Guardian and a Bulldog. Dimensional drift is still there towards the side of UV, but he's not getting the time to use that. He's getting picked off again and again by the
इनका दो अल्ट तो.
Yeah.
इनका दो अल्ट है.
But C is where the plus of
Easy 4-3 है.
go in, and the recon
ये राउंड तो होने वाला है unless
empty side. But finally, the proactiveness is there from the side of Global Esports.
unless UV कुछ अच्छा मार दे.
They pull every single body on that C side.
वो क्या रीड है बे? 4 बंदे हैं सी पे. वो देखो.
But I think so .exe are now trying to pull a big brain move onto them after sending out a fake
खराब वेरी खराब.
shock dart as well as the recon.
नहीं बे शौर्य हूँ. अच्छा शौर्य भाई हो. शौर्य भाई कैसे हो यार? सब बढ़िया. कैसी चल रही है जिंदगी? अबे नहीं मत जाओ. हाँ योरू वापस आया. देखो ट्रिप जैसे ही टूटा. ओए दूसरा वाला भी लग जाता ना. पूरे मारा रही होगी.
The kill contract. DC, you can win this fight, but you're not winning as soon as you pop out. The spam is there. A crossfire, picture perfect as Global Esports Academy. They do one better to what RVK and Trinity pulled on their own lad. What a revenge.
बढ़िया बढ़िया।
A good revenge, and the round also goes in the favor of Global Esports Academy.
अभी कहाँ पे है? इंडिया में या आउट ऑफ इंडिया?
Reds enough weaponry in their hands, and despite that, they were able to convert the round. Shows how strong Global Esports Academy is towards their defense on the map of Haven. But there is a
DXC timeout.
.exe, and it's a much needed timeout. Scared because .exe has been.
भाई इनके ऐसा शेरिफ लगता है ना, मेरे को बस शेरिफ वैसा सीखना है।
Again, 2 rounds spent in the favor
बस अगर वो शेरिफ वैसा लगने लग गया ना भाई,
talk with the coach that how exactly they can reach into the defense of Global Esports Academy. Even they are not getting the value in that kill contract.
That is the main thing, Shadow. I think so. It's not just about getting value in the kill contract, but more like it's just the fact that this time .exe they kind of double played themselves while Global Esports Academy got the right read at the perfect time. Just a smoke and or rather an owl drone were not enough to pull the fake up because Garv on that ISO was having a perfect line of sight on the A-long, and he realized that it was eventually a fake because he could not hear anything else. And as soon as he gave out that information, the rotation that was being pulled off from C was stopped once the tripwire in garage was broken up. So Global Esports Academy had a perfect idea of where that hit was going on. And again, that opener from Caramel started things off perfectly. Right now, it's another eco round from the other side as Trinity. He's got the rifle, he's got the shield, he's got the ultimate. I really want to see them pair up at least a couple of them because they've got a full house right now.
Yeah, all the 5 major
क्या लग रहा
options
है?
are available, but even the
कहाँ मेरे को लग रहा है बी घुसेंगे।
Academy, they have got the Dimensional Rift and the Hunter's Fury as well.
वो शॉट की वो
Gets timing onto DC. A slow walking DC towards the A-long gets instantly picked off. Few players around the mid as well.
It's you and me.
Once again, kill contract being used by Trinity. Let's see if he can actually get some value out of it.
Oh.
And he certainly will this time. On to Kibo. A perfect trade game is there. And now, trying to go for the plant towards the A, but look at the crossfire. And now the players of .exe, they have been forced to pivot. But look at the position where Caramel is. He can do so much damage towards the side of .exe Esports.
And that too very early on. There's nothing
30
towards the
seconds
backstab. It was DC who was eventually picked up, so Caramel just is waiting for his team to give the comms. As soon as they realize that this hit is going on now on the back of this Dimensional Drift, I'm waiting for the Hunter's Fury at least. To try and at least catch one. They're not really pairing it up. And RyuK is going to be picked off though. Ryzen is the first one, shutting down Kohli. Markavelli answers back on the other side, but the only guy who was finding some kind of success as Gar does them one better with a 3K on the side.
निकाला
Holds
बे।
his ground and pushes GEA. Another comfortable round.
Yeah. A
मारा।
great round conversion from the side of Global
मारा
Esports
भाई।
Academy. Caramel having such a beautiful look.
फिर से टीपी।
And now UV is going for the big investment of that operator. The ultimates are there towards the
यार
side
ये
of
टीपी
DCs.
नहीं होना चाहिए यार।
Ultimates are not really working. Kohli has got the Hunter's Fury, a major win condition, and DC's neural theft is also there. But the problem is DC is not really coming online. He's 2 in 7. To use that neural theft, he first needs to get a pick onto the players of Global Esports Academy. Only after that, he'll get the information which he needs with that neural theft. But let's see. Global Esports Academy's trade game is also looking pretty strong. I'm sure soon all the technical issues will be fixed. But looking at the scoreline, Scared, do you really think .exe can pull off some shenanigans against the players of Global Esports Academy on this map?
It is going to be difficult, I'll have to say. With the way how GEA are playing again, their retake simulators have been so on point and their reads are impeccable. It is just the fact that .exe is not really able to pull a proper fake, so the rotations are not being pulled off to where they are supposed to. And they're always hitting a side which technically has got a few extra members out there, so they just want to hold things down right now. A widespread
Cypher aggressive.
every other front.
चलो बी अभी पीछे जाएगा, साइफर भी पीछे जाएगा। हाँ
Camera was there to hold down any mid push.
ये राउंड हुआ ना तो मेरे को 10-2 का चांस लग रहा है, तो 9-3 हाफ होगा अगर ये राउंड कन्वर्ट हो गया जी की तरफ।
Again, maybe It's just an early recon that Kohli sent that the rotation is now being
ओ
called.
भाई तुम कीबो भाई को देखो, कूदा फांदी कर रहे हैं वहां पे, निंजा बॉय बन रहे हैं।
AC can find
कैरामल टाइमिंग होने वाला है,
Caramel and
हेवी
then
टाइमिंग होगा।
wins that. All right, it's a lovely one, and that's going to be a big pick. Kibo and Curve double up with their own one.
भाई क्या ट्रिगर कंट्रोल था बे कैरामल का,
That's a big opening for Global Esports Academy.
30 seconds.
क्या ही ट्रिगर कंट्रोल था।
Big blunder. .exe Esports only having 3 players remaining, and now they are forced to pivot all the way towards the C side. There is a tripwire already on the C main, and that is going to give the information to the players of Global Esports Academy, and time is also of the essence from the shadows being used directly into the site. And let's see if they can go for the plant. Only a few last seconds remaining. Kohli going for the plant, but for the retake.
Planted.
It's a 5v3 retake. Should be an easy one for the players of Global Esports Academy, because for the post plant, not much util is there. And dimensional drift finally being invested from the side of UV. He has all the information. He knows exactly where the players are. And Garg gets the timing on to Kohli. And easy peasy round conversion.
5v3 में जब साथ में सारे आएंगे, पोजीशन भी पता है,
Coming on board.
तब तो you can't do anything bro।
Comfortable one, that's that too, Shadow. Perfectly mentioned.
No more charges left.
An easy peasy one indeed. The retake.
अभी तो वो गर्व कल्ट भी आ गया,
Everything has been so on
तो एंट्री पे एक को उठा लेगा,
This
और
was
ज्यादा
the
टाइम
GTA
वेस्ट
that
किए
we
तो जो
saw
प्लांट कर रहा होगा
during
उसी को ही
Edge
उठा
to
लेगा।
Xpark. And .exe are now facing that wrath, facing that struggle. And the fun fact is, Shadow.exe's defense win rate is the one that dwindles. So if they are not getting a lot of rounds on attack, that means it might be difficult for them to pull themselves back up in the next one. An aggressive play over towards the A. Back of that drone, they really want to take a lot of space now. A lobby has been claimed up. And an owl drone being sent out to confirm that as well. That's again massive information. It's going to be one pick already by UV, and that's DC out of the mix yet again. As the rest of the team is now going in for a fast hit towards the sea, at least from the garage. And they've got Caramel to hold on. Paranoia not really catching him. And that's a double peak. Picture perfect this time, Caramel. Overstaying his welcome. He'll get his head blown apart. But here we go. A kill contract. Curve pulls out Kohli. And he's not allowed to plant in the spike. And it's down to a 3v4.
Yeah, it is down to a 3v4 situation where one of the player is on just a pistol and the other one on a stinger. And seems like even Makavali, the only one with the rifle, has been taken down, but the pistol and the stingers are really working. RyuK gets timing onto UV. Kibo was there to get the trade and will deal with the last player, Trinity as well. And a 7th one coming on board for the players of Global Esports Academy. Looking at the agent selection, looking at the composition, it looked like it might work in the attacking half of the players of .exe. The but seems like that is not really working for them. Everything is just working for the players.
दोनों का मिरर कॉम्ड है ना?
They're making it work.
हाँ ना?
That's the main thing.
मैं वही सोचा,
Their ultimates
मिरर कॉम्स है, मैं अभी
on point. Every single
रियलाइज
one of
किया
them paying a
दोनों
big
तरफ देख के।
value. Can't really say the same thing for the other side. You can see UV, Garv, everyone has always been so on point, and there's been double peaks on every damn front. I have to say, in terms of utilizing these ultimates, .exe have been the one who is struggling. That extra smoke has been sent out so that Risen remains unscanned in that one corner. Still remember, Boaster was the one who figured out these spots. You know, we always know Fnatic to be one of the nerdy teams. Alright, Makaveli has still figured out where he was, so they need to use at least one or two utilities to try and flush that one angle out. While Caramel is still there. Or maybe they just tried. Oh, aggressive play. Caramel still is trying to hold that angle off though and gets a double. That paranoia was absolutely mind-blowing from Ryzen. Now he's still holding the side down. Already seen a couple of players. That's a bingo. You know, every single player right now. RVK still wins the fight. DC trying to do something, but only being sent back to the grave. And it's still another peak from Kohli and another death delivered
Lap.
by Curve as UV
तो वो भाई उधर ही टीपी करने के लिए उधर से पीछे थोड़ा जंप किया तो उधर से
GEA move up to 8th.
हेवन से दिख गया.
Seems like a done and dusted case for the players of .exe. If they don't get the next 2 rounds converted in their favor. 8-4 is still a possible good swap for .exe at this point. But if they lose the next 2 rounds, a 10-2 is almost an impossible scoreline to stage a comeback for .exe. Deficit by 8 rounds, I don't think they can recover from that. So next 2 rounds are their best possible bet. That is the reason they have called for
9-3 नहीं तो 10-2.
second timer also being utilized.
8-4 का चांस ही नहीं है.
Amount of pressure which they are in at this point. And the only win condition
चलो
for this round
मैं
is
बोलूंगा 9-3.
dimensional drift.
You can see
10-2 भी
the
नहीं,
stress
9-3,
on
9-3.
the face of DC. Have rarely seen him showing any kind of expression, fatigue. But right now, it just feels, Shadow, that they cannot figure out what GEA are bringing. And I love the diligence from Global Esports Academy. I'll have to say, they're doing one of the most fundamental stuff, and they are doing it so well. Not going for individual fights, going in for those double peaks. They are ready to take the fights. Their reads have been on point. And they know when to be aggressive and when to be passive. In round 9, they took aggressive control of the A lobby, A long. And then in round number 10, they go all passive mode. On the back of Ryzen's contact, they just got ready for a trap play. This has been so good from them. Contingency being sent out to try and take that off though, but out in the open. UV is going to give him not 1 but rather 2. Again, they saw the operator in round 9. Still, Global Esports Academy finding big value out of it.
Caramel, it's all about the timing. He gets one onto Makavali.
Lovely.
Neural theft being invested. And now, Global Esports Academy knows .exe Esports are heading. It's only 3 players remaining. It's not going to be easy, especially.
भाई उनको तो अटका के रख दिए हैं पे देखो. वहाँ वो ए पे स्मोक कर दिया ताकि वो तो फिर घुस ही नहीं सकते अभी. यहाँ पे गैराज पे 2 बंदे हैं.
And he gets a timing onto RyuK.
Find a moment out there.
So murderous.
I must wait a moment.
30 seconds left.
I just love it from Global Esports Academy. I just absolutely love it. TC, nice one though on the back of that recon. He's quickly able to take one down, but he still has to deal with Ryzen. And this is the discipline. Knows that his team is an advantage. Just moves back. Not really giving them any kind of fight. And now they're going to try and push out forward together from both the avenues as Kibo takes one and they know
भाई
where Kohli
रीड
is.
कर रहे हैं
They
भाई.
read everything, and that smile of Kibo shows you the confidence this team has.
स्माइल किया क्या?
And they are doing everything. The avenues as Kibo takes one, and they know where Kohli is. They read everything, and that smile of Kibo is large corner. And guess what? Gets a freebie onto Makaveli.
Seems like a 10-2 in the favor of Global.
9-3 बे 10-2 नहीं होगा 9-3 होगा.
Is going in. All they have got is just a buy round converted in the follow-up round. .exe is actually feeling the pressure. Operator towards the C is going to keep the entire team of .exe away from the C side, at least for now. And that's the reason they're once again going for the mid push out. And towards the garage once again we have Ryzen. Along with that, even Garv is also there, but Makavali with the judge deals with Ryzen, but the Hunter's Fury is also there. Skill contract being activated, and Garv, he has to win the duel, but if it goes in the favor of .exe, it can be a 9-3, and yes, Trinity wins this one against Garv. Now the most advantage is there, but
मेरा रीड होता है वे. मैं भी समझ रहे हो. 5 साल का तो जुर्वा है भाई.
All the information of the garage is there. The mid information is also there. Can go in their favor, but Trinity gets a time onto UB.
Not really expecting him to pop out there, though. I think so. He expected Trinity to go over towards the side, but still held the garage control now on the back of this judge. He sees Lurk paying value as well onto Caramel. Finally, it's going to be a 9-3 half in front of us. Skibo falls after taking one. .exe with the fast C split.
बोला था मैं.
Take that one round, changing the pace. That slow pace was not working for them. The fast-paced round. It took a lot of time out there. Hopefully, it's not too late. Hopefully, they can get this pistol and make this more competitive.
Even if they get the pistol, the chances of .exe winning on this one are really slim. Unless and until Global Esports Academy really suffers in their attacking half. Or .exe brings up such a great defense that they get multiple rounds converted in their favor.
It is interesting to see, Shadow, that Ryzen has actually gone with a full Omen util, including the Shroud with steps, double smokes and a paranoia. It's all down to just a classic and nothing else. Normally we would see Omens with the paranoias and the half shields, or maybe just the double smokes and a half shield. So it's interesting to see something on the different lines. All the 4 players outside of the lobby, Recon dealt with. There's still 3 people here to answer back this hit as now the smoke goes in. The TP going all the way back. There's a paranoia being sent out as well. Every single player is damn blinded out there, and UB and Kibo will find their own opener. Scully still able to hold it down for a second.
भाई कैसे मार दिया Ryzen.
Ryzen with a lovely answer as RyuK falls, and it's all down to DC. Picture perfect execute. Right by the textbook.
A 10th one coming. The last hope which .exe had to go for a reverse sweep, to go for any sort of a tough competition they can put up against Global Esports Academy. The second half has gone down the drain because a 10th one, a double digit is there from the side of Global Esports Academy. This pistol was really important for .exe. It seems like they were nowhere close to getting the round converted in their favor. And now since the weaponry advantage is there, should be an easy 11th one for Global Esports Academy. And I don't see any force buy also coming in from .exe. It's just a sheriff in the hands of RyuK, but this guy is phenomenally well with a sheriff. But seems like today those sheriff shots are also not really working for him.
I've been struggling, as you perfectly mentioned. We'll have to see in case it's going to remain the same. Road being sent out to try and gather some information out here.
Right here.
Triple push out of mid from .exe, though. There's still double pan holding out there, but it's the A side that's been under target. EC's got a couple of tripwires to play around with, but not really going to find a lot of value. Hold on, he's got an opportunity on UV, but the spam from Kibo is a bit more better. Trinity able to pick one off onto. So that's about it. To a 2v3, and this ain't happening. Not in a 1v3 now. Not when Kohli has just got a classic. 11-3. As it's all falling down for .exe, but everything is working fine for Global Esports Academy.
More than fine, actually. Everything is working perfectly for Global Esports Academy. 11-3, they just need one more round. If the bonus gets converted, then there is a solid chance of a 12th one coming on board. That means a map point for Global Esports Academy, but let's see if .exe can actually convert their buy round. It's not even a full buy. 2 of the players are on the half shields and a player onto Guardian. But let's see. The dark cover is there towards A-Long, the shock dart just to deal with any sort of a tripwire. And now I like the approach which Global Esports Academy is bringing in. They're trying to create few question marks around the A and B. And going all the way towards the garage, the tripwire goes. Now they have garage control. It's only one solo side anchor. That is towards C side. Should be easy plan for them.
Oh,
but a pop flash is there, and despite that, UV gets a timing onto DC.
Lovely blind, as you said. The jumping through smoke is even better. Holy heck! What a Hail Mary play this team is making now. I wonder where they were all the way back against VLT. As it just seems like every single thing has been working for them, but we're gonna hold on to that thought for a second though, as Trinity ready to answer back on the other side. The things have been falling down out of the hands. Global Esports Academy, maybe getting a bit too more complacent out there. It's all down to Ryzen. It has an idea where Trinity is. It's been struggling a bit in terms of
30 seconds
finding
left.
that success though, and Trinity gonna try and rewrap all the way around from the B side. Ryzen tries to bait out the peak, but he himself is going ring around the rosy. Yeah, you guys can do your thing now. I'm gonna wait.
10 seconds left.
What a call from Ryzen. All right. That's the angle lightning fast planted on this map of Haven long back. I still remember that.
जानने में तो 7 सेकंड लग जाएंगे.
The end of this map now. He's got to run all the way to A. And look at this play, Shadow. Ryzen is playing at the same position where Lightning Fast was playing after planting on that spot.
Let's see if the same thing is going to happen again, if the same situation is going to be there. Can actually Ryzen win against Trinity? Because Trinity coming all the way from the Haven, checking under Haven. Not really sure where exactly, and now he knows. Now he knows. What?
Oh!
He was actually sticking to it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really blame him. He just thought maybe Ryzen is not really going to peek him. So he wanted to stick up down to half.
The thing is, Ryzen took a jiggle peek.
Yeah.
And he was aware. He saw him. Trinity saw him. And despite that, he was just sticking there.
Exactly. I don't really blame him.
ट्रिनिटी भाई बोले प्रोज डोंट फेक
Right on point.
और आग बंद करके बैठ गए.
If he would have
बिल्ली जैसे दूध पीता है ना आग बंद करके,
Ryzen would have
वो
fallen
सोचता है कि
down
कोई
there.
और नहीं देख रहा cause वो किसी को देख नहीं पाता.
Last time.
ट्रिनिटी भाई बोले मैं वैसा करूंगा अभी,
But
मैं आग बंद करता हूँ.
Ryzen still playing it to utmost perfection. Easily confirming the round for the team now as it's the map point. 12-3, and GEA have not dropped a single round in this half.
Wait, what? That should have gone in the favor of RyuK. He was the first one to land a bullet onto Caramel. But Caramel takes RyuK.
तभी राइजन को रीजन
The best day for RyuK. Or the best
कैरामेल को कार बोल दे रहे हैं. दीदी क्या सीन? भाई दौड़ो, लुंगी उठा के भागो भाई.
The entire team of Global Esports Academy is actually going all the way towards A. It's a solo anchor trying to buy as much time as was possible. Garv is within, the smokes are there, and Trinity gets one in the kill contract. Makavali gets Garv as well. Back and forth waves are coming in. A 2v3 retake where UV gets 2 and it's done. A 13-3 victory for the players of Global Esports Academy.
What a way to start off the day. A domination indeed. GEA on the map of Haven. This was really looking solid for .exe. Now it's
धागा खोल दिए बे.
bleak. The only silver lining on the back of it, Shadow, was the fact that this was a Global Esports Academy pick, so justifying their map. Having that new composition in their hands and using it to utmost perfection. This team has been practicing. They have been scrimming. And you can already see a new powerhouse rising in South Asia.
I agree with what you said. They are the new powerhouse, the way the entire team of Global Esports Academy is playing as compared to Split 2 and Split 1. But the main concern is Haven was not really a weak map for the players of .exe. They have played against the players of Reckoning Esports, and that was a 39 victory. Against Asterisk as well, that was a OT victory for the players of .exe. It's not a shabby map for them either. It should have been a very close scoreline, but such one-sided domination coming in, I'm more surprised and shocked by the performance of .exe.
It just fell down to the same, part where .exe were not able to utilize the composition to its best. In the previous few times, you could also say there were some individual brilliances as well. There were some mistakes on the other end, which .exe was able to capitalize on. But this Global Esports lineup was not giving them that chance, right? They were staying far back. They were controlling the pace around the map, and eventually knew what they needed to do. The game plan was there. It was perfect. And yeah, it's just like Lord EXE were not able to answer that at all. And we'll just have to mention it, right? That even on the defensive side, we could
ये वाला
clearly
शॉट तो
see
खतरनाक
Global
मारा
Esports
भाई
Academy having so good
गार्डियन में
defense.
Especially UV. First few rounds, it was a complete UV show. The guy got his dimensional drift online, I think, in the third round itself. That much aggression he was bringing in the pistol and the entire eco round. In the follow-up rounds as well, it was not just starting few rounds. The entire game, even Gar was also popping off really well. He was getting those perfect values. Even the operator shots of UV was so on point, and the lurk plays of Caramel were so precise and so perfect. Even the players of .exe were not anticipating a lurk from the side of Caramel in so many of the rounds.
He's been so good at finding those timings. Those flanks as well, always on point. He realized how DC likes to play. DC always is trying to get some value on one part of the map though. But this time the main issue was that his team was not really creating enough distraction on the other part for him to try and find that value. And that's why he was the one who was basically taking those first contacts and was getting picked off. And this man on the Yoru, with the way how this map started, I was not really expecting him to pull off the MVP, but the 19 kills, 294 ACS clearly showcases his class apart now, at least on this map, and was looking fantastic on this hero.
Well, he certainly was. 19 kills, 3 first kills, headshot percentage is also pretty high, 27.0%. Damage per round is 167, so yes, as a Yoru, he was actually popping off really well in every single round. Along with that, not just UV, the entire team of Global Esports Academy was really coming online, every single player. But let's see the team performance. 11 first kills for the players of Global Esports Academy and 5 for the players of .exe. Their post plants were looking very shaky.
It indeed were, or rather I'd have to say that Global Esports Academy was so very good in terms of their retakes. Like, my oh my, on point in every single one of them, making sure that they're the ones who've got the full control. .exe
नेक्स्ट स्प्लिट है
getting that
स्प्लिट है DXC का
plans were
पिक
eventually desperate plans where they just were
But-
going for the plan. They did not have any plan apart from us to how they're going to hold that post plan down. So that was one of the big reasons as well why we're seeing a sheer drop in that number. But looking back on
भाई
the
कल
stats,
ट्रिनिटी ऐसा मारा था ना वैसा मारना
he
पड़ेगा
was the only man who was actually finding a good amount of value from his ISO.
पर धागा खोल दिया था भाई ट्रिनिटी
71 AC.
परसों
That is
actually, कल
very
नहीं।
close to UV. But the
Yeah,
rest of the
परसों।
team, yeah, we were not even seeing those
जहां जा रहा वहीं
ideas from
टपक
our
टपक
teams that
हेडशॉट्स
They pulled themselves up back when they were playing against the other team, right? Back when they played Haven. Some of the ideas were looking so good, but this time it all felt missing. It's like they suddenly lost the entire playbook.
Yeah, totally agree to what you said. This time .exe was looking completely off. Maybe it's the pressure of the situation. They were, I don't know, man, but things were not really working. And last time, if you noticed, when they came on the map of Haven, even DC was also really popping off. And this time, he was not really coming on, and it was entirely a Kohli show on the map of Haven against Reckoning Esports, if you remember. And that guy was the MVP as well. But this time, it was not happening at all. Contrary, Trinity was not coming online on that day, and today he is the MVP. So,
True.
I don't know.
It's like
That
what
team needs to come online.
it's like one person is popping off. All right, you try and take the show. If that's not happening, it's fine. We'll try to find some different way. But again, it can all be brushed off by just saying that this was not their map pick. This was rather a map pick of Global Esports Academy, and they justified it to perfection. But now the next map of Split is going to be the main one for .exe. If I'm not wrong, we did see them play against S8UL on that map, and even then, it was S8UL who were able to have a smooth sailing on that one, able to close it out and not really having a lot of difficulties out there. Maybe they've tuned in those mistakes. Maybe Global Esports Academy have got something new to show us, ladies and gentlemen. But in order to see that, we'll have to wait after this short break. We'll be right back with map number 2.
ओके
Here we go! What's this?
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
क्या लगता है गाइस, ये सेकंड मैप में .exe ले पाएगी या ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स इजी क्लीन 0 करेगी, लाइक वाइट वॉश, और यू कैन से 2-0? क्या लगता है आपको? रिक भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। भाई गेमिंग कम्युनिटी बिग है तो वाईटी पर क्रिएटर का व्यू कम क्यों है, और आपका भी? वाईटी पर क्रिएटर का व्यू कम है मतलब समझा नहीं। समझा नहीं ब्रो। भाई गेमिंग कम्युनिटी बिग है ये तो समझा, तो वाईटी पर क्रिएटर का व्यू कम क्यों है? क्रिएटर का व्यू कम क्यों है मतलब व्यू क्या है? लाइक व्हाट व्यू? पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू की बात कर रहे हो? कौन सी व्यू की बात कर रहे हो? क्रिएटर का व्यू कम क्यों है और आपका भी? मेरा व्यू, क्वेश्चन से तो लग रहा है पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू का ही बात हो रहा है। किस चीज की बात कर रहे हो भाई? या अच्छा हाँ ना, वो भी है ना डैशबोर्ड। हाँ ये रहा।
Here we go. What's this?
first one was a pretty comfortable win for Global Esports Academy, but is it going to continue or will it change? We will figure that out on this map of Split, ladies and gentlemen, as you all are watching the OMEN Valorant Challengers South Asia 2025 Split 3. The fun fact is it's map number 2 Shadow, and this map is a pick of .exe. So I am expecting them to eventually pull themselves back up in this one series and push us to map 3 of Lotus.
I really want to see that, scared. I really want to see that, but let's be honest, in Split 3, they both have lost against S8UL Esports on the map of Split. So Split is not their strongest map. And when it's not the strongest map for both these teams, it can go either ways. It has to go in the favor of .exe Esports if they really want to push the series to a decider map.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think Global Esports Academy can 2-0 the plus of .exe in this one.
I'm also thinking that maybe it's actually going to go 2-0. Either way, mentioned it in the starting itself, right? That it's either going to be a 2-0 for .exe, or is it going? Or it's probably going to end up in a 2-1 for Global Esports Academy. That's in the worst case scenario. If they eventually win out on this one itself, then that's a very different.
क्रिएटर का वीडियो
You mentioned about
का
how
व्यू
he
अच्छा
played on the map of Split
वॉचिंग की बात कर रहा हूँ
against S8UL. Now,
वैसा वाला व्यू जो 1 मिलियन में बैठा है उसका आ रहा है 125k
ओके
हाँ तो ठीक तो है मतलब खराब नहीं है अच्छा ही बोल सकते हो 1 मिलियन ना 10 लाख 1:10 वाला रेशियो में हाँ सही तो है 4K सब्सक्राइबर्स है व्यू आ रहे हैं 567 व्यू एरिक भाई लो गेमवर्स भाई आ चुके हैं हमारे प्यारे मेंबर गेमवर्स भाई वेलकम बैक स्वागत नहीं करोगे करेंगे ना स्वागत क्या हाल है गेमवर्स भाई कैसे हो एरिक भाई देखो आई डोंट नो आपको पता है या नहीं बट एक क्रिएटर का जो मान लो 1 मिलियन का चैनल है वो 1 मिलियन में जो 100% अगर मान लो एक 1 मिलियन इक्वल्स टू 100% ले लेते हैं जिसमें से 30% या 40% मान लो ये वेरी करता है हर एक क्रिएटर का मैं एक XYZ क्रिएटर का नाम ले रहा हूँ XYZ कोई भी हो सकता है अगर मान लो 40% यंगस्टर्स है हमारी तरह 20% हमारे मम्मी पापा के जनरेशन के लोग उन्हें सब्सक्राइब करते हैं 40s 30s ठीक है ठीक है अब कितना 60% हो गया अब 20% हो गया आपका वो जो डाई हार्ड फैंस है जो 40% में या बोल सकते हो इवन अंकल आंटी मतलब जो भी मम्मी पापा हो या 30s 40s में जो भी हो गया जो डाई हार्ड फैंस होते हैं वो अपने दूसरे गूगल अकाउंट से भी सब्सक्राइब करते हैं समझ रहे हो तो वो 20% में आता है हो गया 80% अब जो बाकी का 20% है वो होता है आउटसाइड कंट्रीज का सब्सक्राइबर्स आपको मतलब ये डिवीजन अलग भी हो सकता है मैं आपको फॉर मतलब एग्जांपल के तौर पे बता रहा हूँ कि एक क्रिएटर का ऑडियंस बेस 40% मैक्सिमम हमारे यंगस्टर्स होते हैं क्योंकि हम ज़्यादा फ़ोन चलाते हैं ज़्यादा यूट्यूब टाइम रहता है अपना फिर 20% जो 30s 40s या 50s 60s जो भी 20% डाई हार्ड फैंस जो अपने दूसरे अकाउंट से कभी कभार वो 20% 30% भी हो जाता है बहुत सारे डाई हार्ड फैंस हो जाते हैं जो बच्चे तो वो तो चाहते हैं एक बच्चे 10-12 अकाउंट से सब्सक्राइब करके रखते हैं फिर वो फॉरेन वाले अब बात आती है कि जो मल्टीपल अकाउंट सब्सक्राइब करते हैं वो मल्टीपल अकाउंट से वीडियो तो नहीं देखेंगे ना बिकॉज वो वीडियो तो एक ही बार देख लिए हाँ क्या होता है वीडियो में पता है आप एक मूवी थिएटर में जाके देखते हो वापस से थिएटर में जाके पैसा दे के देखोगे नहीं देखोगे वैसा ही है ना तो एक क्रिएटर का वीडियो हाँ मतलब ऐसे अच्छा लगा तो भाई फिर से साथ में देखते दोस्तों के साथ मिलके देख लिए वैसा बट 12 अगर वो एक बंदा 12 सब्सक्राइब्स किया होगा अपने ऑल्ट आईडी से तो 12 बार वो सेम वीडियो देखेगा क्या ताकि क्रिएटर को व्यूज मिले नहीं देखेगा ना वन ऑफ द रीजंस ऑफ नॉट गेटिंग दैट मच रीच अगर आपको ऐसा हो रहा है फिर सेकंड पॉइंट आता है बहुत वेरियस फैक्टर्स है भाई इसमें मतलब आप अगर इस क्रिएटर कम्युनिटी में थोड़ा सा मतलब होते एक्सपीरियंस होता तो आपको समझ में आ जाता, बट आई डोंट नो, मैं बोलूँगा भी तो आपको समझ में आएगा कि नहीं पता नहीं। सेकंड पॉइंट ये है, कई बार क्रिएटर जो पोर्ट्रे करना चाहता है वो पोर्ट्रे हो नहीं पाता है, तो आइदर आप उसको थंबनेल्स के माध्यम से ले लो या टाइटल या डिस्क्रिप्शन कुछ भी ले लो, तो जो व्यूअर होता है वो देखता है तो उसको क्या बोलते हैं, मतलब इतना खास दिखता नहीं है बाहर से, समझ रहे हो। आप अभी जैसे मान लो कैसे फोन अगर कोई सेक्सी दिखेगा बाहर से कोई हाथ में पकड़ा सेक्सी दिखेगा तभी नहीं पूछा कि भाई ये कौन सा फोन है। वैसे ही वीडियो का जो थंबनेल होता है, टाइटल होता है, कभी कभार क्रिएटर इतना अच्छा नहीं मतलब उसको कर पाता है, बट वीडियो का मे भी क्वालिटी अच्छा होगा, ये क्वांटिटी मतलब जो वीडियो का कंटेंट अच्छा होगा, बट ये बाहर की चीज़ें अच्छे नहीं होंगे, तो उसके लिए व्यूअर्स नहीं आते। ये सेकंड पॉइंट हो गया भाई। थर्ड पॉइंट ये होता है कि कभी कभार मतलब एक सेकंड, बस बढ़िया, आप बताओ। मैं भी बढ़िया हूँ यार गेमर्स भाई, सेक्सी चल रही है, मस्त चल रही है। हाँ तो कहाँ थे हम, यप, तो ये हो गया फैक्टर। फिर तीसरा फैक्टर ये है कि ज़रूरी नहीं है कि आप जब वीडियो अपलोड कर रहे हो तो वो 1 मिलियन, अगर कोई क्रिएटर का 1 मिलियन सब्सक्राइबर्स तो 1 मिलियन ही व्यूज़ आएंगे, या उससे कम आएंगे या तो उससे ज़्यादा नहीं आ सकते। ऐसा भी हो सकता है 1 मिलियन का चैनल है उसको 4 मिलियन 5 मिलियन व्यूज़ आ सकते हैं, ऐसा हो सकता है जैसे 100K 200K व्यूज़ आ सकते हैं। कॉज आप अभी बच्चे हो, आपके पास बहुत टाइम है, मतलब आप अभी पता नहीं आप अंडर 18 के हो गए, अंडर 20 की तो वो पक्का हो गया, आप अंडर 20 के, तो आपके पास अभी बहुत टाइम होगा। बट जो दूसरे लोग होते हैं लाइक जैसे हमारे जैसे लोग हो गए या 30s 40s में जो लोग होते हैं वो लोग जॉब भी करते हैं, समझ रहे हो, या दूसरे काम होते हैं, तो उन पे हमेशा लाइक आपका अगर आप फ़ोन पकड़ने का वॉच टाइम होगा फ़ोन का, आप मिनिमम 12 घंटे फ़ोन पकड़ते होगे मिनिमम दिन के। कोई कोई लोग होते हैं जो 3 से 4 घंटे का उनका फ़ोन का वो स्क्रीन टाइम रहता है, तो नहीं देख पाते वो, बिकॉज वो अपने काम में इतने बिजी होते हैं कि वो नहीं देख पाते, तो कुछ कुछ वीडियो स्किप हो जाते हैं। मान लो 3 वीडियो डाला क्रिएटर ने, 5 दिन बाद वो उनका व्यूअर खोला तो वो तीसरा वीडियो देखा, पहला 2 वीडियो मिस कर दिया, बिकॉज टाइम ही नहीं है। अनदर रीज़न। चौथा रीज़न ये है कि मतलब कैसे बताऊँ इसको, ये वाला पॉइंट को कैसे समझाऊँ आपको, एग्जाम्पल देना पड़ेगा इसके लिए।
But there won't be any time to use that as DC gets a timing onto keyboard, and finally the buy round has been converted by the plus of .exe.
कैसे बताऊँ
Again, because it's going to be a full buy for the plus of Global Esports Academy as well.
अभी एक बंदा, एक व्यूअर जो मान लो आप मेरे को भी सब्सक्राइब करके रखे हो,
Going to be an equalizer.
आपने और भी बहुत सारे यूट्यूबर्स को सब्सक्राइब करके रखा होगा, ठीक है,
.exe is going to
तो जो फीड पे आता है ना, कभी कभार फीड रैंकिंग भी कि अच्छे क्रिएटर्स का भी फीड रैंकिंग नहीं हो पाता, तो आप जब यूट्यूब खोलते हो जो आपका आता है स्क्रॉल वाला फीड वाला ऑप्शन, उस पर ऐसा हो सकता है कि इतना कंटेंट है अभी यूट्यूब पे आपको दिखाने के लिए कि कभी कभार आपके फेवरेट क्रिएटर का मे बी वीडियो आप 2 स्क्रॉल करोगे तब आएगा, क्या पता आप पहले स्क्रॉल में एक ऐसा वीडियो दिख गया, आप उसको क्लिक कर दिए और वो देखे, फिर आपका स्क्रॉल फीड पूरा चेंज ही हो गया, कॉज आपने जो वीडियो क्लिक किया ये एल्गोरिदम पे डिपेंड करता है, आपने जो वीडियो क्लिक किया उसके अकॉर्डिंग उसके रिलेटेड अभी आपको फीड में स्क्रॉल फीड में एल्गोरिदम के अकॉर्डिंग यूट्यूब आपको वीडियो शो करेगा, और आपका जो आपका सब्सक्राइब्ड क्रिएटर होगा उसका वीडियो का थीम कुछ अलग होगा, मान लो उसका वीडियो का थीम है क्रिकेट के अकॉर्डिंग, और आपने ऐसा स्क्रॉल करते हुए गेमिंग का थीम का वीडियो आपने क्लिक कर दिया, तो अभी आपको फिर रिफ्रेश हो जाएगा फीड और वो गेमिंग के वीडियोस भर जाएंगे, क्रिएटर वाला जो आपके सब्सक्राइब्ड क्रिएटर का क्रिकेट वाला वीडियो होगा वो नहीं दिखेगा आपको, या ऐसा बोल सकते हो फिर से 3-4 रिफ्रेश करोगे तो कभी आ जाएगा, ये 2 दिन बाद वो वाला वीडियो आ जाएगा, बट वो टाइम पे नहीं आएगा, समझ रहे हो?
And Caramel from the
समटाइम्स
bench.
दिस हैपेंस अ लॉट, मतलब समटाइम्स क्या, अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम दिस हैपेंस,
Fourth round
समझ
coming
रहे हो?
on board. Third round, sorry, coming
ये
on
चीज़
board
होता
from
है।
players of Global Esports Academy.
तो मल्टीपल फैक्टर्स होते हैं भाई,
Inventory that was
और
dropped.
ये जो है ना 1 मिलियन में 125 के रीच, दैट्स अ वेरी गुड, लाइक बोल सकते हैं रेशियो। एक क्रिएटर का एक हमेशा रेशियो रहता है कि वो उसको मिनिमम, भाई सबको पता रहता है, अब पता नहीं आपको क्यों नहीं पता, बट हाँ सब क्रिएटर को पता रहता है कि जितने फॉलोअर्स हैं या जितने सब्सक्राइबर्स हैं, यू वॉन्ट गेट दैट मच, आइदर मोर फ्रॉम दैट आइदर लेस फ्रॉम दैट, और लेस मतलब 1/10। सो आपके सब्सक्राइबर बेस के अगर आपको 1/10 भी व्यूज़ मिल रहे हैं, दैट मीन्स आपका कंटेंट ऑन अ बेटर साइड है, ऑन अ गुड साइड। ये कुछ कुछ क्रिएटर्स ये लेके चलते हैं, सबका अपना अपना रहता है। जैसे अगर किसी का रहता है लाइक्स, मेरे को सर्टन 1/10 लाइक्स चाहिए अपने वीडियो पे, या 1/15 लाइक्स चाहिए, सब अपना अपना एक गोल सेट करके रखते हैं। वैसा आप ही मेरे को बताओ ना रिक भाई, आपने मेरे को सब्सक्राइब करके रखा है, ओके, आप 3 दिन में एक बार आते हो स्ट्रीम पे, 3-4 दिन में एक बार आते हो, ठीक है, तो आपने मेरे को सब्सक्राइब कर रखा है, आप हर दिन क्यों नहीं आ रहे हो? आइदर आप किसी और क्रिएटर का वीडियो देख रहे हो, या तो आप कुछ पढ़ाई वढ़ाई में बिजी हो, यही हो रहा है ना, ऐसा ही होता है, वीडियोस ऐसे ही नहीं, व्यूज ऐसे ही नहीं आ पाती, ठीक है। ऐसे ही आपके ऐसे दूसरे लोगों का भी पढ़ाई रहता है या काम रहता है, तो वो नहीं आ पाते हैं, जब वो फ्री रहते हैं तो वो आ जाते हैं, तो बाकी लोग नहीं आ पाते जो हर दिन आते हैं, वैसे होता है, तो नॉर्मल थिंग, नॉर्मल थिंग ब्रो, नॉर्मल थिंग। ऐसा लगता है ये कि भाई मतलब वही हो गया ना बात, लोगों को लगता है कि हाँ भाई 100 के हो गया, 200 के हो गया, तो भाई अब तो बहुत माल छाप रहा होगा, ये वो 1 मिलियन भी हो गया तो माल छाप रहा होगा, वैसा नहीं होता है भाई।
Yeah, this time they waited their time towards the mid.
क्योंकि
Allowed to use that showstopper. Allowed
जॉनरा ही वैसा है,
Academy to go for the first wave of
प्लेटफॉर्म ही वैसा है,
and ultimate as well.
ये वो मतलब वॉलेटिलिटी हमेशा रहता है। आपका एक वीडियो 10 मिलियन जाएगा तो दूसरा वीडियो 100 के भी नहीं पहुंच सकता, ऐसा वॉलेटिलिटी रहता है भाई।
The dimension
कांट
is also 2 points away.
कि भाई हाँ मेरा इतना तो कंफर्म है, हाँ मतलब ऐसा बोल सकते हैं, जैसे भी मैं एक वीडियो डालूंगा 50 व्यूज कंफर्म है, मैं बोल सकता हूँ, लेकिन आई कांट से कि भाई मेरे 5000 व्यूज तो कंफर्म है, नहीं बोल सकता, या मेरे 500 व्यूज तो कंफर्म है, नहीं बोल सकता मैं।
Slow approach of RyuK, and like how .exe this time is approaching the mid. Just look at those two Astra stars placed.
आई होप आपको समझ में आया होगा, आई डोंट नो, अगर नहीं समझ में आएगा तो इससे सरल भाषा में तो और कोई ना समझा सकता है ना समझाएगा, आई गेस सो। ये बस ऐसे ऊपर ऊपर से सुनोगे तो कुछ नहीं होगा ब्रो, ये सब में घुसना पड़ता है भाई। भाई ऐसे ऐसे दिन गए जब मैं शॉक होता हूँ भाई, कि जब डार्क रियलिटी बोल सकते हिट होता है, हर चीज़ का एक डार्क हार्श रियलिटी होता है, वो जब आप हिट करते हो तो लगता है कि अरे बहनचो, दूर से ताजमहल सुंदर ही दिखता है, बट पास जाओगे तो पता चलेगा कि भाई ताजमहल कैसे दिख रहा है, समझ रहे हो, ये वॉल्स येलो हो गए हैं वैसा। तो आई एम नॉट सेइंग खराब है, बट फ्लावर बेड जो दिखता है वैसा फ्लावर बेड है नहीं वैसा, समझ गया भाई, कंसिस्टेंसी इज किंग बस, मतलब वो तो हमेशा से ही है भाई, कंसिस्टेंसी, पेशेंस, फिर मतलब भाई वही मैं सोचा भाई इसे खुले में क्यों भाग रहा है, अरे भाई ले हाँ,
That is
कंसिस्टेंसी
very
पेशेंस
nice
भाई
ball as
बहुत
well.
मैटर करता है भाई,
Yeah,
समझ रहे हो?
certainly is.
एक वर्क एथिक्स भी होना चाहिए,
Actually, a good thing. Dot has
मतलब
finally been able to find a way
ये
to
नहीं
have
कि
a
भाई
sustainable
कॉज,
performance on Global
भाई
Esports
मैंने
Academy.
बहुत
This is
लोगों को
a big
देखा है
step
भाई,
for them if they really want to push
आजकल तो ये
themselves.
बेटिंग
Especially
वेटिंग
the
बहुत
top trending
होने
on
लग
side
गई है भाई।
inside the dark cover got a perfect
पहले
kill
तो ये
on
सब इतना नहीं था,
Valorant.
थोड़ा क्रिएटर को
Now
थोड़े
the
व्यूज
Valorant
आने
was
के शुरू हो
very
जाते हैं कि
clear.
नहीं, क्रिएटर
Yes, I do understand that
बेटिंग
they
साइट्स को
have
प्रमोट करने
that
लग जाते हैं,
plan
उनको
in
कॉज
start,
उनको
but
पैसा मिलता है।
despite that, round conversion was really
अच्छे
poor for
ब्रांड्स
.exe.
उतना पैसा नहीं देंगे, कॉज वो
What
अच्छे
if-
ब्रांड्स हैं,
and now
उनको
they
ऑलरेडी
have a
मार्केट
clear
में
path
नाम
to
है,
take
बेटिंग
themselves
साइट्स का नाम नहीं रहता है,
the
Major
Viper spit
arguments.
तो दे पे
and
मोर
Viper spit and I'm
ताकि
sure that is also their scared towards
क्रिएटर्स
Global Esports
ले,
Academy.
समझ रहे हो? एंड पैसे के चलते भाई लोग ले लेते हैं
Arguments,
भाई।
as you rightly mentioned.
सो एक वर्क एथिक्स भी है, जैसे मेरा एथिक्स है भाई कि मैं कुछ भी हो जाए, बेटिंग इज इलीगल
Are able to read again onto what
इन
GEA
आवर
are
कंट्री,
trying to do.
वाई टू प्रमोट दैट?
So they're just holding those
भाई मैं नहीं
arguments,
करूँगा भाई,
waiting for
मेरे को
GEA to push
कितने
back.
बेटिंग साइट्स का इंस्टाग्राम पे
Global
आया है
is
कि भाई
offering
हमारे
some
इसको
nice
प्रमोट कर लो,
information and don't really
नहीं
have a
करना
lot
भाई।
of hitters out there to grab that.
तो
Them,
एक
the dimensional drift
काम
being acquired.
काम करो बस, ऐसा नहीं कि वेंचुर कुछ भी हो पैसा मिलने से मतलब, वो नहीं भाई,
It's gonna be the
अपना
shot
एक
that being sent out.
रेस्पेक्ट
Trinity
सोसाइटी
all
में
the way up in
इज्जत भी
heaven,
मैटर
though, not
करता
able to
है,
land in. They're rightly on Kibo.
ऐसा नहीं कि
Was able to just
चड्डी बनियान बेच
walk
के
away
पूरा
out of
बैठे
that
हो
place now. The
लोग,
dimensional drift on the other
फिर
side.
तो मतलब सोसाइटी में
Gets
कुछ
ready to
रहेगा
try
ही
and
नहीं,
do
नाम क्या है,
Machiavelli one better.
वो नाम का
Already
फायदा
on
भी
the
क्या?
backside already trying to answer that, but now it's going to be a full-fledged rotation out through when all the way towards
इंडिया
it.
है भाई, अमेरिका नहीं है कि जॉनी सिंस भी हो तो आपको सब सलाम ठोकेंगे।
Through all of that
30
chaos,
seconds left.
this guy is now making his move.
तुम्हारा एज कितना है?
Esports
22 है भाई।
He will ruin the party of GEA.
He most certainly can, definitely.
ना मरा,
He-
पहला शॉट मिस किया
As
मतलब तो
Caramel
मरा।
was there along with
वो देखो राइजन भाई को देखो, वहां पे जादू टूना कर रहे हैं ऐसे ऐसे करके।
the retake. They do have good amount of utility. They even have the Viper spit to block some sort of avenues of the map if they really want to. But seems like you CCDC catches
Lovely.
it completely off guard. Garv and Caramel both. That flank of DC was so perfect. And it's done and dusted. It's going in the favor of .exe. There is no time left also to go for the defuse just in case if Global Esports Academy actually goes for the fight.
Nah, they're not going in for it. Saving how the weaponry is. The bank is empty for the next one. And I told you, DC is going to ruin the party of Global Esports Academy. He just had that B main control. He kept his ground. And through all the chaos that was being made in mid, he
19 हूँ भाई मैं।
The
सही है।
positioning, he realized that everyone on the other side will also go in for a fast rotate towards the
ओके,
and that's why we are seeing this one timeout to try and fix these issues as GEA are giving a lot of respect to .exe and that's why they're able
कोई
to
भी
run
चीज
down the
भाई
entire
काम
map.
करो, नेगेटिव चीज बहुत जल्दी आपके पास आएंगे,
The academy too.
उसको अवॉइड करना आपका काम है भाई।
This time around, they gave every single
yeah.
avenue to the other side. They're not really having a lot of information.
कोई भी फील्ड में काम करो,
Well,
नेगेटिव ऑफर्स, नेगेटिव चीज़ों के मतलब नेगेटिव चीज़ों के ऑफर्स, नेगेटिव
this composition, as I said,
थिंग्स
they
विल
have
कम
a
टू
lot
यू,
of utilities
इट्स
to
योर ड्यूटी,
gain the information.
इट इज़ योर ड्यूटी टू अवॉइड इट, और बोल सकते हो अगर अवॉइड नहीं करोगे
See UV being put up in some of those aggressive
मतलब
angles to
ज़्यादा
try
दिन
and
टिक ही
some
नहीं
of them,
पाओगे।
and maybe save Kibo's prowlers and haunt for the other part of the map.
बिकॉज विजय माल्या तो है नहीं, लोग हर कोई विजय माल्या तो हो नहीं सकता भाई,
Try to do that.
समझ रहे हो?
But now Global Esports Academy, they have to be
और
very
भगवान तो
cautious.
दिख ही रहा है ऊपर
3
से।
rounds is what they have lost. And Caramel is now back on Bucky. The Viper Spit is definitely
भाई
there.
मेरे को ये समझ नहीं रहा है ये क्या बाय है भाई,
Being carried forward. Other than
हैं?
that,
ये
just
क्या
a
बाय
kill
है?
and a stinger.
थोड़ा सा अच्छा सा ही सेव कर लेते भाई।
All the way towards mid because .exe, I like this approach. Every
वो
single
देखो।
time .exe loves to explore the mid, and this time the Viper Spit being on the mid is going to deny that mid control to .exe. At least as long as the pit is there, and Caramel is hiding in the winds, so the pit is not going anywhere. So now the plus of .exe has to pick the side. Either they have to go all the way towards A, where we have a stacked up side, in fact. And especially the angle where UV is playing is going to be really critical and important one.
take any.
भाई
This is
उसका
one of
सारा
the
बस रिवील ही बचा है फेड का,
not
प्रॉलर तो
already
खत्म ही
trying to
है,
survive this. It's all
प्रॉलर है ही
this
नहीं।
one play,
ओ
but he's
देखो
not able to get anything apart from one. Kohli good on that trigger. Answers not fun, but rather to even through his cloud and Kibo blinded. Has to just respect the cosmic divide.
Find you.
Still has a lot of information out. Caramel though, lovely timing, lovely look. But now there's a pit on the site. How are you gonna navigate through that? There's Trinity as well out in the open. Who catches both? .exe in full control.
Yeah, they most certainly are. A 5-3 and now .exe in the lead. Back-to-back 4 rounds being converted. But now Global Esports Academy, they have got enough crest to go for a half buy. 3 players onto the half shield, 1 with a Guardian. No major ultimate except for the Nightfall, which is also just 1 point away. The good thing is, even the players of .exe, they also don't have any good ultimate progression. No major ultimate coming for this particular round. So let's see how the entire round is going to go in. But A side is a triple stacked up side. And that is exactly where the players of .exe are heading.
Oh my
Missing
god!
so many shots! RyuK, what just happened?
The scrappiest fight of this series probably, but it's still Garv to wrap things up.
I have this recovering.
Was able to get 3 on the back of it now. It's now to just Markavelli and DC who've rarely got anything in their bag. That Prowler as well just haunting the life of the players through the smoke. DC gets 1. As you wanted to answer back, but it's kind of an individual play out there. Maybe just wanted to catch a timing on the players. Odds are now being
Concealment. Obscuring
they're
vision.
dipping on the other side. Goes in both the nebulas up in the open. And he's also got a couple of
Spike
stars now to place on that spike, so still not doing that. Markavelli down 25. Holy smokes, that snake fight just missing him as he still catches 1. We're good with the answer, and that one way is going to disrupt DC so much. And this Nightfall is not just going to make him blind, but rather can't hear a damn
One
thing
enemy
up
remaining.
in the open. DC still lands the shot. Marked and decayed as Kibo wraps around. Global Esports Academy finally, after a streak of round losses, are able to bounce back.
It was important for them because .exe Esports was actually in the lead with 2 rounds. It was not one of the cleanest rounds for Global Esports Academy. It was only one last player standing, only one weaponry being carried forward. But still, a round has been converted, and a showstopper is also there for Garv. But big mistakes also from the side of .exe. Especially RyuK, what has happened to him? 3 and 5. DC is stepping up majorly. I agree. Trinity coming online. But RyuK, I haven't seen RyuK not performing in the entire split 3.
Watching this location.
Just out there on that initiator role, it's a bit of a struggle. But it's absolutely fine as long as his team performs right now, though. But Garv is able to answer back on the other side, and you've seen 2 members, RyuK, or rather 3 by now. So you know A side is weak and quickly pushing all the players up out there. But guess what? It was an absolute mouth of a crocodile closing as soon as you jump in. Sending out there in a meat grinder with a judge in the hands of Ryzen. This round is so over.
Is done. 1v3 for RyuK in a normal situation. Would have expected RyuK to pull this off. But looking
Bombard
at
कहाँ
where
गया
he
देखो।
is in right now in this map, seems highly unlikely. Especially when his position is also compromised.
I don't
30
like the
seconds
fact
left.
that you just said 1v3 because Caramel is down to 43 HP.
Oh.
I understand he's low, but you can't just count him out like that.
I'm sorry, Caramel. But yes, normal situation, RyuK would have tried to do something, but seems like saving the
10
weaponry is the
seconds
best
left.
choice for him.
Oh
But
my
seems like the
God.
players of Global Esports Academy are actually going for the hunt. He has to pick his battle. He has to take the fight. And once again, not getting anything. Ryzen with a 3K. An equalizer for the players of Global Esports Academy. But what is wrong with RyuK? Why he's not coming online? I understand that you are on the initiator role, but whiffing shots, not in this round, but the previous one, I'm sure you remember outside OMEN. Whiffing so many shots is something I haven't seen at all from the side of RyuK.
Sometimes happens. It's absolutely okay. I just feel that he was fully blinded up out there and couldn't really connect out. It was from the both ends though. Gar was the only one who found some success out there. Right now, .exe pulling their breaks up as well, as Global Esports Academy were able to pin together a couple of rounds, and that has, if not broken, but kept the economy in check. Daisy will not have enough to go for a rifle buy, so might want to stick to the Guardian. With the way how he's performing, I'd rather have him on the Vandal. One away from the divide as well, which was pretty crucial in one of the previous rounds. I believe it was round number 6 or 7. And Garf has had the showstopper for a while now. So in this timeout, they will discuss about that as well. All the way down to just a few scraps though. He's not even deciding to invest fully onto the rifle. He's actually going in for a bucky buy. And that being made out now. Trap play with the Seize nade up in mid. Anticipation by DXE. All the way back now. And Nebula up in mail room. Nothing apart from that. I had the idea that there's the fade and raise up in mid, so other part might be workable. Look at this diligent push out there, Shadow. They've also got the ramp control. They've got the B main control. The only place they've given up is mid, which is now being worked up by DXE. And if they go towards the B, their read will be impeccable.
Oh, the paranoia on the back of it. Caramel gets DC. I love Ryzen and his paranoias in this particular map. Every single time he gets the perfect value. Makaveli gets a trade onto Caramel, but still the win condition is there. That is a showstopper towards the side of Global Esports Academy. .exe, they have to bait that out. They have to make sure the showstopper doesn't get anything in this one. Makaveli going for the spike.
30 seconds
Guard in
left.
such a critical position. Completely off guard. And Kohli gets a timing onto him. Garv had no idea about the position of Kohli. A 3v3 situation now.
Possible conversion.
Down A.
But UV, as we speak of it, gets a timing onto Makaveli. Once again, trade games are there, and Risen and UV will seal the deal and get the 6-1 for the players of Global Esports Academy. The
Last
moment
round in
Garv
the
was
half.
picked up, it looked like it's a possible round for the players of .exe, but that didn't happen. Thanks to UV and Risen.
Rest of the players were holding as well on the side, so
ये आप लोगों के साथ भी होता है क्या गाइस?
had that anchor down.
अगर ऐसे नॉर्मली आप रहोगे, मतलब खाना खा के बैठे होगे,
Close.
तो कुछ नहीं है, लाइक आपको कुछ खाने का मन नहीं करेगा.
Members of TXE who are now again on a broken,
बट
not the
आपके बाजू में अगर स्नैक्स रखा होगा, मतलब ऐसा कुछ भी,
dog. Two of them
चिप्स हो
released.
गया,
The Guardian in the hands of
नट्स हो गए, कुछ भी,
two half steals, so
तो फिर आपको तब
good thing. Also got the
ऑल्दो आप खाए होगे लंच या कोई हैवी मील, फिर भी आपको साइड में ऐसा खाने का मन करता है क्या? अगर हाँ तो बोलो यार,
being baited out.
अगर नहीं तो मेरे को लगता है मेरे में दिक्कत है कुछ.
Just a knob dab. Who's next? There we go. The dimensional drift going up from B heaven. Pretty sure they're gonna see all the players out there. Yeah, Gar sends out the rocket. Is only traded 1-for-1 Kibo, able to answer Makaveli as well on the site, even if there's a cosmic divide. Everyone's playing ahead of the curve, and they've got absolutely no chance. Burial ground at the choke point. Global Esports Academy shrink together to have the lead after the half.
Seems like the players of Global Esports Academy have read the players of .exe like a book. At least in the last 4 rounds, it looked like that. A 7-5 swap. The pistol is going to be really important for the players of .exe. Last time, the pistol went in the favor of the players of Global Esports Academy. But .exe, can they really get the pistol round? That's the main question. If they do, there is going to be an equalizer.
there's something that is absolutely not equal, and that are the OMEN laptops in terms of gaming. Absolutely fantastic, people. If you really want to look forward to Valorant Esports, you want to make sure you get those OMEN laptops. Quickly scan the QR code or visit your nearest HP OMEN World Store right now. I've got some amazing bank discounts available as well. A lot of cashback. No one wants to miss out on that opportunity. And so does DXC right now. Pretty sure they want to grab this pistol round as quickly as possible. Equalize that scoreline after the half though, and that is how their setup is looking like. A couple of players have made to try and hold that space down on the back of. Oh my god, that poison cloud. The communication very off. Trinity
So dead.
just being blasted by the seasonade. No chance in hell for him to survive. And on the back of that opener now,
Uttari.
Esports Academy are looking primed to convert this.
Situation, Kohli down to a very low HP and seems like he has also been picked off. But before going down, he was able to get one. A 2v3 situation for the class of .exe is going to be really important. Kibo going for the plant, but for the retake, there is no util available to the class of .exe. Coming all the way from the link. Kibo
देखो देखो देखो.
very cautious because he's the first one to have a contact. Even Garv is also there.
Ishigo bhai, welcome to the stream. Nice info bhaiya.
All they have to do is just buy some.
जिगल पीक इन रेडिएंट लॉबीज अच्छा था.
The retake is actually happening from the CT.
था ना?
Let's see.
मैं बोलता हूँ भाई
Do something.
कि मेरे में है. What it takes to be radiant, I have it in me. भाई RyuK को
Maybe the third one, but no, Caramel shuts him down and Markaveli deals with Caramel. It
हाँ.
seems like
I have it in me. What it takes to be a radiant.
What a
समझ रहे
round
हो?
around.
मेरे में है बे. मेरे वो मूवमेंट चाल
Both off guard.
एम देखा ना कैसे
Converting one of the most crucial pistol rounds for themselves.
है भाई है.
And on the back of it now can have this extra bit of buy and convert the next
वो
one.
खून में ना वो ऐसे रेडिएंट
Struggle
रेडिएंट रेडिएंट ऐसे दौड़ता है.
some of the anti-eco.
क्या लर्न करूँ, मारना या मरना?
On the contrary, Global Esports Academy have
वो भी तो बताओ.
set plays to try and steal this one away. So not going to be very comfortable out here considering
मैं तो बोलता हूँ मरना लर्न करो. कॉज आप मरना सीखोगे तो आपको पता होगा कि कैसे मर रहे हो, तो आप वो नहीं करोगे और सामने वाले को मारोगे.
already got that hang of it.
तो पहले मरो.
The cavalry is moving out through.
जितना ज्यादा मरोगे उतना आपके सेहत के लिए अच्छा है.
Horrendous for Trinity.
समझ रहे हो?
Just gets picked off again as the rest of the team leaves him to be. Seems like
बस वो
absolutely
सुना ही नहीं दे रहा.
out
लेफ्ट
here,
से तो आ
RyuK.
गया.
It's good for one, but now he's going to be wrapped around from the other side. Fully deafened, fully blinded as
वो दे गर्व तो घुस के पेला भी.
are seeing, looking, walking, and winning in every direction. With the upgrades out there and ready with 4 players on this post plan, Kohli can better just hope to save. He's not converting this one.
ठीक है.
yeah, no chance.
यस शिशिगो भाई, मेरी बात याद रखना. मरना सीखो गेम में,
Back from the side of Global Esports Academy. Maybe yes,
तभी आप भी रेडिएंट बन पाओगे. आप में है,
eco round.
बस आप थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट हो जाते हो.
Finally,
डरा मत करो मरने से.
on to Kohli and the 8th one
खुला.
on board from the side of Global Esports Academy.
डर के आगे मरना है. आई मीन जीत है. सॉरी.
That round should have gone in the favor of .exe, but since that didn't go, now they are on the same round. It's just a marshal in the hands of Makaveli and no major ultimate also. Should be a 9th one for Global Esports Academy now. But RyuK is back on the sheriff. I'm still keeping high hopes from this guy.
And exterminate.
आज RyuK भाई का दिन नहीं है भाई.
Are on classics as well. Poison Cloud goes out to question across though, but that one haunt which was sent out is just to confirm that there is no one who has made that cross. Makaveli can still be
शॉट ऐसे हो गया.
gets a call out on the other side, does them one better. And with that, they've just broken open the side because all the other players are towards the B side.
मारा इतना मस्त शॉट, उसके बाद कोलैट खा गया. अकेले मरता तो भी समझ में आता.
for that retake. Guy was also ready for that.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना आज आरवी का दिन नहीं है.
He is.
Paper X Classic. Actually looks so cool.
ग्लोबल esports वाले का प्रमोशन करो
The-
पर एक्स को.
Why would I do that?
Because I'm your co-caster and I'm always very nice to you.
Right back at you.
But you are never nice to me. That's the difference.
Says the one who bullies me. All right.
As if you don't.
भाई इनका तो अलग ही कहानी चल रहा है. अपना ही चल रहा है वहाँ पे.
The Global Esports Academy is also bullying the players of .exe. The
We
next one.
were really talking about that. How anti-ecos have been pretty iffy for DXE, and they have literally proved us correct.
It all depends on RVK. If .exe really want to convert those eco rounds, RVK has to step up. If he gets something out of that sheriff, only then there is a possibility of .exe converting that eco in their favor. But since that didn't happen, it was only Markaveli who was able to get one with the sheriff Marshall. That's it, nothing else. But this is going to be a really important one once again, as they have got enough credits. They lose this one, I think it's done and dusted. It's going to be a 2-0. This is a decider round in some way.
Blocking
So
vision.
crucial for Global Esports Academy to try and ruin the party for .exe a little bit out here. Stealing away some of those important circuit points by getting that third place.
उत्तरी.
Lovely shot. So RVK falls. Again, you do not expect the operator out. That too on the attacking side. And the only one who could have grabbed some information with the utilities is now out for this round. And guess what, Shadow? On the back of that, 3 players shifting towards the A side means DC is alone anchoring the B down, and he's got a cavalry up in front of him.
Yeah.
Obscuring vision.
Quite sure how he's seeing the player there
30
though, but
seconds
DC,
left.
the Season 8 is going to be sent on his way though, but he goes big, gets
Down
both
B.
of them. And also rising down to just 10 HP. I have no clue how the heck he's down there. It's probably a shot through the smoke as Caramel.
कैरेमल अच्छा
now
मारता
try
है.
to
उसका
bring
है
back the numbers in his team's favor.
मैकेनिकल स्किल्स है भाई. बहुत खतरनाक है.
Last 2 players trying to clear out. But it's Markavelli down from hell.
Timing हो
Caramel
गया.
pulls them in the abyss and pushes Global Esports Academy up in
Timeout
heaven
आएगा
to the
अभी.
double digits.
Yes. Global Esports Academy getting on to the 10th round, and that also means .exe, they don't have enough credits to go for a full buy.
क्या बोल रहा था मैं?
And also the ultimate progression is looking really promising for Global Esports
समझ रहे हो?
and UB is back on
Why
the
I said
leader.
I have it in me.
.exe has to go for the timeout.
वो गेम के चाल चलन सब समझ में आ जाता है बे मेरे को.
Really help the players of .exe this time, because nothing really is falling in place for them, and they don't have enough credits to go for a full buy.
Anything can happen if you got the right reads. But the fact is, it's Global Esports Academy who actually have got the right reads. They're always there finding out those opportunities. As I've said, they're working around the map perfectly. Even in the previous round, they were able to post up UE with the op. As soon as he found that first pick, they quickly pivoted down towards the B side. And it's not just like that. They also sent out that decoy and a couple of utils out there to create a question mark in the minds of .exe. And since .exe neither had the A main control, nor the B main control, and neither the mid control, they could not do anything but just react. And it is those reactions that we look forward to, and even right now, as we can see, it was a moment when DC was actually caught up in that Season 8, so you could see that in that pause too, how he positioned himself a bit up close to the pillar, and that was the reason why he was able to survive there and get 2 picks. But it did not work out for them right now. Maybe this mid push can, as Garb answers back quickly. UV, another one with the operator. Finds 1 pick on Trinity. It's a 2-for-1 trade, still favoring the academy lineup.
It certainly is favoring them. The entire situation is in their favor. Only 3 players remaining from the side of .exe. And the way they are trying to push towards the A main. If those sheriffs catch few of the players of Global Esports Academy, then there is a solid chance of round conversion, but seems highly unlikely that Astra Star
प्रॉलर बचा है?
pulled onto
नहीं, प्रॉलर नहीं है.
grab well.
फिर कैसे?
But Son is the time being and seems like not taking any chance. Makavali RyuK gets 2, but good for only 2. And DC, the
30
last man
seconds
standing in a 1v2 situation. Global Esports Academy was prepared for such sort of a play. And Ryzen going for the plant. DC, can he
planted.
do something? Can he do a 1v2? Just a pistol. Gets one. Can he get the second one? It's a doable round. It's still a doable. Weapon recovered. Knows exactly where Ryzen is.
On the back of that one control smoke, he's still able to reposition. Look at the read up of Ryzen. It is absolutely perfect. Grows out the tree on the grounds where DC lost his life.
अलग खेल रही है.
And with that, GEA are one step closer in winning this series 2-0. And this team's growth, Shadow. I have been talking about this so many times. Global Esports Academy and S8UL have been two teams that have consistently improved throughout the VCSA 2025 circuit. I would really want these two teams to just stay like that and move up forward.
क्या मार दिया भाई ये?
Keeper out there though, as soon as he tapped the orb, DC was able to quickly shut him down through the smoke. But question is, can he hold his ground for a little bit longer?
Right there.
Showstopper still the major win condition. The Viper Spit for the post plant is there towards Caramel. But the numbers advantage this time is with the players of .exe. Even they have got the Dimensional Drift and the Nightfall, and DC, this guy is stopping as he gets one more onto UB. Actually gets one onto Ryzen. Ryzen was not aware that someone is towards the B tower. Slow walk up towards the mid didn't really work in his favor. Now only 2 players remaining in a 2v5 situation. And Makavali, this time the operator is not going to land him anything, but Caramel will actually shut him down. The Poison Cloud towards the mid. The spike is still there. They've got enough time on Earth. The problem is they don't have the numbers.
Enough time on Earth नहीं है, बस enough time है.
Still give them the numbers, but not anymore because Caramel has been picked off by RyuK, leaving Garb all by himself in a 1v4 situation.
Yeah, Garb actually tried though. But
निकुंज भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम.
by the shots on the other side.
भैया आप खेलो ना यार, इनको क्या दिखा रहे हो? निकुंज भाई थोड़े से हो क्या निकुंज भाई? हाँ,
rather a survival for the XC.
टाइटल में देखो ना भाई, वॉच पार्टी लिखा है भाई.
Of DC.
वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ भाई.
His anticipation after he heard the gate crash, he quickly
हर जगह मैं ही खेल लूँ क्या?
was able to confirm that it's a fake and then reposition, or rather
वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ मैं. मतलब इतना बड़ा टूर्नामेंट का इतनी बड़ा मैच चल रहा है, ग्रैंड फाइनल्स होने वाला है.
was trying to jump peek on that angle and DC peeked him.
एज अ क्रिएटर मेरे को अलाउ किया गया है, इस एक्सेस दिया गया है, तो इट्स माय रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टू डू दिस. और आप मेरे को बोल रहे हो कि भाई मैं खेलूं, मतलब ये वॉच पार्टी करूँ ही ना.
And their faces are being destroyed, broken apart, the masks removed as Caramel hops in through. But all he can do is just walk though. Machiavelli is there with the knife. This guy absolutely does not care. And what a lovely fake from Ryzen. Just uses the ultimate to create the confusion, and DXE have got.
I don't know आपको क्या समझ में आता है, क्या नहीं आता.
Look at this Vipers, but I have absolutely no clue how do you make this stuff up. But he controls all of the heaven, all of spawn. Caramel has won this round single-handedly for the team as GEA move to the series point.
Match point.
Series point, and yes, I agree. It was entirely a caramel show. The Viper Pit, I really need a tutorial of that Viper Pit because I can't pull that off. Showstopper of Gar got the perfect value. Everything just went in the favor of Global Esports Academy. And now .exe can they push this
कितनी
thing
बड़ी
over
चीज होती है भाई ये वॉच पार्टी
10%
को मिलना एंड वॉच पार्टी करना.
but only
नॉट एवरी क्रिएटर गेट्स द अपॉर्चुनिटी. मेरे को मिल रहा है. कहाँ बैठ के मैचेस देखोगे इतना अच्छे मैचेस. नहीं भाई
get some information.
मैं खेलो. अरे भाई
Doesn't get any info. For a second it looked
कुछ
like
समझ नहीं आता भाई मुझे. भाई
all the players of Global Esports Academy.
देखोगे तब ना समझोगे भाई. मैं भी पैदा हुआ था कि मेरे मम्मी के पेट में ही मेरे को वैलोरेंट मम्मी बोल दी थी क्या देखो वैलोरेंट गेम आएगा 2020 में ऐसे ऐसे करना. मैं भी तो देख के समझाना भाई.
Just hold it down though, but the ramp is
तो देखोगे तब ना समझोगे भाई. और मैं जब खेलता हूँ तब तुम कैसे समझ लेते हो भाई.
Caramel is still
मेरे को बताओ.
hold that space down on the back of that snake bite.
हैं
Don't really have a
मैं वैलोरेंट खेलूंगा तो आपको समझ में आता है. वैलोरेंट ये वाला में आपको समझ में नहीं आता है.
screens. I like that idea. Paranoia being sent
आइदर
down.
आप
That is absolutely
मेरे को चूतिया बना रहे हो या तो खुद चूतिए हो.
good for that trade.
इन दोनों में से एक
Goes
चीज है भाई.
angle down, will now push himself back to safety. He's created that question mark.
When you understand the
Now
game,
gonna hold it down as this outlaw will get every single
मेरे खेलने से आपको समझ में आता है.
So he needs to
मतलब
land
आपको
that
वैलोरेंट
shot and he
क्या
will
होता है समझ में
go for
आता
the
है.
second one. Please don't get me around UV, not with a shotty at that range, as Ryzen is there to close
चलो
out
फिर जाता हूँ मैं. ओके निकुंज भाई बाय
this
बाय.
entire series. Global Esports Academy will
God knows,
secure
man.
the third place in VCSA.
गॉड नोज भाई. मतलब क्या कैसे क्या दिमाग में चलता है आप लोगों के भाई.
Well, certainly the major improvement.
पड़ता है मतलब क्या सोचते हो क्या हो आप लोगों को मेरे को पता नहीं भाई.
In the entire journey of VCS as compared to Split 1, they are looking so confident and so prepared now, especially Caramel, this guy, and even UB, everyone, the entire team of
आपका भाई मेरा क्या मेरा क्या
2-0 against .exe is
आपका भाई. फिर आगे तो बोलो.
to be a 2-1 affair. Could be in the favor of .exe or Global Esports Academy, but for sure a 2-1 affair. But Global Esports Academy seems like
थर्ड पोजीशन ले ली ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स.
I mean, with the way how they were controlling the map,
तो ये तो असेंशन क्वालिफायर्स भी पहुंच जाएगी आई गेस. कट ऑफ.
the utilities, the pair ups on the back of it.
लव भाई आपका मेरे चैनल पर स्वागत है भाई. चैनल पर आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग. थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. क्या हाल है कैसे हो. क्या हाल चाल रुक भाई. बढ़िया हाल चाल यार.
That lurk plays of DC
बढ़िया हाल लव भाई. आप कैसे हो बताओ.
continuing into map 2. These are the tendencies that you need to read upon, and GEA did that perfectly. We're gonna move on to the highlights and relive those moments one more time, as it all started with the pistol one.
भाई ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट डीएक्सी को हरा दी बे.
With the steamroll of
इसका मतलब समझ रहे हो. एक्सपीरियंस होना ही इज नॉट एवरीथिंग ब्रो.
then came that, you know,
यू मस्ट हैव अ प्रॉपर रीड. एक्सपीरियंस और एम दोनों होना इज नॉट एवरीथिंग.
4 rounds together. But alas, that was only for a small duration of
प्रॉपर टीम गेम खेलना इज ऑल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट. सोलो एक्सपीरियंस सोलो एम लेके कितना ही कैक मार
I
लेंगे.
agree. .exe did put up a
वही
good
हुआ.
show. At least on the
वो
map of it, it is certainly
रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क के साथ भी यही हुआ था.
Nakaveri was able to
डीएक्सी के साथ भी यही हुआ.
But I don't know why RyuK was not really feeling himself. Ryzen was also performing really good from the side of Global Esports Academy.
प्लस सामने वाले का एम भी नहीं चल रहा. आरवी के भाई टोटली चले ही नहीं भाई.
So many rounds they were the
उनका
last
इतना
standing
खराब मैच गया.
Esports Academy and were able to convert their round also.
ये वाला देखो.
Gar with the showstopper,
Check नहीं.
pain shell, sees the combo were really working for the
ये अटैकिंग पे ऑफ 2 पिक निकाल दिया.
Caramel.
अटैकिंग पे ऑफ कैसे एक्सपेक्ट करोगे वो भी भाई शुरुआत के अटैकिंग में नहीं पूरा लेटर राउंड्स में लेट राउंड्स में.
fantastic. I agree. Again, this came down to the last few rounds as well. I mean, come on, Juvi, who are you kidding here? That was so funny to watch, to be honest, and we all knew what he was trying to do. Just grab the attention while Ryzen clears up the board, as Garv will be the man to get the MVP for the team.
मैं भी बढ़िया. नाइस लव भाई.
An opportunity
और
to
बताओ लव भाई
that one.
कैसी चल रही है जिंदगी.
Shadow, he is full of confidence. 5 first kills for himself, 18 overall kills. 5 of them were first plus. I mean, that is very solid start to have. And with a very solid ACS as well, you could clearly see his presence all around the map.
But let's have a look at the map stats as well and see how many first kills did Global Esports Academy total have? And they are 14. .exe with 6 first kills. The post plant is looking pretty similar for both these teams. And clutch, 0 clutches, no thrifty conversion at all. But yes, good performance from the side of Global Esports Academy. And yes, they do have now good amount of circuit points.
That's one thing.
बर्बाद करके रखी है वैलोरेंट ने जिंदगी. क्यों लव भाई, क्या सीन?
The rest of the teams as well. Because I'm pretty sure for Global Esports Academy, most of
ऐसा क्यों क्या कर दिया वैलोरेंट ने आपके साथ?
Bison.
अभी गाइस है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स ऑफ द VCSA
That struggling end, but today he was doing a
2025 split 3 का.
The
Let's
backgrounds
go.
were so on point. I loved all of them. And look at that. 15, 8 and 12. Even Kibo, who's going 11, 10 and 9 is on that positive ratio. But you can't say the same for .exe. Apart from DC, not a single player out there. Only Machiavelli in double digits as well, Shadow. So that speaks volumes.
एक सेकंड गाइस.
How DXC were really struggling and just trying to run on one tire, and that is DC. And one of the big
Split
reasons.
is also...
Yeah.
I was saying Split is also one of the map where your duelist really needs to come all in, your Raze really needs to come all in. And since that was not happening with Trinity, .exe was not really able to get those crucial rounds converted in their favor so many times.
They were facing those struggles.
सिल्वर का प्लेयर हूँ, आयरन का प्लेयर भेजता है टीम में.
But that was not really happening, and this guy was
रैंक अप नहीं हो रहा है इस वजह से.
bomber overall in this entire series of 2 maps. Now that brings us
समझ
average
सकता
down
हूँ
to
आपकी
16
दर्द.
per game. Now, that
लव
is
भाई.
still a very solid start to have. 7 first
समझ
kills as
सकता
well
हूँ.
for those 2 maps, and it did not last a long time, Shadow. A lot of people might think that this is not the best start out there, but if you think about it, the first one was a 13-3, and this one, if I'm not wrong, was what, a 13-5, 13-7. That clearly shows you that this entire series did not even last more than 50 rounds. That is big when you actually see the amount of kills and the ACS and the first plus this guy has. So really love to see Garb now in this position. We saw him on that interview. He was very confident, and that confidence is now showing up as well. But this was for the 3rd place. It's Global Esports Academy who have now won the 3rd place in VCSA Split 3. We have another
Silver,
match
नहीं,
together.
bronze.
That is the best of 5.
ब्रॉन्ज तो मिल गया ग्लोबल को.
Yeah, the best of 5 is going to decide the winning team of Split.
S8UL versus VLT. Let's go guys.
Esports, a team which has showcased tremendous improvement.
Let's
in
go,
their
let's
players
go.
compared to Split
आप कौन से
1.
टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो?
Or is it going to be the champion team?
बताओ.
Split 1 once again lifting the trophy of Split 3. Velocity Gaming. Only time will tell, but for sure I want to see this entire series go to till the decider map, and it's going to be really interesting and dominating one for
Really
sure.
won't. Yeah, I really hope so. That is the case because VLT have had either a flawless record of victories or they've been on the struggling end. There is no in between, right? There's always this scenario, and the only ever team to have basically pushed them to their utmost limits and also better them, the 2 teams rather, were Revenant X-Spark and Reckoning. Can S8UL join that elite group as well, or will we see VLT snowballing through this series? Ladies and gentlemen, all of that will happen. The grand finals of VCSA Split 3 will happen after this short break.
ये शॉर्ट ब्रेक तो भाई आधा घंटे क्या होगा पैंट है. ये शॉर्ट ब्रेक नहीं, एकदम लॉन्ग ब्रेक होने वाला है. 4 बजे का टाइमिंग था, 3 बजे के पहले खत्म हो गए मैचेस. 1 घंटा चलेगा कंफर्म.
I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. They doubt the kid. I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you gonna be, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, mother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest
ओ भाई
I am a Raja.
क्या करूं मैं?
I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about it traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसा मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तुअर चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja.
एक सेकंड गाइस मैं आया.
if it goes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off, what's a leisure? Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. चलो फिर आ जाओ सारे, एक एक मारे फिर एक और एक गारे. सारे मेरे बंटर भावे, रेगिस्तान में भी हम नदियाँ बहा दे. चलो साले दे मत बहाने, वाला टना मत जब हम आ जाए सामने. और करे तेरे बारे, मेरे मेरी टीम मेरे पीछे क्या करेगा पूछा बे. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back, and my team we adapt. We a family from around the world, we are back. You can never take us down.
Well, after that banger series where Global Esports Academy proved themselves to be better than .exe, now it's time for S8UL to do the unthinkable, or for VLT to pick their second trophy of Split this time around. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You are watching the OMEN Valorant Challenger South Asia 2025 Split 3, and it's the grand finals now on board. It is S8UL up against VLT and Spartas. I'm super pumped up for this one.
Velocity being one of the team who are undefeated in the online phases of VCSA 2025 till now. Not a single loss in the online stages. The only two losses they had in the entire season was on the split to LAN against Reckoning and then was against Revenant, and that's about it. Other than that, they are on a run where they are unstoppable when they are playing from their own comfort, when they are playing from their own boot camp.
Yep.
So this is something which S8UL need to be wary of. Because S8UL, they are playing their first big match of the 3 splits combined.
Oh my god, you always remind me of those good old days when LF Techno used to be on multiple grand finals throughout the 2024 season. Spartas, we know how we rooted for this team to win, but it was always this one lineup. It's always SK Rossi who's against them, and it's always him always getting that W. And right now with the players like Damara, Lightning Fast, Russ and Madeline, I'm pretty sure he's ready to ruin the party of Elephant Techno one more time.
Oh, for sure. Just look at these stats. Everybody has an ACS about 200. The maximum they have is 261 and followed by SKRC 250. Like, those are the top 2 lads. And if you look at the number of kills, only 2 players have more than 100 frags. One of the reasons is that they are playing every series as a clean sweep. They are not dropping maps, they are not dropping majority of the rounds. It is just 2 O's left, right and center. And this makes Velocity even more dangerous today.
Really want to see how S8UL are actually going to answer them back. Because if this is how this entire team is going to play and Damara is not going to be contained, then I am a bit worried about S8UL too. But not as long as King Kappa is standing up there and performing. Not as long as Miz is hitting his shots, and as long as Techno is feeling himself up. Because this lineup is also stacked. But at the same time, Spartas, it's more of a story where Hawks used to be in a very different lineup. Techno and LF used to be in a different lineup, and they all had a common enemy, and that was SK Rossi. And now it seems that these rivals have basically shook hands and now are ready to take down this one common giant who is now supported by 4 massive pillars. It's like 4 generals who are up in front of him. And I really want to see how this lineup of the Spartans is going to answer that back.
Oh, it will be a very interesting call on how things will work out for them. Because this team is definitely one of those teams who have created humongous surprises in the past. Taking down RNTX for their first big win in the Split 3 season, and then just going up ahead, taking Grand Finals by storm. They are still undefeated. They are continuing the upper bracket run to the Grand Finals, so this is something which we need to consider.
Yes.
Both the teams will take the first loss today, and that too on the final day.
And here's the fun fact, right? Since you mentioned about that first loss, I still remember that VLT, when they were playing all the way far back in Split 1, right? When they were going on their untouchable run as well, that was a time when their first map loss was on the map of Abyss, and it was S8UL who actually delivered that blow. And even the next map after that, it seemed like S8UL will be able to steal that one away. So I think so there's a task that has been left all the way back in Split 1 which they're ready to fulfill now.
Well, that's a big call to be honest, because the map like Abyss, those type of maps are not there in the map beta first of all. Like, there is no fracture there is no Abyss. Pretty much the maps which are very uncommon and unorthodox playstyle. What we have are something which both the teams are pretty comfortable with. Be it Pearl, be it Split, Lotus can be called as a home ground for Velocity. I just want to see that map being banned first of all. Because if not, this is a duo deciding series, and yes, S8UL, they have one ban, they will ban the map of Lotus.
And I really like that they have banned out the Lotus. Not really going to play onto that one. And that opens things up a lot right now. Pearl this time has been banned out by VLT themselves right now. That is a bit interesting because normally you would see this team pick up the map of Pearl, but it's absolutely fine. Ascent is where we'll kick things off. S8UL, and they have looked very solid on that map. And VLT are going to start on the defensive side there, so S8UL will have the chance to set the momentum up. Moves on to the map of Sunset, which again is a pick of VLT. We saw them last time play against Reckoning, but it was Reckoning who had a big advantage there. I'm not quite sure if S8UL will be able to pull their socks up on that one. Icebox, Haven and Split. Now, it could be a coin flip on either of these maps apart from Haven. I think so that one is a bit too strong leaning for the side of VLT. But yeah, when it comes to the first three maps, it's again, could be anyone's ball game.
Well, that's true. But if you look at the stats on the map, VLT has a 100% attacking win rate. They played it once yesterday, pretty much clean from their side. S8UL played it thrice, won 2 of them. They have just 1 loss, but the attacking and the defensive percentages are fairly decent.
Yeah.
So this is something which needs to be considered. A Euro Deadlock combination which was used by Global Esports Academy as well yesterday was completely thrashed down by Velocity. Like 8-0 or 9-0. I think it was a 10-0 in the first half, and then they lost the 2 rounds. So, can they pull it off yet again against a better side, or will S8UL thrive with the Euro Deadlock combo?
That is the big question which you are asking, and I like that it's being brought up at this point of forwards, right? Because I just feel that Global Esports Academy, they had the right ideas when they were playing against Revenant X-Park, but they lost all the confidence out there when they were facing the sides of VLT. I think so they were overwhelmed by the sheer pressure, you know, it's the aura farming that VLT has done throughout the season. That is just enough to pressurize the other side. Their Ryatsu is just out of this world. So, S8UL on the other end is a team that knows how to handle pressure. They know how to stop the other side from gaining that momentum. And I think so Hellranger might have prepared something against the lineup of VLT since they were able to witness that composition in works yesterday.
Well, let's see how things will work out, because the agent select will be pretty much the default structure from Velocity. The vanilla is right there, while the crazy Euro Deadlock is on the other side. No surprises whatsoever. It is all about the executes now, especially with S8UL starting on the attack. I would love to see what S8UL have in their back path, because yesterday when Global Esports Academy were on the attacker side with the similar comp, they lacked so many ideas, and Velocity was just running them down with the mid pushes and operators through the hand of the Mara.
That's a big thing. That's why we are already seeing the defense win rate so high, because VLT had all the momentum in the world on their defensive side. S8UL though on the other end, they have played 20 rounds on those attacks, and Spartans have got 65% win rate. That brings their win rate over, or their round wins over 12 or 13 at this point. Now that is actually a very solid stat to have, considering that this is the composition that I've only played twice. And I was really liking the ideas as well that they always brought into the mix. Hawks with the Hunter's Fury was so on point, and Helef was utilizing those Gravnet which we are talking about on those choke points, with people peeking on the back of it as well with the Yoru Flash. I do enjoy those ideas, and now I want to see if they'll be able to stop VLT on their tracks as well, because again, ladies and gentlemen, it is the grand finals of Split 3. S8UL up against VLT. They always brought into the mix. Hawks with the Hunter's Fury was so on point, and Helef was utilizing those Gravnet which we are talking about on those choke points, with people peeking on the back of it as well with the Yoru Flash. I do enjoy those ideas, and now I want to see if they'll be able to stop VLT on their tracks as well, because enjoy those ideas, and now I want to see if they'll as well with the Yoru Flash. I do enjoy those ideas, and now I want to see if they'll be able to stop VLT on their tracks as well, because again, ladies and gentlemen, it is the grand finals of Split 3. S8UL up against,
while S8UL, they're working their way down mid.
down though.
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स शुरू हो चुका है.
But VLT do not look interested in mid. They're looking interested in the street. Lightning Fast brings that trap up instantly with a paranoia, but it's a decoy that he's caught. That has also made the B defenders move, or at least flinch. And look at this push down all the way up in mid. They're taking so much space, but Amara's senses are also tingling by the way, Spartus.
Oh, the duel was so necessary for Madeline. This is what I was concerned about, because Madeline, he needs to gather that information near the switch, and he's just swinging out to a Sheriff and Hooks. Just perfect, and just look at the grab net. He's sitting duck behind. He's able to get one, but then miss. Instant trade, nothing to worry about. Hell, if he's at smoke,
Huh?
2, he should be able to clear things off. SK Ross in a 1v4.
भाई होक्स क्या मारा भाई.
And Hawks with a perfect snap. Takes the pistol for S8UL.
That's one step different from what GEA were doing. S8UL is absolutely abusing the fact that mid was so far opened up. And look at the pings on the map. VLT realized what they did wrong in the previous one. So I'm really expecting a change in their setup in this one itself, or maybe not in this, then the next one. I think so they can try and test the waters to figure out what S8UL's default would look like in this one. To try and slowly...
Grand finals.
AJ investments out there. All
नहीं इसमें तो
couple of rifle
OMEN
investments from
VCSA
S8UL, but they are prepared for
official
the bonus round.
watch
Really
party.
are able to take some of them away, and that will be a big win in terms of the economy.
That is true.
Grand
But again, the thing is,
finals.
yesterday, again, if you compare apples to apples right now, when Global Esports Academy, they tried to go towards the areas with the better weaponry, they were not able to do anything. They got stacked into multiple
S8
places, and
UL
working
versus VLT.
for S8UL attack. This time, it is the same process. Miz has been tagged, but does not mean anything. They have the better weaponry, they are diving in, it is a mid split, multiple players from around the choke point, and King Kappa with the all famous outlaw take the first player down as well.
Lovely read.
Just 4 classic remains, so there is nothing to worry about as well, with the side B has been completely compromised.
It's a tripwire as well to give the information. Camera dealt with. You have everything that you need, and cavalry ready to answer on the other side, and it's a simple meat grinder. Not a single weapon dropped, and 2 of the shields untouched. That means no more reinvestments in those shields as well. It's going to be very important for S8UL now. The economy could snowball out of control if by any chance they're able to convert this one round as well. On rifles with the full shields across the board now. This is the anticipation of VLT, understanding that there's always been an outlaw buy by King Kappa. He loves to play with that weapon. Shadow pointed that out yesterday on the desk as well. And even you mentioned the same thing. Done their homework.
But now, the thing is, the B main control was something to worry about, cause all these rounds, Velocity was playing.
Techno bhai?
But now, since they have the bit of weaponry, the mains control will be an interesting part. And Tamara, he started things off by taking down Hilef. Generally, we expect a tripwire setup from the Cypher or something on the part, but nothing right now. And SK Rossi is still watching Miz gate crash to come into the play. He knows where the player is, and SK Rossi takes King Kappa down. The counterpart is out of the picture. Hawks is able to get a trade though. But lightning fast is stuck downhill. He's waiting for the right time to swing on Miz. And yep, the right time is just here. He gets a peek, he gets a double, and Velocity. A clean full buy round.
Beautiful readjustment from their side, pushing outside of the B main, gaining that extremity control. LF was getting that space for free. This time he was met with resistance, and also understanding the mid push out. This time deliberately let mid open only to double peek through market. And we're able to get a pick on to Techno there. And then King Kappa, he thought he had a timing, but again the diligence of VLT, understanding where he would want to push out to try and make a play from. SK Rossi shut him down as well. Now it's time for S8UL to readjust.
Russ
Deploying drone.
just watching the link region, and again they want the main control, but this time they are, oh, I love this from S8UL. They are so much considering the fact that they could push, and King Kappa is already waiting for Damaro to come into the play. Last time on the bonus they just went in dry, got punished instantly. The very next round, good exchange of util, but now Russ, good frag on Techno. There is nothing he could do from there. Good pair of utility. SK Rossi finding Helef as well. One frag each, and Miz
नहीं हो रहा है open.
to catch a
हाँ.
timing, but will he go left
हुआ
or will
हुआ
he go
open
right
हुआ.
is the decision he has to make.
Oh,
Yes, and this is the decision which will decide his fate, and it is SK Rossi for the double and Velocity. an entire control.
S8UL का मैप पिक है ना,
Looked left where nothing was right.
वो लोग जीतना पड़ेगा फिर.
Now there's only 2 players left. Make it 1. It's all down to just Hoax. Giving up on that space only to bait S8UL
30
to walk
seconds left.
into that trap. This is like a hunting party. VLT equalizing the odds very quickly and also converting the buy round of S8UL. The economy will not look healthy in the next one.
10
Quickly bringing
seconds
that in
left.
check. Hoax will try to keep this weapon for the next round though, but yeah, that's a scan. He is not staying alive here.
Scanning ahead.
Interesting to see that VLT did not really go in for that hunt, Spartus. I was actually expecting them to, considering Lightning Fast has got everything in his bank account.
That is true. Because if you look at the credits they have, it is sufficient enough to at least sustain for the next 2 rounds.
Exactly.
उसको मारे क्यों नहीं पता है?
Not just go and
Hoax का उल्टा जाएगा बोलकर.
down, but hey, they were like, yeah, doesn't matter even if
उसको मारते तो Hoax का उल्टा आ जाता.
barely winnable for you guys.
कास्टर ये दिमाग नहीं लगा
If
पाए.
you are not
मेरे
able
में
to
दिमाग है
attack
इसलिए मैं लगा
on
दिया.
your equal buys, so we don't expect anything on the weaker buys.
कास्टर में भी दिमाग है लेकिन वो
And
फिगर
yeah,
आउट नहीं कर पाया ना.
and that wrong to be honest, because look at that.
हाँ,
techno
मिस
and
मार
the-
दिया.
The stingers are working out, but now Madeline, he has a big responsibility to play.
Holding it down now. He's got to try and keep control of the site all the way from hell. Or maybe
ओ
give that
भाई
Spark a
मटका
phantom moment
head
saves
him.
his life. And he can survive to show off that owl drone as well. No Jet out here to praise him. Picked off in the earlier fight out there. Madeline with the reposition sends out a shock dart. Grab net in his face, but the turn through the flash.
Area.
How the heck is he left alive there? Techno finally runs and guns him down. And through the smoke, Eskeros just spams it out. Helef low on that HP. With that hat, he reveals all the position. And the shorty up close and personal on the face. VLT claim the round back. But Madeline, you are an absolute monster.
He saved the round all by himself there, and I said, well, they have to call a timeout. Hellranger needs to talk to his art, like, what went wrong there? And how do you fix that? Because this round, when they got a 2-for-1 advantage, they had everything in the world to convert this, and with a 1-for attack on Madeline as well, things looked pretty much easy. But then the wrap around from the side of Eskeros and Lightning Fast through mid, got a good control of mid top, benched around S8UL when they had no control with the lack of King Kappa. But then those fragging, it was something which took them by surprise, and a round where you thought, yeah, S8UL will be able to get ahead again, but just misses it out.
To be honest, this timeout actually felt more like a momentum breaker for Madeline rather than just for S8UL to discuss things. Even though they're gonna do that, but it kind of gave me some of the flashbacks when the Splash brothers, Curry and Clay Thompson, would go on a spree of hitting their threes, just forcing the timeout on the other side. They just go all in from downtown. Right now, Madeline just performed like that. The anticipation impeccable, and then Rossi and Lightning Fast. Always talked about how these lads have been playing for such a long time. This entire core of global esports all the way up in Pacific, and they used to play together, was absolutely solid in terms of the experience. Now all the way out in South Asia as well. Not on their previous throne. But they're ready to reclaim that back. Maybe by also getting the slot in Ascension. While they're just the nightmares of Helef and Techno.
That's true. But hey, timeout followed by a tech pause, that is not something we are used to, like, to be honest. Like, the timing of both the things are pretty much insane. Yeah, the coaches cannot talk with the players now, so it is just players talking among themselves if they want to.
Yeah.
And by the look of things at S8UL, Helef is thinking about something, and Techno is just busy in his own world.
I think so. He's actually trying to now focus down a bit as well, because a bit of
By
an
literally watching down.
I just have to say, man, Techno, his performance has been shaky for the past 2 seasons now for the Split 2, and even in the starting of Split 3. There was a wave of inconsistency, there was a wave of struggle, and he acknowledged that too. Now this technically is an insight of a big player or a big game player who knows when he's a bit weak and when he needs to pull himself back up. I think so. This is a very important grand finals for Techno as well. Because imagine if he ends up that wave of inconsistency with a solid performance in the finals and help his team up move and cross that one finish line, which they have never crossed yet.
Well, you talk about crossing the finish line. This is the first time they are able to at least hold it, to be honest. Because this lineup was completely lacking everything at the start of the season. It didn't even look like that they will be able to play a grand final at all, if any.
Yeah.
Because by the look of things, it was always RNTX, Velocity, the top two teams, and then if there is someone slipping up, it is always Reckoning on the end of things. The team which is very up close to Velocity and RNTX. But then S8UL came out of the blue and took down the Giants all by themselves. And defeating Antidote and Lads was definitely not an easy task for them. But they did it in style, and now they are eyeing out not just for the Split 3 title, but also the Ascension qualifier slot.
True. Just a few steps away. But this has been one of the big season for S8UL, the Split 3. Creeping up not just in the top 5, but rather also in the Ascension playoffs. Rather the Ascension qualifier playoffs. Because though as you said, no one was really expecting this lineup to be up on top, but they became one of the only teams after Revenant X Park and VLT to be confirmed to be in that top 4 of the circuit points. Even though a lot of people might think that they were not in the best position possible, but as soon as they qualified from that upper bracket in the group stages, they solidified their place. If not second, then third. And I'm pretty sure with this grand finals performance, they can also steal away the ranking of Revenant X Park and also leap in onto that second, potentially first, if they win this series out. That is a big...
that is very true.
Yeah, that is, but though that's a long shot.
For that, you need to first resolve the deck pause, because everything will only work when the games actually begin. I think there isn't some issue on the ends of Velocity players, I suppose, because I think they are Damara, or he's just looking around, knowing who he's playing with after so long.
Now that you mentioned Damara, all I look at is the poster in his background.
Imagine if he listens to the song Illuminati right after the round ends. Every round he gets a 3 can. He's listening to Illuminati at the back of things.
Definitely is going to rack up the conspiracy theorist a bit more out there. Gonna feed onto their own.
Maybe that's his motivational booster.
Who knows? But he needs something else as well to perform on that land, because he was facing a lot of those struggles. But as soon as he's back in the boot camp, it seems like he just boots up to a very different level. He needs to continue that right now. Alright, Damara gonna be running back to safety as well. Almost catching that one off with that. A lovely flash coming in on the other side.
Huh?
What was that?
I know exactly.
A double swing, both getting one tapped at the very same time. Good shots from S8UL and Velocity. Now they are numbers down, and this is a 5v3, and 5v3 always has to be a checkmate. You have a +2 advantage, and +2 advantage should always be converted. And letting first, He's trying to make a play to nullify that. And he will get one. And the timing is just perfect from Golu. He gets a double. The short step from Tekno has been punished. Although King Kappa is able to get one.
भाई वहाँ पे वो 3K निकाल दिया.
Lights up Hogs. And now Helef onto his face with the sonic sensor. A bit delayed and he gets the spike down with King Kappa position being revealed. Lightning fast set to his ace while King Kappa is looking for a quadra. The Omen against the Cypher. Oh my god. Couldn't have been better. King Kappa, everything is heard. You know every single damn thing that's happening as he's trying to run away. 14 seconds. Does he have enough time to run away and go for the plant? I'm pretty sure he does not. And Golu has got the ultimate. He's going to stick it down at the switch. What a timing for this man to pick up as there's an opportunity. Can you go for it? It's an operator. And an ace to clutch it out. Lightning fast. Couldn't care less for the disadvantages. As long as he stands, VLT are winning the round. What a play from the Omen main. Lightning fast.
टाइमिंग हो गया है वहाँ पे यार. टेक्नो फिर मिस भी वहाँ पे. ठीक है वो दोनों भी. फिर भी कापा ने जितना ही अच्छा खेला ना उतना ही गंदा ये राउंड में बाकी लोग खेले. मेरे को समझा नहीं है हेलेव को वहाँ पे वॉक इन मुंह पे करना सही था नॉट सही था पता नहीं. और यहाँ पे तो ऑफ सुनने के बाद तो कुछ करना.
But at the very last second, just jiggling it out, making sure he survives that brawl. And with that round, S8UL economy is completely broke. Just King Kappa has a big gun, other than a Guardian, a Stinger, and double Sheriff. And the Stinger is coming right onto the face, and Damara, he could not care less. Swings out.
वहाँ पे नहीं पिक लेता ना तो आराम से निकाल देता भाई.
Last man survivor of the previous round to be the first man out in this. Best one out there though. Rossi will move back on the side along with Madeline. All they need to do is take care of this lane. It's going to be a double pick up in front of him, and Madeline just overwhelmed out there by the numbers. Still a lot of players. The boathouse not really checked. Hooks relentless out being picked off, and oh my god, the annihilation did not catch the guy, and Rossi still jiggles it out perfectly.
ऐसे annihilation के साथ घुसना भी तो चाहिए होगा ना.
On the back of it, they should get a final nail.
Shot bhi LF.
Not yet though. LF is still banging on the door. He's still banging it open.
Shot LF.
One after the other. He gets another one. A 3K with the Sheriff. He's out there ready to do it a bit more better out there. But can he? That's it. On Spike. One more time. Wants to isolate the duel with Rust. There's an opportunity now which presented itself only to be stolen away.
Nice try, LF. Nice try, LF. Nice try यार. बहुत भाई क्या मारा भाई.
So the economy has been managed at the very same time. 10 and 2 on that Omen.
ये वाला how on earth कैसे मतलब उनको पता है साइफर यहाँ पे है. साइफर दिखा नहीं साइड पे. एक मर गया तो दो बंदे आ रहे हैं. एक तो चेक कर ही सकता है. पता नहीं क्या कर रहे हैं भाई. वो एस भाई यार बहुत खलकेगा भाई. वो एस जो वो प्रो हुआ ना ऑलमोस्ट.
Against Global Esports Academy.
That's one important thing though. This one tripwire up close. I don't think so. The drone has actually got it actually dead. All right. Shock dart goes in to clear that out. So now mid left open a bit. Sends out the second shock dart to deal with what was up in tree. Interesting. Lineups are there. The operator shot not yet connecting from Damara, but Techno is super awesome on those shots. Catches a flying jet on the back of it now. The B side seems to be a bit more vulnerable.
Miss, spots one, the Hunter's Fury. It is landing right there, and there's a bit too second late, but Madeline just running around with the rifle and but taking on the back lines. He's good for one. He is waiting for the another one, and Madeline inside.
Nice one,
Techno. He has a better timing with the shorty.
LF का ये प्ले तो भाई हेवी रहता है जो भी बोलो.
S8UL They are on the
लेकिन वो
brink of
लोग
the third round.
फास्ट भी रीड किया उनको, वो मैच तो देखा हो कितनी बार हेलेफ यहाँ से राउंड निकाला है.
Because this guy can surely pull miracles out. He's good for one. Waiting for the second. And he
भाई
will
थ्रो
get the
नहीं
second
यार,
as
फिर
well.
से थ्रो
Now
नहीं,
getting
लाइटनिंग फास्ट है
a
और
bullet to the helmet.
इससे बकचोदी नहीं भाई.
Lightning fast
ये
technique
प्लेयर से
from
कतई
Keeper.
बकचोदी नहीं.
9. He's swinging out. He knows where the other player could be. But the final player, that is Miz, he is unaware of the fact that he is just right in the face. And Miz with the perfectly settled off angle will take him down. A good bait set by Techno, and Miz with the cleanup.
3-5.
Stalls lightning fast finally. And OMEN, who is in a 1v5 or 1v5, still keeps the hope alive.
For a second, I genuinely thought LF missing on the shots would eventually make way for lightning fast to clutch out another round. And he got those 2 picks. It very well seemed to be the case. But eventually the damage control with that off angle of Miz perfectly mentioned as well. Pretty solid setup round by S8UL, understanding the tendencies, tripwires being dealt with early on. They were able to quickly deal with them first, and now look at that. That one tripwire which was ahead towards the arch has now been pushed back towards the pizza. Still got to use those U-tails out, but none of that is gonna matter anymore. Damara opens things up, and in an instant, Madeline sends out a Hunter's Fury. Hold down for any potential trade-off possible. Bank shots as well on the back of that Recon. Techno still will survive. But it's down to a 4v5.
But now the thing is, what does S8UL do from here? Surely not just walk around, right? Because this operator was working yesterday and it has not moved an inch. Will do it again, but okay, Hooks, a good double swing, a 1-2-3 peak coming to the play. A Guardian to the head, takes the operator down. But with the 4v3 remaining and just 30 seconds remaining on the clock, they have to make a play. With the attacking OMEN, Techno, taking the ace control, but nah, Russ. He has the A shot and that is enough for him. S can also take down Techno as well. One frag on both the players. There is nothing for Hawks from do it from here. He has a spike control, but not the positioning. He's able to get one. Things look interesting though, but he has to plant the spike and make a miracle happen from here. Not right now at least.
Not happening. Goes in for another tap though, but it's only Russ who drops down. And even
चलेगा.
just he's enough. To take VLT to
भाई 5 राउंड भी निकाल, 2 राउंड भी निकाल दिए ना, तो इनका 2 सेंटिनल है, तो दे कैन इजीली
on the back of it.
वो प्लेस बना सकते हैं.
Null command ready at their own disposal for the next round. S8UL economy broken yet again, so this could
और 2 राउंड निकालना है.
on board, and this operator has been a big problem
ये वाला बहुत
for S8UL to deal with.
वो बोलते ना,
The thing is, with the
नहीं लगना चाहिए था
that
शॉट्स.
they have the operator every other round, you cannot just walk past the defending line. You have to throw a bunch of utils, especially in the form of flashes, to take it down. And yes, they have to do it, but okay, this is just criminal right now. Spam through the smokes, they get a double, and it is just a brawl fest from here on. Marlon just cleaning things up, and hell left. He's barely breathing, he gets one, good for his annihilation, he gets second as well. But now the operator finally lands on him. 7th for velocity. They are yet again running with the map of Ascent.
अभी
How the
टाइम आउट
hell
आएगा.
did he get that second one through that wall bang? But damage control was there on the back of that paranoia. Almost making that one phenomenal last stand.
मेरे को
Hell,
पता रहता है
the counterpart of Miz on the other side.
ये 2 राउंड बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है.
It's been a big problem.
ऐसे एक भी राउंड आता
They
है
are now forced to use another timeout in the first half itself. Now that's a dream start for VLT. Even though this map pick is of S8UL Spartas, this seems to be a different ball game. That's why they've got to discuss all these issues out and fix all of them as quickly as possible.
That is true, cause just 2 rounds remain, although in the first half, and I think that has been my concern even when the last time S8UL played. I think that was the map of split, I suppose. When there are just 2 rounds remaining in the half and Hellranger calls their final timeout, which is a bit concerning, cause in the second half you have no timeout remaining whatsoever. And is it worthy of just taking a timeout for the next 2 rounds? Especially when the economy is in shambles and there is nothing more to do it. This is a call which Hellranger loves to make.
मेरा mic off था क्या?
Just really trying to, make sure that it does not go out of hand. A 9-3, making a comeback from that, it becomes a bit too difficult. If there's anything else left in the tank, they pull it off to 7-5. But the next few rounds though on the back of this annihilation, they're trying to pull something, but Yakuza boss sneaks away like a ninja.
Nah, Helef, you cannot miss that. This is not a main ultimate that has to be through the window. There is lineup for that. When the first lane guy who throws a util for the B main gets ulted in the annihilation, you just have to hit it up on the window for the diagonal peak. Or these lineups has to be there if you are playing a Euro deadlock combination. So deadlocks should always play with those lineups, because playing deadlock is like playing KO. Without lineups, it's just not good enough.
It's not. Haven't really had enough time to practice on this map.
But it is their map pick.
That's the most important
S8UL
part.
loves to play the map of Ascent, and they have been playing the Euro deadlock combination for more than 3 months now.
Error out there right now though. A couple of players up close and personal. That's going to be the null command thrown out, but what a timing to pick off on that. A double peak Techno catches Damara as well. What a round from S8UL.
Flawless.
Doesn't matter if they threw out an annihilation in the wrong way. They only took damage onto King Kappa. Everyone else absolutely untouched. Bursting through the tree.
Crazy swings there. That is something which we have not seen from S8UL side, and it actually took Velocity by surprise. Everybody just playing in the smoke there, waiting for a 1, 2, 3 and swinging out left, right with the grab net on the tree area. All the 3 choke points dealt with in a second, and a round which S8UL needed right after timeout. They have converted it, and now they are looking to make one better. This time around, looks like everybody just walking down A, and Velocity, they have a wrong read on it.
ट्रिप अभी तक नहीं मिला है.
Is just lighting fast, holding that ground, but also
अभी तक ट्रिप नहीं मिला है.
Fast is the guy who secured an ace all by himself, so it is not going to be easy at all.
Momentum is absolutely theirs right now, and so is the stack on this side as the Hunter's Fury goes in to try and destroy that. That's going to be the first pick. Madeline still jiggling it out, surviving it out, not for long as misses shot, lands on the body. He did not have enough HP to stand up strong, and that's going to be Damara. Trying to do something with the knives, trying to be some kind of guy out there, up, open, lands in 3, is ready for a 4K out and a 1v3 out. Techno, can you be the prodigy that everyone thought you to be? 2 points away from his ultimate, 140 points away from the full health, and a mile distance. Try and clutch this one out up, smoke up in his face, knife out thrown. He's gonna be picking up that spike now, trying to survive out there. Just 30 more seconds remaining. Can he hold on for just enough time? And
अच्छा प्ले तो था, XP नहीं था तो यहाँ पे अगर वो मार देता अगर रस को तो भाई
VLT in a very comfortable driving seat.
कोई ना 4-8 is also not bad round.
Structure from side of Velocity Gaming yet again with
ये pistols बहुत important हो जाता है.
This is something which Velocity have been showing time in and time out.
And something that we have been showing time in and time out have been those OMEN laptops, ladies and gentlemen. The OMEN X Max 16 comes with an epic gaming performance. It's got the Intel Ultra 9 processor as well, NVIDIA GeForce 5080. You don't want to mix out on that option, right? And top it all off with a cherry, you've got the OMEN Tempest Cooling Pro that provides you PC level cooling in your laptop. Quickly scan the QR code or visit your nearest HP World stores, and we are going to visit down in this pistol round as S8UL quickly take the space off the B main. Off the start, they show their aggression.
But now, I just want to see what Velocity is going to do from here. Do you try to challenge mid again? Where there is a possibility of a deadlock, and there is a deadlock. Inevitable. But yeah, oh my god, has been delayed, but a big paranoia from Techno's side. He gets one, the counter paranoia, he knows where the players are, but the right click, left, right, center, and everybody is spamming that key on the bounces. getting frags, but Damara
अरे।
and lightning fast. They secure the
क्यों?
crucial level. Damara with the cleanup.
ओमेन का समझ में आता है, बाकी लोग कैसे मर रहे
They take the
हैं?
pistol home yet
वो
again.
किंग कापा
It
बीमेन
was
से मर गया।
absolutely perfect until that last second. The swing timing of LF was a bit off when the rest of the players were pushing their way up.
जब वो फ्लैश किया तभी हेल्फ को पीक लेना
After
था।
that, he just peeked without hooks out there. It was so beautifully constructed. And while they were making that tower of cards, when they wanted to place that last one, the entirety of it fell. The gust of wind named Lightning Fast turned it around yet again.
Oh, this is something which S8UL needs to consider, I believe. Because now, with the pistol being lost, 8-4 was the first half, 10-4 looks like the second scoreline. With S8UL trying to stack the A shot region, they are technically not wrong in predicting the A hit. But the fact that everybody is down the tree region and there is no velocity player in the tree, everybody just walking down main, and Damara, he has a tailwind, he has a updraft. Miz taking the timing, but Russ in the mid. He takes smoke, the updraft dash into the side. He falls back, spotting the player, but King Kappa takes down Russ. And now Rossi, he's tried to take a trade, but could not get it down. But hell, he has a good timing on Rossi as well. He spots the player, but does not want to overstep it.
Such good discipline from him. Understood that there's a lot of people hopping in from mid. Would not really have gotten anything. And Rossi right now wants to try and spray the Spectre down. Brings it down to the classic long range. Helef still lands in two of them. Wants to take another fight, but Rossi with the Sheriff has got a better weapon up in his hand. It's down to Miz.
ठीक है, उनका 3 बुलेट बहुत एक्सपेंसिव तो कर तो दिए हैं। अभी यहाँ पे और एक को भी मार दिए तो नेक्स्ट राउंड इजी हो जाएगा।
Into a door of opportunities. No, it's the door to the abyss as Lightning Fast peeks in at his own speed. VLT. They're down to be a bit.
How Rossi is on 5,000, bro?
Still convert their round.
How?
Look like things are just not going how they want it to be, but at the end, till the time Lightning Fast is alive, you can always count down on him.
Yeah.
For sure, like 17 in 4. When was the last time we saw a scoreline like that from a controller player? 17 frags and just 4 deaths. It's been 14 rounds.
Trying to pull something off here. Oh my goodness, that paranoia actually hit Damara.
Cover going out.
And that was not Techno's paranoia, that was Lightning Fast's paranoia. They had to just halt down on his push with the Bucky. This guy has always loved Bucky, Spartus, regardless of the agent he's in. With Neon, I understand. With Jet, holy smokes. Still loves to play on that. And the fact that he makes it work should just blow the mind of all the people out there. SK Rossi heals with a tripwire up in mid now. Want to make a bit of a fake out there towards the B while rest of the cavalry pushes out from tree.
Just waiting it on. Waiting for the players. A paranoia deployed. Looking at the player faces and Techno. Good timing there. He gets a frag. He's being spammed out, but will definitely survive and miss. He takes another pick on Lightning Fast, making it its 5th death of the game till now.
30 seconds left.
But Madeline and Escaros are the last two players in a 2v4.
Nice.
They have to pick the spike. They have to do something in the next 20 around seconds. And all they are doing right now is just wait and miss.
Almost
He is
Miz मर जाता
lucky
है।
enough to survive that shock dart onto his feet. But Escarossi, he gets a frag. The Econ has been dealt with. He has been damaged. Miz will get dealt with as well. And Escarossi, he wanted the quadra. The 4K Rossi have to stop at the end because S8UL will
भाई
clean up the round, secure
ये
the
क्या
win.
मार दिया था almost।
To be honest, they almost converted that one when Rossi was almost hitting that third shot as well, but this could not really land.
टेक्नो
up.
की तरफ से
This was
अच्छा
a crucial play
टेक्नो
on the
मिस
back
ने
of
वहाँ पे
that.
संभाला।
First one and then
ये वाला तो भाई
just getting the rest of
तो
it.
लो था मिस।
Lovely round, lovely read from S8UL.
Where are you?
And it is
Where
out
are
to
you?
Spartans. that you're not
उनके
really
4 लोग
finding out
हाफ शील्ड्स में है, तो
lightning fast,
Miz
but
might-
the amount of times this guy has
समझ रहे हो?
died, because it has been
बहुत हेल्पफुल हो सकता है मिस का आउटलॉ.
And he has died 5 times.
exactly like that's
Once in 3.
once in 3. Quick maths, my man. High five for you. But miss this time
यही
around.
मैं बोल रहा था. बॉडी
That's the
शॉट भी
same
मस्त
thing that was being done to their team Cypher by Damara, with just a budget operator.
I don't know why, but I prefer the outlaw more than the operator. I have a very soft corner for this weapon. The operator, it is so expensive, like 4,700 threads. It's like buying something you cannot afford, but it's a luxury. But when you see an outlaw, it's such a necessity in these rounds. Cause just look at this. Perfect. Just he can just keep on re-swinging. He have to survive though his gate dash expired, so he cannot do much. But he has done his part, and but Russ, he gets a double of his own now. A 3v1 remains, but King Kappa. Man is using the Guardian like an operator, to be honest, with the one tapping all around.
Nice.
And S8UL, they convert an unwinnable round.
Yeah, I mean, I was not really expecting them to win this one, considering how their weaponries were lost in the previous one.
Nice, nice, nice.
And that has forced VLT to take this time out. Now, this was the trust displayed by Hellranger onto his lads early on. That's why he took that those two timeouts. He knew that his team would be able to make that comeback in the second half, regardless
अभी
of losing
LF
the
का
pistol
अल्ट
as
भी
well.
है.
And that would force
साइफर
at least one
मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना,
win.
अभी
Now
थोड़ा
he can
दिक्कत
talk
हो
to his
सकता
own
है.
lads and
2
make
सेंटिनल है
decisions
ब्रो.
as to what their game plan would be for the upcoming rounds. But they don't really just have to do that, also have to adjust to what VLT will now try to pull off, because we've known them to go in for some of those set plays as soon as the timeout ends.
Yes, but now I'm not sure what actually the call will be on the side of Velocity, because the type of composition that S8UL are running, it is a very defense-oriented composition, because it is a Cypher with a deadlock. You cannot rush them down. You have to take control, and whenever you are going to take control, you are going to face an outlaw or the operator, one weapon or the other, in every other round. So taking the operator down is the concern of the initiators at the first place, and on top of it, it is Russ who's gonna set Damara up with those flashes, because without that, it is not gonna happen. And now, just look at Miz running it down, takes the player out, a good recon, the spam left, right, center. Madeline is able to get a frag on Techno, but does not matter, because what they planned had worked out for sure.
We want to see that one extra weaponry as well being brought back to their own safety grounds.
Portal closed.
The enemy don't really pick that up. A bit mess up from Damara on that dash, but Hoax is there. Capitalize on the back of it. It's comfortable round conversion for S8UL. They're going to continue out forward for this one round two. Dropping down that outlaw, knowing that there's absolutely no use for the weapon in this one now. There's all full shields on the other side, and almost a full house in terms of the ultimates as well, just 2 away from the Blade Storm.
Oh yes, and similar can be said for S8UL as well.
मिस का ऑफ लगाया है.
Away from King Kappa and Hook
मिड ऑफ
ultimate.
कर रहा है. Okay.
So the ultimate
देख भी
progression
सही जगह ही रहा है वो.
definitely at the right spot, but now Eskerosi doing the very direct Cypher plays, takes the beam in control all by himself, but not for long. A shock dart come into the play, will break it down, so nothing to worry about. And Miz, as we mentioned earlier, last round it was an outlaw, the follow-up round is an operator.
He's also got the dimensional drift ready up.
मेन तो कोई नहीं है. मेन का कंट्रोल इजी ले सकता है
He's
LF.
got up in any precarious spot. Bit of a deep one-way being sent out. Rather a normally long smoke. Now here's the thing. That one smoke creates a question mark in the wine if there could be someone out there. There's just 2 people to try and answer that. A couple of sonic sensors as well to help them out. Spotted out SK Rossi. The pings on the map actually display that. So they will hold that one angle down and will make sure he does not cross. That gives a bit of a help to the members who are all the way playing up in A heaven.
A high flash, King Cup on the back line, Techno, one frag, trade left, right.
Nice
It is still a
one.
3v3, but Techno EDSing to the head of Lightning Fast. And the attacking side is not looking as fluent as everybody thought about Madeline. He
2v2.
takes one back, make the scoreline a 2v2 piece. But now the thing is, Spike needs to be planted in the next 15 seconds. And Russ, he's ready to go for it.
There's annihilation.
Flash,
10 seconds left.
He's gonna send
baiting
it
it
out.
out.
Nothing there.
He missed it again.
Oh my god. His catch ratio has absolutely been zero. Hopefully he does not throw any of those Pokeballs out there as
अबे
Madeline and
भाई।
Russell blows it out.
मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा अल्ट कैसे मिस हो रहा है।
VLT will move on
How
to
the-
11, now just one round away from the map point.
Oh, this is not done.
कैसे अल्ट मिस हो रहा
Look
है?
at the POV from Russ. He was so concerned about the annihilation. The reason he threw a flash without a swing was just to throw off Helef. And Helef was not being completely blinded by that flash. He just turned it around at the right time. And then the tap and just baiting it out. The annihilation could have changed the course of action, but not this time. Velocity secures 11th. And now Damara on the attacking side, he has his outlaw, which
आपका कुछ वैल्यू ही नहीं
should
निकला।
have around 80% chances of success.
It's an oddly specific percentage that you've just sent out there. Another Hunter's
The
Fury.
4 players are Hano Shield.
Yeah, there's a ping out there, and is King Kappa in unison on the back of that Hunter's Fury. Just able to hunt all of them down as the neural theft goes out for the information as well. A big play by King Kappa, to be honest. That eventually resulted in this domino effect of multiple frags for S8UL. That individual win out of B main. As far as this man has been kept quiet on this entire map, now he's finally starting to roar.
बोल नहीं सकते भाई 1v4 कर दिया तो।
Fall letting pass. Cannot do much against King Kappa again. He gets a double, but also at the same time, you have to keep in mind what Hoax and Miz did simultaneously. That flash on the top, paired up with the Hunter's Fury. Both the things combined just disrupted the entirety of velocity in the mid, and they were scattered all across, with just Miz running around with the rifle on their faces. A very well orchestrated round, a very well won round from S8UL. Velocity's economy, just look at it in shambles.
Get out of
Bit
my
more
way.
back and forth for the past 3 rounds as compared to the rounds before that. Miz last time was taken off from this very angle, flushed out by the null command. Right now, it's not going to be checked out here. Hunter's Fury on the other end though, and Madeline will do the job. That was eventually started by Damara. Second catch on to King Kappa. Could not move away, and Miz had to go big. Absolutely delivered.
उन पे गन है, दिक्कत ही है।
Spike
Still,
planted.
a 2v2 is that remains, and Techno just waiting for time. An off angle anticipated, takes Russ down, and Russ is not having the best game right now, especially in the gun game. He's struggling to make it to double digits, and Madeline, the import, he has to go big right now. He has a recon ball if he needs to, but he
Nice
just
one,
goes
Alep.
in dry, and Helef is always ready.
Thank you.
9-11 the scoreline. S8UL, they are getting closer to equalize the numbers.
You want to see, hell, do you really want to build up on another annihilation? I mean, Techno with the from the shadows was actually pretty.
वहाँ पे साइफर ना,
well, which helped him
ये
out.
लोग अच्छा से मतलब इसका पोजी तो पता ही नहीं चला।
Saying,
वो अच्छा सेटअप था, लेकिन उसके बाद जो साइफर मर गया अल्ट में, वो थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया, क्लोज कॉल हो गया।
specifically that one position and play of Miz though, the amount of patience this lad displayed, so very crucial for those double frags. Otherwise, this could have been a very different round. Now they're ready to push out mid.
No escape.
And Spartans, if I'm not wrong, this is one of the similar plays that they made yesterday against one of the teams on the map of Ascent 2. Right now, Damara is going to push all the way up front though. Paranoia on the face of Helef. He's blinded as a bat out there. Can't do a damn thing. As VLT, the barrage of shots landed right on the dome. The Odin is only good for one.
Fast execute.
Match point.
I love it from Velocity. They were like, yeah, we are giving too much respect. You know what, guys? Swing. Let's rush it down. And that entirety of the collar, typical updraft dash to the switch. That play has been working wonders for so many teams, but not against a Euro deadlock combination when you have to face a deadlock and a cypher on the either side. But this time around, the read was
वो
good,
flash
the
हो
flash was
गया.
good, and the fragging power was even better.
Yeah.
They are onto the map point in the best of 5. LF, this time he's making a play down mid. And it's Kirossi. He's aware of it.
They found my anticipation. On the back of it now, Miss though still catches the first one. That's Madeline out of the picture. Oh my god, lightning fast. Lightning fast. Yeah, knife him. No, absolutely not happening.
Attacker spawn.
Miss still catches one more on Rust though, so the numbers advantage are in the hands of S8UL, and they've also got the spike control. That's gonna be big. All they need to do is make sure that Golu does not cause a lot of trouble out there, and for that, they've sent out Hooks in mid. Such a scrappy round this is though, but SK Rossi can't really land in the shot. Golu picks up the spike all the way towards the A side now and should have an idea of where the rest of the players are. Can he do it again?
A 1v4 that remains for the Lightning Fast, one of the finest controllers in the South Asian circuit. He has big responsibility on his shoulder right now. He's going to clear the flank angle, but loses the first duel himself. Miz expecting that kind of play. Miz takes him down.
कोटी लेके जा तो
Will they
सकते हैं
survive
बे.
for one more round?
Cause
Velocity have 3 strikes remaining.
सोवा का
They
उल्टा.
lose the first.
सोवा का उल्टा करवा रहे हैं ये लोग.
2 more rounds. Can
उनका अल्ट तो
SAT
दूर है
do
हर
it
किसी का. बस रस के अल्ट पे जो वो लोग अगर खेल दिए तो एक राउंड खेल देंगे.
against Revenant
इनका
X
2
Spark?
है हेलेफ और सो होक्स.
Once
लेकिन
it's
दोनों के
split
2-2
two,
पॉइंट दूर है बे.
they sent it to a 16-14
They need
overtime.
one
They
round.
were on the receiving end.
And they only
in
the
split.
opponent also need one round to win.
In their upper bracket match.
ये वाला राउंड जीत गए ना तो नेक्स्ट राउंड तो जीतेंगे.
They
एक और
first
दोनों का
reached
अल्ट आ
the round
जाएगा.
number 12, but eventually RTX pushed up
भाई
to an
इसमें भी
OMEN,
देखो
and it
देखो
was a
देखो वो देखो.
16-14, but this time the result was different. It was S8UL who closed it out. Can they push forward against VLT?
ओ उनका रीड आ गया. उनको पता है.
This is very, very interesting.
देखो
right now
आप.
because S8UL, they know that they are on the brink of a loss. Why not just make the play they think is optimal? And this time around, they have pushed the mid top all by themselves. They have cleared 50% of the map, and now with the B split coming into the play, the 2 players are tucked backside. Russ, he has been tagged, but King Kappa, he needs to make a big ballsy play right now. But again, King Kappa, he's standing there. He's standing his ground. He gets the frag. One more pick is needed, but Hooks is dealt with by Damara. He turns left and right, takes both the anchors down, but Miz is there to the party. He's a little late though when Damara does not welcome latecomers.
टेक्नो का थोड़ा.
Techno, he remains in a 1v2. Russ and Damara, the last 2 players, and Techno, the position has been given away. He has the utility kit if he needs to. But Russ, he's prepping a flash. An underhand peek, he has been spotted. Things are not looking good, but he has a paranoia with a shouted step to make this play. But Techno, he's not using that. He's just swinging it wide. He gets the pick, but Damara with the quadra takes Velocity to the victory. 13-10 is what they needed. And it
एसेंट
is
वाला मैप जीतना चाहिए था.
delivered
उनका
perfectly.
डबल सेंटिनल कॉम्प बहुत अच्छा है.
Another map closed.
Phenomenal performance from their side, stealing away the opponent's map pick as well. That is a big statement. The question is, can S8UL bounce back on the map of Sunset? Because this is not what they were expecting on this map. So very close. We were so much hoping for another OT Spartas. I genuinely wanted to see them push through. But unfortunately, that was not the case. VLT, too big of a giant. We eventually closed this one out though. Over towards the end, there were some moments when we saw S8UL starting to take that flow in their favor, right? They were trying to control that map, but eventually it was VLT to close.
थोड़ा जल्दी आते ना. 3 पीछे से दिखते,
That
तीनों
is
को
true,
खा
because
देते.
again, this time around, it is all coming down to the heroics at the very end. Because Damara, he needed a quadra to make things happen, and the timing that he was catching onto the players was just perfect. He got good trades, he got the perfect timing on Miz, because he was a little late. And then every second other, it was just some crazy plays from either SK Rossi or Lighting Fast, making sure that the heroes step up all one by one in every round they needed.
Time as well. Some major step-ups coming in from almost all the players.
हम्म,
on the rounds, lightning fast with the ace.
वो एस
With the 4K as well.
लाइटनिंग फास्ट वाला एस एक राउंड चुप गया ना, मैं बोल रहा था ना.
Always been on point with that.
अभी अगर वो होता तो 5-7 हाफ होता, यहाँ पे 11-12 होता. और
Really, it's their bookish plays that they have, Spartas, but
यही
it's
देखो ये
also
वाला राउंड
their
हो गया ना,
individual
सीन हो
plays
गया ना ये
that
राउंड के लिए. हैं?
do not, or rather you can't count it out. No matter how much you try to prep, you can't really prep against an ace of lightning fast like that. That just comes in when your internal clock kicks in at the perfect.
संकेत भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम.
Really, have to now let it go, brush it off.
वेलकम वेलकम संकेत भाई, क्या हाल है, कैसे हो?
This next map is
Yes,
either way is
you-
going to be an even more difficult one, an uphill battle on the map of Sunset, because that has been a pretty decent map for VLT as compared to S8UL.
ये वाला भी जब यहाँ पे फ्लैश दिया तो वहाँ पे हेलेफ को पीक लेना चाहिए था.
I really thought that will go a lot closer.
वो पिस्टल भी चले जाता अपने हाथ तो
But
हो
at
जाता ये
the
राउंड
end, man,
मैच.
if you cut down the heroics somehow, if you just get some better duels on your end.
मिज और कापा ने तो अपना काम किया.
But again,
हेलेफ का वो 2 अल्ट कैसे नहीं लगा भाई? चल पहला समझ में, दूसरा वाला कैसे नहीं लगा भाई? मेरे को तो एकदम नहीं समझा भाई. वो राउंड भी अपना होता अगर, कितना राउंड अपना हो जाता बे पूरा.
pretty much a difficult
बैड
way to
लक
work
बोल
for
सकते
S8UL
हो
right from here.
या
Because losing the map on
डेस्टिन्ड
the
टू
same
लूज दिस
will
मैच,
just
पता नहीं.
give them a bit more pressure on the first side. But if you talk about the pressure, this guy was dealing it all phenomenally well. 21 frags on that OMEN.
What? That's not even what I really want to focus on. My fact is, no first kills. That is a perfect start to have on a controller. You don't want to peak first, you don't want to die first in any of those battles, and he was always surviving for the team. With an almost 40% headshot ratio. Phenomenal performance from Lightning Fast. This is like one of the best controller performance that we have actually seen.
That is very true. It is incredible from his side. I just want to see the overall numbers he had, but oh, just look at the stat. Number of round converted is exactly opposite of what your opponent has done. 13 first bloods for S8UL, 10 rounds. 10 first bloods for Velocity, 13 rounds. So the mid-round conversion is what S8UL is suffering right now. They had good openings in majority of the rounds, but not able to convert them.
Has been a bit of a struggle for them, and if that does not fix up, or rather if they do not fix that up, even on the next map they're going to be facing almost the similar problems, because the map of Sunset, it depends a lot onto your mid rounding and how well you're able to work around your map and also take control of those avenues. One man who was always taking control of almost all the other avenues was Miz. Highest performance out there. The first two performers, Miz and Techno Spartas, have performed better than the entire team of VLT, barring Lightning Fast also. Well, the rest of the players, again, that's where you could see the struggles were. I don't even see this to be an issue of the firepower. They were having a good amount of firepower for their side. It just came down to those ideas and how VLT were able to clutch up those crucial rounds.
And that's the thing, like clutch up those crucial rounds being the key phase right now, I would say, because in a sequence when you are down 2v4, you are not supposed to give away that round, but S8UL, they were not able to capitalize on the number advantage they had. So this is something which they need to keep in mind, because this is the best of 5 series. This is just the first map they have lost. There is still a big road to make a comeback. There is still a big road for Velocity to get the split 3 title. But will they do it in style with a 3-2-0, or will S8UL strike back? We'll find that out right after the very short break.
Here we go! What's this?
Hold up. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Take a I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a
एक second.
stage.
Everyone is ready for another banger series, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a newcomer out here back again after a short break. Shadow, back on the desk. 1-0 series already in this grand finals, and it is VLT who got the advantage.
Well, that was bound to happen. We knew Velocity is going to come really strong, especially what happened in the Split 2 Grand Finals. I'm sure after that, that was bound to happen. They are going to compensate. But that was a map victory on the map pick of S8UL itself. And S8UL was really struggling in the attacking half, Scared.
That's the most important part. The map of S8UL being stolen away by VLT. Now let's take a step back. Let's hold our horses down and look at the circuit points, because these are the updated circuit points for these teams. Ladies and gentlemen, we all are watching Revenant X-Park up all the way on top, followed by .exe. Then comes GAE
आप मेरे को ये बात बताओ.
Now the only reason VLT and S8UL are not there is because their match is still going on. So they will take those steps up. GE Academy and Reckoning Esports will be moved down on that ranking. So we technically have all 4 of our teams already for the Ascension qualifiers. Revenant X-Park, .exe Esports, Velocity Gaming and S8UL. A phenomenal performance from all of these teams though, but we've still got to hold our horses down out here, Shadow, a bit, right? Because we will see Velocity Gaming move up. But as for S8UL now, they really need some... I think so they've already made their way too, but you really want to end your split 3 on a very good note, right? Before
समझा नहीं ये ऐसे पॉइंट्स क्यों बना रहे हो अगर तुम अपडेट ही नहीं कर रहे हो तो.
Actually wins against the players of Velocity Gaming. They'll get additional 135 points, and maybe they can topple over so many other teams and come on the second spot. So many possibilities are also there. It's also about the ranking for which the players of S8UL Esports are fighting for. Velocity Gaming, even if they come on the second spot, they are for sure qualifying for the Ascension qualifiers. But let's see which team is going to lift the trophy for Split 3 itself, because VLT, they missed in the Split 2. I'm sure they are fighting with tooth and nail in Split 3 for the trophy itself.
Absolutely are, because considering how Helef and Techno and all of these lads have always been just one step away of a trophy. You really want to try and capture this one though, but we're having a look at the map video one more time.
Sunset.
It's the map of Sunset. That will be up next. A map pick of VLT, where we did see Reckoning perform really good against them and eventually steal that one away. So I would not be surprised if S8UL tries to pull something similar off as well. While if we move on to, once we move on to the map of Icebox, that again seems like an S8UL territory. They have picked that up over any other map. So I'm really expecting them to have some kind of game plan on that one. But as we're already having a look at Sunset,
ये वाला जितना पड़ेगा cause Heaven थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा S8UL के लिए.
What they are looking to pick up. You know for a fact that it's going to be those ciphers up in the mix as well. VLT have played this matchup previously against Reckoning Esports. So maybe they're going to try and go revolve back onto the same composition that they've always loved to play. Maybe we're going to see some new Sages being introduced as well, Shadow. I'd really be surprised if they try and go for something like that. But nah, it's always going to be the same old meta.
Exactly. VLT, Velocity Gaming, not trying to go for any sort of an experimentation. Once again, sticking with the age-old composition, that is the double initiator, Sova, Breach Comp with the Neon in the mix, and OMEN Cypher for the lurk. And S8UL itself is also going for a same composition, a Breach, Sova, OMEN, Neon, and Cypher. A mirror comp coming in from the side of S8UL, but statistically speaking, Velocity has got better stats on the map of Sunset as compared to S8UL Esports.
Bit more better out there, because S8UL have not really played this map at all. It's going to be an entirely new territory for them. But boy, oh boy, I'm down for surprises as well. While we talk about VLT, hit this composition a couple of times, won both the times on this one specific comp though. So it's going to be an entirely new storyline for their side. Already having an advantage out there on the first map. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second map. It is Sunset, and it is the grand finals of Split 3. VLT are having a lead 1-0, and S8UL are trailing behind. Let's see if they can equalize.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, S8UL. Let's go.
They have to. The previous matchup was a really close one, but this time Velocity going for a fast execute towards the B side. They need to be a bit cautious of the tripwires towards the mark. Here the fault line, the paranoia goes there. The first wave of neutral is there. Tripwire already being dealt with. The smokes are there. On the back of it, they can easily go for the plant. And seems like S8UL, they want to play on the complete retake. They've got the entire util saved up for the retake. So could be possible. It's all about getting the timing on the utils, on the frag as well. The paranoia goes in. Miss. Let's see if he can get one. Yes, he certainly does. But the Mara also gets one. But S8UL King Kappa, head native. And Lightning Fast, back and forth trades going on. And Lightning Fast, in a 1v2 situation, still possible for him. But he has got a classic in his hand. That's the main problem. Right click should be there. Gets one, gets second as well. A 4K for Lightning Fast. And the pistol goes in the favor of Velocity Gaming.
My question is, how many times will he ruin the party of S8UL? An ace in the previous one and a 4K in this pistol. This guy has decided to turn into a god in this series, and he's always landing those shots. Crosshair, picture perfect. And now he's also invested into a rifle Shadow, and this is a full shield, full utility Omen. It's not a half shield. So he's gonna be one of the key players in this round.
ले भाई, तुम लोगों ने देखा क्या हुआ? जहाँ पे शॉक डार्ट डालना चाहिए था वो इसके लिए वो रिवील वाला चले गया. ये थोड़ा सा फकअप तो हुआ है.
But a relay board on the back of it, Miz gets the Mara. The Mara, you can't afford such mistakes. King Kappa gets the timing onto Lightning Fast. Russ and Rossi still trying to equalize the numbers. As Rossi gets the third one as well onto King Kappa. Only 2 players remaining from the side of S8UL Esports. Make it one. And
Vandal
Maiden
उठा लो.
will deal with the last player. The second round goes in the favor of Velocity Gaming. But the Mara, you need to stop the W Gaming. You need to find a break on your aggression sometimes.
I don't think so he's gonna do that as long as his team is following him up. That is the style of Tamara. That is his way of Valorant. Constantly pushing it out forward, taking that space, and with that Bucky, pretty sure he'll be trying to do the same right now. And a widespread setup this time around. A bit of a change in the Cypher trips as well. Sending one down mid, other one down towards the B. It's a technically 4 players stacked towards the A side, and VLT have decided to WK Gaming over towards the B. They've got the market control as well, almost technically for free.
Yeah, that control was already given up, but they need to be a bit cautious of the lurk plays because 3 players are lurking from the mid, and the Mara has already been aware. Maitland and the Mara gets both the frags. Maitland gets a third one as well. Seems like a done and dusted case, but wait a second. Techno gets one. Hawks also gets a 1 onto SK Rossi. The market control re-established. Techno gets Lightning Fast on 3K for him. Russ being the last player, can't do much. And the buy round goes in the favor of S8UL Esports. A much needed buy round.
2v4 हुआ.
Still lost 3 rifles out there.
2v5 actually. टेक्नो भी पहला मारा था.
A little bit troublesome
3K.
for this one.
2 hooks.
Still, very diligent round. They were able to construct back together after losing it early on though. And that was a very quick retake as well. You would normally wait for the spike to go down and then start to re-clear those spaces, but S8UL quickly followed up. Techno with the paranoia as well was able to hold down Damara. And in those back and forth trades, we did see them come out on top, but fast push this time around, the relay board has halted it.
And the back of it, Miz also gets one onto the Mara at Lightning Fast, and Russ also goes down by the hands of King Kappa. Seems like the second round should be on the way for the players of S8UL Esports. The aggression which Velocity is bringing in. This time again, not really going in their favor, unless and until Maitland or SK Rossi pulls something off, but Miz says no to everything as he takes down SK Rossi also to the judge. And even the last player, Maitland, also goes down in the hands of Techno. An equalizer has been established by S8UL Esports, and this time they lost only King Kappa.
A big one indeed. Miz on the back of that relay board was able to insert him towards the orb at B. And then spam it down with the support of King Kappa through the smoke. That cage was absolutely crucial. And then you just try to challenge the judge in close corners. That's not really going to cut it, does it? 5 years of Valorant right now, and we are seeing the pinnacle of South Asian Halo Esports. Going every now and then. And Miz is one of the
2 बुलेट लगा कि 1 बुलेट में को वही देखना. I guess 2 बुलेट पहला वाला.
Miz was just waiting for the players of Velocity Gaming. He knew the players are going to go all the way towards B main, and he was just ready with that outlaw. Shock Dart to deal with the tripwires outside B main. The owl drone goes in to get the information onto the side. But the thing is, S8UL, they want to play on the retake on this particular side. Should be an easy plan. The Dark Cover goes in all the way towards Bolba. So that means King Kappa has got no vision. But Damara, respect the smoke, respect the smoke. Eskerosi going for the plant, but seems like they are actually going to push the smoke. A good relay bolt.
Nice one.
S8UL Esports, let's see. Nothing has been given away yet. The fault line also goes in. I like the utility usage which is coming from the side of S8UL Esports as well. But Eskerosi gets one onto King Kappa. They know exactly where the players of S8UL are. Missed with that outlook. It's Eskerosi. A 4v3 retake. The numbers advantage still maintained by S8UL Esports. But back and forth trades are coming in. The overdrive is still there, but seems like it's not required.
मारा भी तो miss को.
Takes only miss, but Hawks will deal with him. Easier diffuser. A third one for S8UL Esports.
Fast one, pacey retake yet again this time around though. Plant was given out to VLT as they were able to take the space. But they could not really push it over towards the bubble. Always on the back. That one control that S8UL maintained was crucial, and then they took the space towards market. Every single player from VLT was very claustrophobic, clubbed up around that plant. Now, since you mentioned in the previous round itself that there were a lot of ultimates up in their hands, they can potentially utilize that. S8UL as well, just one away from their Hunter's Fury. This could eventually change things up if Hoax decides to. Maybe get one down and then in a bit for the back for the team. You see one, and that is Madeline. That is a big thing because Lightning Fast was up in that one-way smoke. Able to surprise miss down, and that's the overdrive out of this round.
I know exactly where you
One of the major win condition for the players of S8UL.
इधर ही जाएंगे.
Damara has still got the
3 player है फिर भी.
And the Hunter's Fury is also there. Neural Theft being invested. All the information which they need is already there. Relay Bolt goes in, pushes LF back into the site. But the main question is how they're going to execute the site. It's a stag up, and Damara goes aggressive. This is how they will execute the site, by taking down all the site anchors. But Techno is still there. Gets a timing onto Damara. 2 players right in front of him. Gets one onto Raz and Madeline. Techno, what are you doing, man? A 3k already. And only 2 players remaining from the side of BLT. A 2v2 situation now.
Scene 1. Rossi answers back on the other side though, and it's Lightning Fast to save the day.
Nice try, Techno.
A slight pause in the round to disrupt the flow. Techno was in, and S8UL eventually crumbled down under that. Another round by Rossi Lightning duo. We saw that happen in the previous map, and they are continuing on the exact same pace. Holy smokes, my god. The first one was absolutely outrageous.
अच्छा मारा
They
Techno
blew
पे.
that shooting error. That accuracy was no. I don't see that happening.
Oh.
Neither does Damara.
Scrappy buy from the side of S8UL. But the silver lining is Miz has got the overdrive. Here we go. See if he can do something with that overdrive. And Damara gets 2 of the plus of S8UL Esports, and Miz gets 1 good for only 1 Hawks. But the Sheriff gets a timing onto Damara. But seems like Damara already did his job.
One enemy
Situation.
Ah.
Yes, Eskerosi also deals with Hawks. It's only King Kappa, and seems like Velocity Gaming has finally found a way to deal with the defense of S8UL Esports once again. Back in the lead, and mind you, Scared, they still have got the overdrive.
I don't think so. They'd really need to, or they'd really find a time to use that now. Miss that used up in the previous round. Hold on though. So VLT now, since they've got the advantage, will send a judge in the hands of Damara. Hunter's Fury up as well for the grab though. They do not look like in a position to utilize that off the bat. Finally want to tone down the pace a bit after so many fast rounds back and forth. Ready to scale up on the other part of the map, and finally we've got some time to discuss about what King Kappa has been doing with his own setups now. This one tripwire in mid should be dealt with. Hold
Nice
on.
one.
They didn't break it. LF found a freebie. And there's the Rolling Thunder on the other side. A welcome gift for Hoax. Miss as well will be able to catch one. Nothing could have prepared VLT for what happened there.
Exactly. They just wanted to use that overdrive, and after that judge in the hands of the Mara, that was a win condition. They were relying on that. But the moment the Mara got taken down, it was easy frags coming in.
चलो
Even
स्कर्ट
with
तो
the
एटलीस्ट
S8UL's
कुछ
plan.
हुआ नहीं उस स्कर्ट में. नाइस वन.
Velocity Gaming,
होप स्कर्ट है
a
अभी.
scrappy buy from their side as well.
उनका 2 अल्ट है भाई मेन.
Good round conversion.
मैडलिन का और
Coming in from the
रस
side
का.
of LF, change the entire course of the round in the favor of S8UL Esports. And Techno, this guy has been fantastic. He's already top fragging 9 and 4. In fact, both the Omens are top fragging. Even Lightning Fast also doing a wonderful job. Once again, the paranoia
Oh my
play
god.
coming in.
How the heck? He still manages to get one while concussed up, stunned up. That should not have been allowed though, but as the dust settles, sends it down to a 2v4 and an opener for Miz.
Spike planted.
Slowly trying to deposit in his team's favor. King Kappa is the first one to tagged up,
Player
revealed up,
standing.
known up, lightning fast surprises him for a peek on the other side. That seals the round.
It certainly does. Miz, unless and until he pulls off some heroics. But is there enough time that he can do a 1v3 and go for the defuse? Nah, that's why he's going for the save. And considering not enough credits also in the account, I think that's the best choice for Miz to go for the save. And once again, Velocity Gaming back in the lead. And you were mentioning the fact that S8UL Esports, they haven't played the map of Sunset at all in the entire 3 splits. Maybe that's the reason they were actually preparing for the last moment, for the main day. Because the thing is, when you haven't played any map at all, there is nothing to read on. Velocity had nothing to read on to the plus of S8UL Esports on the map of Sunset. Where else, for the plus of S8UL Esports, there are enough number of games which Velocity has played on Sunset to have a counter prepared.
Always ready with something or the other, but now since it's been going a bit more back and forth, Hill Ranger decides to pop in on the brakes. Wants to talk to his lads a bit, try and fix a few issues that they have been encountering. And again, it probably falls down to the same fact where they've been giving a lot of space away. I like how VLT are maneuvering around the map fast, very fast. Constantly either taking the A main control or pushing outside of the mid. There's been a question mark every single time. But I still have to say, you know, S8UL have been dealing with that pretty well, as I would normally see. 5-4. We know Sunset to be a map where you struggle a lot in the defense, and they're still going toe-to-toe with the other side, and that too when it's VLT's map pick. Man, I'm actually surprised.
Even I am. I like the quick adjustments which are coming in from the side of S8UL Esports, because let's be honest, Velocity Gaming, yes, their attacking half is really strong on this map, but quick adaptations are also coming in from S8UL Esports, the way they are changing their defense. Once again, going for that mid-tiles control, Velocity Gaming, but they need to be careful of those lurk plays. But the fire is going to give all the information to the players of Velocity Gaming. I like the tripwire, but no. VLT once again going back towards the E main. One-way smoke is already there. But it's not just one, but 3 players from the side of S8UL Esports who are just waiting behind that smoke. Velocity has to be very cautious and careful. But the aggressive Damara gets one, and Rossi also gets one onto Techno. 2v2 trades have already been made, but the Hunter's Fury is still there from the side of Hawks, which can be used in this particular one. And King Kappa's neural theft just 1 point away. If he gets the timing onto either of those players, but seems like he won't. Lightning Fast shuts him down, but Hawks, he gets 2, a 1v2, and suddenly the tables have turned. S8UL Esports, they have the numbers advantage now.
Flipped entirely on its head, as you mentioned. It's down to a 1v2, and they know absolutely where Madeline was. No chance for this Yakuza boss to run away this time. And as soon as the timeout is over, that's the first round. And that too at
कापा का भी अल्ट आ गया.
I have to say,
उनका टाइम आउट है.
Now as VLT decide to pump the brakes, they're like, all right, we've had enough. Can't really let them soar through like that. They're just gonna hold it down for a second. Because if you really look at VLT's perspective too, Shadow, they haven't really been winning consecutively. Even they have been going in back and forth against S8UL, so that's a very quick adaptation.
Yeah, back and forth rounds. So definitely this map of Sunset is going to be very close. I would be surprised if it goes into an overtime the way this entire first half has panned out. And that also brings up the question, what do you think should or will be the scoreline on this particular map? I'm not asking who is winning, I'm just asking you to predict the scoreline.
It is a very difficult question. I don't know, man. Considering how close these two teams are, maybe a 13-10 is what I'm getting. 13-10 or 13-11. I'm hoping for it to be that close, because we have known S8UL to be pretty decent on those attacking sides as well. It's not the best out there, but it is very decent. Sometimes even good. Missed though. Watch push all the way up front. They have not checked anyone. And that's a super solid set play. They absolutely destroy VLT. And that was out of their own timeout.
Right there.
I क्या
They were not
read.
ready for this. That reveal, first of all, on the back of it, the Hunter's Fury coming in, the aggressive mid push out coming from the side of S8UL Esports, completely annihilated the 3 players of Velocity Gaming, and now they're left with only 2 players. And look at the way S8UL Techno is just waiting for them. Madeline gets Hilith, but Techno gets one onto Lightning Fast. But Madeline is now down to 45 HP and should be an easy round now for the players of S8UL Esports. But yes, the timeout itself didn't work for the players of Velocity Gaming at all. It's just 2 players, high-low setup, he gets one, gets traded off, and the 6th round goes in the favor of S8UL Esports.
Last round in the half.
7-5 or a 6-6. What do you think?
I mean, I'm gonna call it for a 6-6. The economy is there as well. Still a
Alt
couple of
इनका.
players they can eventually use up.
पापा का.
What a nasty setup round. Again, Miz pushing up so far forward and no one checking him. That was surprising for me. Damara just kept on running away, did not turn around, and then same goes with the rest of the players too. Yeah, that was surprising out there though, but explosive start yet again, this time towards the B main. Miz
Oh.
wants to take us. This is the adaptation that we were talking about, Shadow. I mentioned that S8UL were not taking map aggressively. This time they've started to do that, and now Techno stunned
Ish.
up.
I know exactly.
Wanted to catch a timing on Damara, could not really do that.
डमारा वहां तक
Take us
कैसे
there.
पहुंचा?
On the back of it, Lightning Fast also gets 2 onto the players of S8UL Esports, and like you said, an equalizer
हैं?
is on the way. As if only 2 players
कैसे
remaining
पहुंचा
for the side of
डमारा?
S8UL Esports, Helef and King Kappa, but Helef gets his Rossi. Big opening frag. And they also need to be a bit cautious of the time, but Waylin also deals with King Kappa. Helef, last man standing with 56 HP. He gets Madeline, but still it's a 1v3. The aftershock goes into his market, and Russ swings out and deals with Helef as well. 6-6 swap in the first half. My prediction says, kid, it is going to be an overtime.
I hate waiting.
I don't really want to counteract on that, because that is how this map seems to be. Constant back and forth.
One enemy remaining.
And an absolute treat for everyone. Really looking down for it now, because this pistol will now decide who will have the advantage and who can eventually build upon this snowball. And S8UL looks like they all want to rush down towards the B, constantly picking out those spots where normally VLT likes to play on, so they have done their homework. I like that idea. Camera again to check out if there's any aggressive player playing out there, so this smoke from Lightning Fast is not going to help him out. Still has got Damara to support him from market now. Paranoia, and the trap is sprung.
Yeah, The trap is there, but seems like Lightning Fast gets one onto Miz. Every single time, this guy is the hero of pistol round. This time also gets two, but Hawks and Helef also answers back by getting two onto the players of Velocity Gaming. A 3v3 situation, but the HP advantage is still with the players of Velocity Gaming, as Techno and Hawks down to 47 and 22 HP respectively. Not much util, just a single shock dart is what Hawks has. But on the other side, Velocity Gaming, Ras has got the fourth line already used.
There's the return one. Try and hold that push down. It's a combined HP of 69, which has now been reduced to just 47 of that one guy. Shot landed on the head. LF needs to go big. He needs to go bonkers as Techno is doing every damn thing he can. And LF will deliver. Steals up that pistol round for the team and now puts them in an advantageous position.
7-6.
उफ भाई जो लाइटनिंग फास्ट ने 3K निकाला ना
Scared. I think you'll
गोटे
agree
मुंह में
with
थे
me.
भाई
Lightning Fast is always the
नहीं
hero
2K
of this
निकाला
pistol
3K
round.
नहीं
He always gets multiple frags. This time also, in the first pistol round, it was a quadra which he got, and this time a 2K for him. Seems like the team is definitely relying a lot onto Lightning Fast for those pistol conversions.
It's more like, everyone else, they kind of struggle on that pistol round, while Lightning Fast is the man who makes the opponent struggle in the pistol round.
He certainly is. But just look at that. A gamble stacked towards B.
And that
A?
That is where the hit is also going, Shadow. It's all the 5
no.
players, so it's 9 out of the 10 players in this lobby towards one part of the map, and that's not even 1/3 of the map. It's probably 1/4.
Oh no. That's where the classic pistols shine the most in the close range. The round can go either ways.
Far away. Lovely shot. Miz, absolutely perfect with that judge.
Player stands.
He's able to close out that gap, and now it's all down to SK Rossi.
Seems like a done and
Spike
dusted round
planted.
for the Plus Velocity Gaming. It's just that how much damage SK Rossi can do economically towards the side of S8UL Esports, so that
Hello.
the bonus doesn't look that comfortable. But a good round
Okay, एक
conversion,
second.
especially the angle which Miz was holding. The Mara and the boys didn't anticipate Miz to be in that corner. And that's the reason they both were eliminated pretty easily. Now, in Kappa knows exactly where SK Rossi is. But seems like he wants to deny that or point to the players of S8UL Esports and would want to go down by the spike. But the location has been revealed thanks to that recon bolt. SK Rossi trying his level best to deny that or point. And now, finally, mission accomplished. He won't give the off point to the players of S8UL Esports, but yes, the round definitely goes in the favor of S8UL. 8-6, a double up lead.
And the bonus will also look very healthy for them. 2 Bulldogs, a Vandal, invest into 1 more just because they do have the amount in their account, especially Techno. While the rest of the players as well. Other Miz can play with that judge. He's playing the Neon. Maybe do one better than what Damara has been trying to do to them. Default is going to change a bit now. A 1-2-2 spread. Maybe just a fake now that they're trying to take fast A hit. VLT are not buying that. Take flight. Just one trip all the way towards the left. Should get the information as well. Hold drone where that tripwire is. Oh, it's not really been dealt with. We don't really see the second tripwire.
इंपॉर्टेंट राउंड है ये बोनस निकल गया ना
To answer this hit now.
Spike down B.
Yeah, everything just going in the favor of Velocity Gaming. A complete mode on.
भाई ये कैसे 360 जो भी 270 घूम के मार दिया
From the side of S8UL Esports and leaving King Kappa all by himself in a 1v3 situation. The main problem is the spike has been dropped, and the way the 3+ of Velocity Gaming are guarding the spike is not going to be easy, especially after that tripwire outside B main. King Kappa in a very difficult spot. Since he has enough creds in his account, he can
30
try
seconds
and
left.
do something.
I
Do
mean,
some eco damage. He is trying though.
I would rather say it'd be better for him to save that rifle now, because again, he can still drop one rifle off for Techno, and Techno can invest in the full buy for his own self, because he's already down to just 2,000 in the bank account. 1,900 for the loss, and
10
that means
seconds
only a full shield with a Vandal. Really want to get the best weaponry out for the next one, so King Kappa would be able to drop one off for him, and reinvesting in his own utilities as well. So VLT carrying forward 3 major weaponries to the next one will look pretty healthy, and this gun round will now determine the momentum this half.
Yeah.
Interesting call to stick to those half shields, 3 of them.
हैं पैसा नहीं है इसलिए हाफ शील्ड में स्टिक किए हैं। अच्छा ये लोगों का
Yes, all the way towards A. Moving the side, but
कौन
this
सा
time
टीम का बोला वो
S8UL Esports, they are going for a mid.
वो इसका ही बोला वो कौन टेक्नो के पास तो पैसा ही नहीं है
That could be the approach.
फुल शील्ड लेने
Because
का।
one of the player is still outside the B
हाँ
wing,
कापा और मिस के पास है।
That's
trying to create few question marks towards the A side to pull out the rotations from the B. Good approach. I like the approach of S8UL Esports because Velocity still doesn't have any idea
oh,
how many players are towards the mid. But wait a second, King Kappa gets mid lane and Damara gets
down
one.
A.
King Kappa was there to get the trade onto Damara. A good trade game coming from side of S8UL Esports.
lovely
पहले वो साइफर को ही
pre-clearance.
किए थे
And
तो
they
उनको लगा एक ही
anticipated the
बंदा
push out.
होगा।
King Kappa catching Madeline first after hearing that util, and in an instant they were able to shut down Damara as well.
अच्छा ये कैम नहीं है मेरे को लगा ये तो
Russ.
कैमरा
How many can you get? It's a triple peak. He gets one. Now already
कैमरा
shows
एंगल
right
वहाँ
away.
पे भी आता है कैमरा लगता है
Equalizes the
कृतिका के
numbers
अच्छा
as
नहीं
well,
वो
and
ऑब्जर्वर
brings in
कैमरा
lightning fast to try and
30 seconds
answer. They'll be going in for that solid execute. Now it's a 3v, or rather a 3v3 retake as well. You've got a ton of util. Paranoia can catch two, lightning fast.
Oh, Kappa.
How does he find these angles? To just be at.
No charges. Cover going out. Still in sight.
Now the only option left for the retake is from the lane.
ओह
And Kappa gets Eskirosi. Eskirosi was not even aware. Sort of praise from the side of King Kappa makes S8UL
अरे
so
उनको
strong.
पता था
But
ये होने
Russ,
वाला है
a 3K for him.
इन पे इस पे
Same
चढ़ने
way
तो
around
देता
lightning fast in the round also. For Velocity Gaming, enough time to go for the defuse, and equalizer has been established. And also Russ has got the rolling thunder to go for the 9th one in the next one.
They wanted to surprise the members of VLT after popping in. Hoax thought he had a timing. He thought he had a chance, but VLT were very vigilant. We were watching that. Eventually converting that 2v2 in the last second. I was really hoping for them to hold down because Techno had the angle at the Jenny. So maybe a little bit impatient out there from the IGL. That has broken the economy as well. Down to 2 Stingers. Kappa with Phantom. Let's see if he can become a king this round. Couple of quick fires out there. The first one to catch in. Running Neon. It's been dealt with quickly, so can't really play on the back of that kill trip. But Eskirosi inside his own cage now. There's a judge in the hand. Miss saw him. But the spam is coming in from Techno, so damage has not really been done that much. But this will absolutely do a lot as the Rolling Thunder holds it down. Techno up close and personal. Stinger in the hand. Is able to take one down. Can he get the second two? He absolutely can. And now HLF is healthy. But Madeline is re-wrapping around him on the back of him. And he can take the healthy breach out of the round. The patience impeccable.
Revealing area.
And the information now being given.
But look at Madeline.
He's got ult. Techno's got the ult.
And he's going to use it. Instant
30
TP
seconds
towards the A side, but back to B. That was a fake Techno.
Going out.
Madeline finally knows that it's a B plant.
Doesn't really.
Good anticipation, a good smoke, but Techno is down to 29 HP and mid lane was just right there towards the market. Techno was not anticipating him in the market and Maiden will get him down and as well as he will get the defuse. Ninth one for the players of Velocity Gaming. This was such a close round. But the main thing is care for the next round. Velocity has got the overdrive and the Hunter's Fury as well.
Big ultimates up. They already used the Rolling Thunder in this one from VLT's side, so
One enemy
they'd be very
remaining.
happy about it.
One enemy remains.
Can S8UL try and pull themselves back? Have their own Rolling Thunder to invest in. Miss one away from their own overdrive. They've been getting the space outside of B for free, so we're expecting them to try and pull something off, but bit of a bake being created out there in mid, giving a fake hint to S8UL that maybe VLT are playing out far forward in mid. Madeline gets a tag. That's only one tag out there. Wanted to be cheeky out here. And SK Rossi though on the other side. They're breaking Kappa down out there in mid. There's the Rolling Thunder all the way over towards the back now. There's the Aftershock to try and delay. LF fully blinded with the concussed up players out there will be taken down as we go back and forth. Not gonna stand up for long as Miz will be surprised by the Cypher on the other side and seems like this man sees everything.
I like how close these rounds are going in. S8UL Esports definitely putting up a good fight against Velocity Gaming. The moment it starts looking like things are falling in place, the round will go in the favor of S8UL Esports. Suddenly someone from the side of Velocity, usually SK Rossi, pops off or Russ and gets those crucial traits in the favor of Velocity Gaming. Back-to-back round conversion coming in. Good use of ultimates, especially Helif, getting those crucial two opening frags onto the players of Velocity Gaming, trying to equalize the numbers. But now a timeout should be on the way from the side of S8UL Esports because this is going to be the round. If they lose this one, Velocity Gaming will come so close to the map point.
Just one round away is what we will say after that. So S8UL
Yes.
have got the last chance to try and fix things up now because VLT have their own timeout now that they can work around with. Now, previously S8UL were able to answer back a few rounds consecutively after their timeout. So maybe they can try and do the same thing now as VLT were able to string together 4 consecutive rounds on the defense. And their retakes have been looking perfect. Seems like a set play out here. Cage 3. Smoke goes out though, but VLT, this is the exact same thing they did in the previous round. It's all down to Miz right now. Trying to dodge every single thing. Position being revealed. Now there's the tripwire on the side that's been dealt with, but there's 5 people on the other side to answer this very quickly.
I love the approach of Velocity Gaming. They knew the only win condition which S8UL is having is the overdrive. And they all were present outside of the A side. And Miz got nothing in that overdrive at all. They completely baited that ultimate out and took that single win condition out of the hands for the players of S8UL Esports. And now, 3v4 situation. Let's see if they can actually go for the plant. A fake tap on the spike. But VLT, they're not buying this fake at all. The Mara goes a little aggressive on the back of the fault line. Knows exactly where the player is. Lightning fast, gets a timing onto Hawks. Miz and Helif, the last 2 players remaining with just pistols in their hands. Nothing else. Going towards a B, maybe they can get the plant down, but the way the Mara is hunting for them with that overdrive seems highly unlikely.
Player standing.
Russ and mid lane will seal the deal as well. The 11th one for the players of Velocity Gaming. I loved how they baited out the overdrive of Miz.
Eventually did, understood that there could be a set play coming right after this timeout. And that is what S8UL did. Nice anticipation from VLT. And their beginning in this round was the exact same one like the previous. They did the exact same thing, sending out the fast lane in mid, and then Damara through the breakable door just moved all the way back up towards mid top, and then went all the way towards the side. Exactly the same like the last round. 3 people ready. Once a back through.
Overtake them.
Ramp and now. What is Hawks waiting for? Probably a lineup out here. Where does this land? Sends out a jumping shock dart. Throws out any tripwire up close. Alright, fair enough. Vigilant enough to think maybe there could be a Cypher on the other side, but Tamara is even stronger than a Cypher, but maybe not strong enough as Techno. Put him down on his grave.
He certainly does, and Miz now left onto 11 HP. Still going for that A execute. Losty Gaming, no major ultimate, but they have got good amount of utils for the retake. Oh, timing. Rossi, lightning fast gets Techno, Miz and Helif. Hawks only gets one towards SK Rossi. Still a 3v2 situation. Make it a 1v3 for Hawks. A 1v3 situation, and it's done. A 12th round for the players of Velocity Gaming. And now they are on the map point. If they win the next one also, just one away from this 3-0.
For some reason it seems like that. Unless S8UL can surprise us. It's a 12-8. And as you said, one round away from another map point that will put them up within touching distance of the Sprint 3 trophy.
Go.
It's all being sent down. A couple of utils out there now. They're testing the setup of SK Rossi one more time. There's a couple of players pushing all the way up towards the B as well. It's been a while now since they've actually checked out this part of the map. Really seem to be prepared.
They are, and so is the Mara in lighting fast. Gets those opening frags, but Hawks and Hellef, they're answering back in style, getting 3 onto the plus of Velocity Gaming. Now a 3-2 situation. Lightning fast gets 1 onto Hawks. For a second it looked like Hawks is going to get down lightning fast. But it seems like that's not the case. Those pressure situation are actually taking up onto Hawks now.
He can get 1 kill and also the Rolling Thunder if he can isolate these fights. And Hellef can turn this round around, but Swan Smoke, that's a problem. And he's full sticking it. Hellef will not even know what's happening here as the round is going to be stolen right from under his noses. They will respect. Slow-mo out there in effect though. It is VLT winning out their map pick of Sunset, and that too very comfortably, 13-8.
Yeah, 13-8. You predicted 13-10. That was really close. But yes, a 13-8 victory, and now it's a 2-0. VLT, they already have 2 map wins. All they need is just one single map more in their backpack. And the thing is, the only possible bet which S8UL had against the players of Velocity Gaming on the map of Sunset was to have few extra rounds in the attacking half, because if you compare the attacking and the defensive half Velocity Gaming, their defense has always been the strongest, and that is where they shine the most. And even this time also the same thing happened. The defense was completely flawless, but even the attacking half was not that shabby. It was a 6-6, but S8UL Esports, they should have got few more rounds in their first half.
I think so. We can clearly say that both of the teams on their defense were looking absolutely solid. It's just the fact that VLT were a bit more better, and I agree to the fact that I believe S8UL kind of needed a few extra rounds to be sprung together to make sure that they have a pretty decent one in the attacking half, or rather on their defensive half. There's the thing, you know, you can't really blame them for it, because it's just the way how Damara was playing. It is just the way how the entire team of VLT were playing their attacking rounds. You can't really predict what was about to happen. They were working around the map. Their macro was being flawless. And if that is how this team is playing right now, I am worried for their competitors for the Ascension playoffs, qualifiers at least, because this is a very different VLT than what we saw all the way on the LAN. On the LAN, they were looking vulnerable. On the LAN, they were struggling. But this time, this one looks very different.
I totally agree to that, but Velocity is also not one of those teams which tends to have those LAN jitters. But nevertheless, let bygones be bygones. Split 3, they're looking much better and prepared for the Ascension qualifiers. But S8UL Esports, we can't say that their performance has been shabby. No, they are putting up a really good fight against the players of Velocity Gaming. All the rounds, if you notice, they were not clean rounds of Velocity Gaming. They were so close. S8UL Esports, there are a few rounds where it looked like it might go in the favor of S8UL Esports, but suddenly someone popped off, either Rossi, Lightning Fast or Raz, and the round went in the favor of Velocity Gaming. They were very close, but the MVP has to be Lightning Fast, the controller. 24 kills, 295 ACS and 2 first kills. Headshot percentage is also pretty high, 39.2%.
Makes it twice now that he's got the MVP in the past 2 maps, and what a finals performance this guy is putting up. Now, he's constantly showcasing those numbers as well in those clutch moments. If there's Lightning Fast, there's always hope for VLT, and he's showcased that so many times. Right from the pistol round in this map, when he popped off, you could clearly see that, yeah, this one's gonna be another one of Lightning Fast's map. And he clearly showcased that as well. And another phenomenal performance for his side. You want to have a look at rest of the stats as well for the teams now, because pretty sure, even though on that first map, or rather in the first half, they were struggling a bit on the attacking side, after the timeout of Hellranger, S8UL were able to string together a few rounds, but VLT then called their own timeout, and the half that was slipping away from their side was eventually brought back in their own hands now. But it's not just about the half, Shadow, it's about a full-fledged series, a best-of-5 series, which is now slipping away. And it is not the first time that we have seen Helef and Techno in the position like this. We have seen that all the way from last year. They have been on the receiving end in a best-of-5 series. They have yet to register a win. And I have no clue how they're going to manage that now, since it's a scenario where they're down 2 maps. The next map is their pick, but then the one after that has been the map where they've looked shabby. It just seems a bit more difficult for them to string everything together through. It's a miracle if they come out on top in this series.
I don't know, if I look at the stats, Icebox, the next map, S8UL Esports, they played against the players of Revenant X Park and they did get a victory. So yes, they can also win against the players of Velocity Gaming. But looking at the performance of this one, 12 first kills for the players of Velocity Gaming and 9 for the players of S8UL Esports. The post plant is looking much better for Velocity Gaming, but the post plant conversions are not there for the players of S8UL Esports. They got the site 6 times and were able to convert only twice. 2 clutch moments were also there from VLT, but the player stats, MVP has to be the OMEN from both the sides, Lightning Fast and Techno. Lightning Fast with 24 in 11 and 11 assists, Techno with 19 in
Hold up. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance. I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
क्या करूं बताओ? इतना लंबा ब्रेक नॉट गुड फॉर मी, नॉट गुड फॉर माय हेल्थ. हाँ, देखते हैं नया गेम क्या क्या आया है. चलो तब तक ये जब तक नहीं होता ना अपन वो करते रुको. जब तक ये नहीं आता तब तक अपन थोड़ा स्टीम पे रैंक पुश करते. गर्मी लग रही है अचानक से. एसी ऑन करता हूँ रुको. एक सेकंड गाइस, गिव मी 1 मिनट. थोड़ा देखते हैं ये रैंक वाला सीन क्या है. हम्म, क्या ये वाला? अच्छा, ये समझा. 4300 not bad. इसमें क्या होगा? बाउंस शॉट एंट्री। अच्छा बेंच। भाई वो हवा में ऐसे लहर रहा है भाई पूरा। 3800 इसमें थोड़ा खराब है। एक्यूरेसी इज लेस देन। हम्म पेंटाफ्लिक एंट्री ये क्या है? अच्छा %84 एक्यूरेसी। दिस शुड बी गुड। चलेगा। चलो गेम तो वहाँ पे स्टार्ट हो गया है, तो वी विल डू वन थिंग, इसको अभी के लिए एग्जिट करते। वे
How Velocity likes to play on the map of Icebox. So they are going completely blind. This can actually work in the favor of S8UL Esports as well.
Well, to be honest, this thing would have been like a soothing thing for S8UL at this point. Because prior the map veto, or rather prior the agent select, S8UL must be in the dilemma of what velocity gonna bring, but if they have prepped this up or not, if it's a map which velocity is completely declined. But since the agent select is in their faces now, they can exactly see that velocity is not prepared for this map. Velocity has picked up a composition that is used in ranked games every other day. Arena Jet with a Viper, Killjoy and Sova. You see that composition every day.
एसके रॉसी जेट में है।
That is
वाह
the basic of Valorant. So S8UL, all they need to do is figure out what their plus points are, because they have prepped a composition while velocity is just going with the flow.
And yesterday you were also mentioning the fact that you are not really a fan of Sova Gecko in the map of Icebox.
Well, to be honest, yes. I always prefer a double controller on the map of Icebox. There are so many avenues to cover. With a double initiator, this is a map where you cannot just take off a sentinel role. You have to keep a sentinel, which has to be a killjoy for sure. But hey, those things will continue. We will continue our story building theories right here, but all that right after the very short break.
Here we go.
ये शॉर्ट ब्रेक करना था. कितना मिनट का ब्रेक है? चल रहा है कि नहीं चल रहा है? आज मेरे को ज़्यादा गर्मी लग रहा है या पता नहीं. विंडोज तो बंद है. इधर ऐसे साइड में चल रहे तो गेम लैब्स खोलते हैं. डिफ्लिक एंट्री. अब ये डिफ्लिक एंट्री क्या है भाई? हैं? इसमें ऐसा क्या हो रहा है? अरे इसमें भी 1011. अबे हाउ कैन आई डू दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स? हाउ कैन आई, मतलब नॉट above, not below, exact 1011. और एक बार खेलते हैं, रुको इसको. इधर ऊपर नहीं तो नीचे भाई, ये एग्जैक्ट सेम नहीं चाहिए. ये जो डबल डबल मिस हो रहा है ना, that's gonna kill my points. देख रहे हो, डबल मिसेस इज किलिंग माय पॉइंट्स मैन. स्टार्ट हो रहा है क्या? रुको. हाँ, एक
Synonym 3 and S8UL, they are struggling to secure a single map.
This can be the map for the players of S8UL Esports considering their history in VCSA. Flash goes in on the back of it. Miz has been forced to go back into the side.
nice one, nice combo.
And Gecko's flash, and behind that, Miz and Helef gets two onto the players of Velocity Gaming. A
Huh?
head start already.
Miz
but
कहाँ
like was the
ठुक
hero
गया?
of the pistol round gets one onto Miz, trying to equalize the numbers, but he needs to get one more.
अबे hello.
One onto Helef, mid lane. Velocity Gaming, they still don't have the side control. The Viper wall goes down, and the back of it, back and forth.
भाई वो reload आ गया था सोवा का.
And will clutch it out, and the pistol round goes in the favor of S8UL Esports.
रस का reload आ गया था, तुमने देखा?
Turning things around right. At the very last second, there were trades. It was a 3v3, but again S8UL stood their ground at Velocity. They were too stubborn to look somewhere else. They wanted to just brute force into the side, and Hoax, the last player standing there, clutched the round all by himself.
यहाँ पे तो बेकार में जो 5v3 था 3v3 किए.
Good trades.
चलो ठीक है, जेट मरा, वो दूसरा वाला क्यों मरा भाई? हैं?
Maybe Madeline didn't expect at the very right movement. But now, pistol has been lost. So the second round, the anti-eco
नाइस,
is
रेना को डैमेज पड़ गया है.
until Damara has a different thought process. They are
Oh,
seeking
Helef.
with their double outlaw shots, anchoring down the B side, take two players down with him. Now Damara is already tagged up. They are stuck on the yellow. There is nothing for Velocity to do from here.
The all-round gives all the information of the yellow. And now S8UL is aware about the position of the players of Velocity Gaming. Maybe we can see a pivot coming in at this point, since VLT do realize it's a stacked up site. It's not going to be easy to execute towards a B. But still holding on to the grounds. Helef just ready and prepared with that outlaw. The Viper wall goes back again. The recon goes in. Russ trying to find something, and he gets one onto Helef. The flash goes in on the back of it. Techno and Hawk shuts down the two players of Velocity Gaming, and the third one also
चलो.
goes down.
ज़्यादा guns नहीं गए.
Was so perfect and
Nice,
precise. And the entire eco also goes in
बस ये bonus आ जाए.
Esports, but this is going to be the main round. Velocity Gaming's buy round. Velocity, if they lose the buy round, then it is going to be a 4-0 in the favor of S8UL Esports.
Oh, that is true. So, but again, if you look at things, S8UL has a double sniper in this round. So, the Outlaw alongside an operator, Techno with the Outlaw, where he is positioning that towards that B side, and Miz all by himself towards A. Both the sides are being anchored by a sniper rifle, while Miz has maybe had second thoughts and he's back to the rifle. An operator would have worked wonders at the first place, but now he's just double thinking it. Oh, Madeline. But look at Madeline. He already got a double there, and Techno, with the outlaw he had, he's able to get a frag, but Miz, he's able to get another trade on lightning fast. Russ with the instant trade as well. The numbers are in the favor of Velocity Gaming.
Oh, they certainly are, but Techno is one of those guys who knows how to turn things around, who knows how to deal with such a pressure situation. If he gets something, maybe there is a possibility, but the Mara denies any sort of flow. But Kappa steps up usually with Guardian, gets two, and Russ will finally shut it down.
Almost.
Saves the day and the round also for the players of Velocity Gaming, but it was a costly round. Only one single weaponry being carried forward.
A round where King Kappa just jumps from heaven and takes the player of Velocity to the hell. Economy deficit round there, but they have done enough econ damage to put Velocity on half shield the very next round. Tomorrow and Lightning Fast both are on a half shield. Miz with the Outlaw in this one, and this Outlaw can work wonders. 2 players out of 5 can be one shot. The way he's playing, he's going aggressive on that belt peak. Or rather, he's just tucking into the nest. And this Outlaw is completely unmarked. The timing can be everything and Miz. He has the best timing in the world right now. All he needs to do is just wait and hold. The Outlaw will give him the side he needs. And the Outlaw swings does not work out. Miz is on the verge of getting eliminated, and Damara, he does not miss the shot.
Well, he didn't, but King Kappa also gets one onto SK Rossi. Damara with the second one onto towards Helep. Those utilities are actually stopping the plus of Velocity Gaming, but King Kappa also gets Damara. It's only Maiden and Lightning Fast remaining. Lightning Fast down to 6 HP. There should be a third one for the players of S8UL Esports.
Enemy remaining.
And Hawks gets Lightning Fast. Maiden is the last man standing with just a Bulldog and a 1v3 situation, and dream to clutch it out and go for the plant. Can he do so? Seems highly unlikely. Kappa with a 3k.
Nice one, nice one, nice one. अभी तो eco round है इनका.
Round goes in the favor of S8UL
1-4.
Esports.
Back-to-back rounds. This is what they need from here on. They converted around with the equal buy and called off Velocity, who have never played this map at the first place, and this is one of the reasons why S8UL picked this map on the 3rd slot in this best of 5 series, because if they want to make a comeback, Icebox has to be a clean victory to give them the momentum they need. Velocity, they are having a hard time despite the fact they are able to get some opening duels, but the mid-rounding is where they are being shut off.
Yeah, those mid-round conversions are a little problematic for the players of Velocity Gaming, because even if they do manage to get the first kill onto the players of S8UL Esports, mid-round is where they start fizzling out. But yes, also keeping the fact in mind that it is a strong map for the players of S8UL Esports. VLT, they really need to discuss with the coach in this time mode that how actually they can actually breach into the defense of the players of S8UL Esports. Maybe a mid exploration could be the key, because S8UL Esports, they're also sticking to the sides. It's not much defense towards the mid. At least Velocity can try to get few rounds by going towards a mid.
That is true. They need some mid splits. They need to take basically map control. They need to lurk around the areas, but right now what they're doing is just hard hitting and diving onto the majority of the sides. They're doing it for the A main. In the last 3 rounds, they tried to gain out, and this time around Helef, he is so damn lucky. Spammed the Viper wall, got a double and escapes with a murder. There is nothing Velocity could have prepped for. A bit of unfortunate circumstances in working against them, and now they are in a 3v5.
Toxin screen down.
3v5, and that also a Hunter's Fury available on both the sides, but timing, Lightning Fast gets one onto Miz. If he gets one more, and if the weaponries gets recovered, there is a possibility, still a hope. But since S8UL is being so cautious, they're aware how risky those sheriffs can be in the hands of the players of Velocity Gaming. Wash pits goes in, the flash goes in, the shock dart lineups are there on the back of it. Helef also goes down. Hawks trying to do something, gets 2. That's huge coming from Hawks. Lightning Fast got for only 1. Kappa will shut him down. A 4th one for the players of S8UL Esports now. And they also have got the Lockdown, Trash and Hunter's Fury for the next one.
King Kappa, he definitely needs to be consistent with the fragging power right now. He is alongside Hawks in a 7-2 fragging department, and it is working wonders for them. They just have to keep on rinsing and repeating it. But S8UL, they need to make sure that they do have the secondary game plans, because Velocity right after timeout, they are trying something different. It is a 1-4 split where Madeline is eyeing out for the A side lurk, while the entirety of the other team, they are working towards B. First lead onto the faces, going up ahead, check the angle, Jamara, and he will clear the frag. Also Techno takes down SK Rossi. He's tucking into his orb, and King Kappa from the backlines gets on the frag, and Techno, he's playing ring around the roses. Got a double, shut down the entire attack, and now Techno, he has the best timing in the world. He will get the triple, and King Kappa to clear things off alongside
nice
him.
one.
S8UL with the 5th one on the board. They strike, and Velocity, they are amazed.
Feels like Icebox is actually the home ground for the players of S8UL Esports. The way they are making those lurk plays, the way they are using those util combinations, everything is just perfectly working in their favor. And Velocity Gaming, I do understand why they haven't played on the map of Icebox at all in the entire VCSA. They've got 4 ultimates, but no weaponry. It's only sheriffs in their hands. And half shields, chances of them converting this round are slightly slim, considering the fact that Fox has got the trash and lockdown as well towards King Kappa, but they don't need those ultimates. Kappa himself is enough to deal with the entirety of Velocity Gaming. A 3k. Better weaponry. I think a 3k in such a close range is something to be.
Hello.
But Maiden also answers back with a 3k of his own.
Sheriff working in his favor, and he kept the majority of the frags now. And now the round all of a sudden is in a winnable spot. He has the entirety of the kit if he wants to. All he needs to do is make a complete lurker play and recover those weapons first of all. And will get the first one. Because if you look at the opponent, they have the outlaw position. And he is on the half shield, so the Miz should be able to get a frag. But now, with the time bought enough, the clock has bought enough time. But Techno, he is aware. He takes down Madeline. The brink of surprise onto his
1-6.
The triple didn't even matter because S8UL, they secured the 6th one.
One-sided domination is what S8UL Esports is showcasing us at this point. And the way the pins are coming from the side of VLT seems like it's once again going to be a B hit. But they need to be a bit cautious because those B executes are not really... Actually, anything is not working for Velocity Gaming. They tried for A executes, they tried for B executes, they even went for mid control. But seems like S8UL, they have got answer for everything. And this time, Techno...
Shot, but Techno!
Little aggressive angle and gets a perfect value onto the Mara. Yellow control has already been given away. But on the back of the Viper wall, VLT can try to go for the plant, but they need to be a bit careful of those nano swarms.
That is true. But again, the thing is, it is the default setup they should be aware of, but the fact that Damara is doing the same lead round after round, and this time Techno was able to read him like a book, take him down, and nothing to worry about. Now Hope retain 2 people, and he will retain SK Rossi, who is yet to open the killing department, and now the mosh pit to pair things up, and a double frag for Hooks yet again. Mosh pit combined with the gun barrel.
क्या पकड़ा भाई दोनों को एक साथ.
Madeline survives in a 1v4, not for long. Techno shuts him off. Another round for S8UL. They are running away with the map of Icebox.
Oh, they most certainly are. One-sided domination is what they are showcasing us. And Velocity Gaming, now they have got all the 5 ultimates online. But are they enough?
करंट गया क्या?
They also had few good ultimates, but the way they are getting annihilated by the players of S8UL
Let me
Esports,
check. करंट गया तो भाई फिर सीन हो जाएगा.
ultimates. One more timeout being called by the players of Velocity Gaming. Only 4 rounds left in the first half. And the only best possible bet for Velocity Gaming is they convert at least 3 rounds, if not all 4 out of these.
गैस बाहर कटवाए. मैं आता हूँ बाहर कटाने के बाद.
I don't know what even Velocity can change from here, because this composition they tried to bring, they wanted to face this duel cross and
Now he quickly walks in rather slowly and is eventually shut down. He was just pinned up in that one corner, could not have survived. It's down to a 3v3 scenario, and S8UL have taken control of that C side. Will be going in for the plant as 2 of them now wrap around through window. They've got a timing on Rossi. Russ with the util in hand is eventually caught by surprise. Madeline as well.
आ गया guys, वापस आ गया. I'm back.
Down to a 2v3. Techno could be caught. He is absolutely out on an island. There was a tag though by Hooks. He still answers back, and it's down to a 1v2. Hunter's Fury baited out right now. Another tab, another check. There's no one sticking there, and he jumps peak to get that info. Madeline, you have your own Hunter's Fury, but we've got 2 of the Hunters on the other side to take you down. You can try and turn away, but you
बहुत
cannot
अच्छा
run
ट्रिगर
away
कंट्रोल
from
अपने किंग कापा
Monster.
भाई के तरफ से.
King Kappa Closes out another round now, and S8UL halfway there.
Good recovery is what I'll say. S8UL Esports finally that Hunter's Fury.
Let's
was
go,
coming
guys.
into
We are back.
play.
We are back.
It also speaks volumes at how much pressure S8UL Esports is feeling at this point, that in a 2v1 scenario they had to use that ultimate because they didn't want to take any sort of risk. They needed that round. And now Helef is also having that rolling thunder, but on the other end, we have got 3 ultimates to the side of Velocity Gaming.
Tag onto the
Hunter's Fury
Techno.
already being utilized. Lightning Fast gets Techno.
Absolutely gets taken down though, flushed out in that one awkward angle eventually. And through the wall was just enough. Cage triggered as he tried to survive out there. Another opener, this time for VLT. Big one as well now on the back of it. They can try and spread out a bit. Tamara is taking so much more space now. He tries to jump away. King Kappa is ready for the answer. On the side though is where Miz is left on a line and alone out there as Rossi hunts him down. Sends him all the way back, and the neural theft will give out the information. What, 55 more seconds remaining, so there is a decent amount of time on clock, but King Kappa gets the space on the side way too quickly though. That fault line to eventually send him back as Lightning Fast will take the space on Heaven. Can eventually catch Brooks if he walks up. Unconnected out there though, not for long as Recon gets the information and the spam. Almost connecting down to 70. It's 2v4. Both of them need
30 seconds
multi-frags. No util, no ult. Just a couple of shock darts, but there's a paranoia in the hands of Lightning Fast. Russ with the flash now. Gonna try and flood in. First one caught. Paranoia did not connect though. King Kappa still holds his angle, but not for too long. There's a double peek out in front of folks.
Nice try.
He will eventually crumble in front of another Russian hunter from the other side, Madeline, and there's the defuse.
Velocity once again maintaining that lead. A 5-2, 5 rounds already in the defensive side. Miz, what's happening to him, scared? 1 in 7. In the attacking half, as a single duelist, it's your responsibility to get those opening frag, but seems like Miz is getting countered. He's getting shot every single time by the players of Velocity Gaming. So the entire team of S8UL Esports in this timeout really needs to have a talk that how they can counter the defense of Velocity Gaming. It's kind of a do-or-die situation for S8UL now.
Second last time out potentially, Shadow. That's what they are now pulling. And I agree. This is literally a do or die for them. Can they survive? Can they keep their Titanic from sinking into the Pacific named VLT? Just a few more seconds to try and discuss, figure out what they really need to do as this lineup, absolutely stacked roster. 3 of them have had the experience from Pacific and now showcasing all of that.
It's mine.
And it seems like Helef and Techno
Get out of my way.
हेवन में थोड़ा मुश्किल तो है
still
VLT को
gonna remain
हराना.
at 1
मैं इसलिए बोल रहा था कि सनसेट में जितना जो जैसे भी करके जीतना पड़ेगा.
less.
बस हेवन में
Players
वाह,
finally start to
मतलब
pop off.
ऐसा है कि ब्रिलियंट गेम प्लेस खेलने
But
पड़ेंगे.
at this point, it's not even falling down to the strategy. It's now falling down to the mechanical difference in their aim. VLT are just better.
Cage triggered.
Looks like it. Totally agree with you. The dark cover is denying any sort of vision, but the rolling thunder is also there from third one onto the mark. The fourth lane goes in towards the window.
ये क्या
And
scene?
everything to Russ, but finally Russ gets one onto King Kappa. The aftershock also coming into play. The cloudburst is there, and back of it, Maitland gets all miss. He gets Helef as well.
HP.
Only last player remaining. Yes, the HP advantage is there, but
Oh.
Techno on a 3 HP will clutch it out. A 3K for Techno, and the round
Oof.
win for the players of S8UL Esports.
What a timing to be picked up by this man. He was on a bulldog. Had it been a proper 50-50, Madeline was winning it every single day. But he picked off a timing when Madeline was looking on the left-hand side of that Radianite box, and that's when Techno peeked in with the bulldog. Madeline could not get the flick on time. A much needed round for S8UL because their economy would have been in shambles had that round not been for them though. But Miz now wants to continue on that flow. He wants to continue on the momentum of that Blade Storm which he picked up in the previous round. Now with the Outlaw finds the first one, and that's the Hunter's Fury of the other side out of the round, while King Kappa has figured out that it's a super solid mid push down, and the reaction of S8UL, picture perfect, pushing outside of the sea.
Euro theft already being invested. Escapa got the initial frag on the back of it. Miz also finds the Mara, and now it's only Lightning Fast and SK Rossi. Just a single rifle in the hands of Lightning Fast, and he gets the perfect value onto Techno, but he needs to do more than that. Even SK Rossi also recovers one weaponry. The Ultron gives the information onto both the players of Velocity Gaming. Now they have to go for a save, seems like. That's the case. Yes, actually.
4-5,
So the
4-5.
weaponries
Chalo,
have
nice,
been
nice
recovered,
round,
and
nice
now
round.
Velocity Gaming is just going
4-5.
to go for the save, and the fourth round goes in the favor of S8UL Esports.
Better to save the weaponries than to give them up as well. But S8UL are now finally finding their own momentum, Shadow. And it seems like the hope which was eventually lost is now being reignited back again. The map of Icebox, an absolute demolition of VLT by S8UL. Finally they are starting to move the wheels back in their own favor. They're still going to continue with that Outlaw in this round as well. As on the other side, the economy is not good. They are reading the economy, and that is important. But still, we have known VLT to pull up some shenanigans in a way where they can still get around. There's the Hunter's Fury on the other side. Eskerosi this time wanted to try and catch something. Helef for the answer as well as the stun comes in. Will eventually push the players back as Miz. How is he here? Why was he here? And still it's Russ who actually lands
भाई
the
वो
shot on the
कैसे
other
मार
side.
सकता है रस उधर दो?
That was a bonkers
How
play
on earth can he hit
from
two?
S8UL. They wanted Technos from the shadow to make a distraction, and then wanted Miz to utilize that to try and catch the players from behind, making it a crossfire. But Rush just turns around 180, smacks both of them, and has saved his team potentially, helping them get the round 2.
Hunter's Fury already being invested. Yeah, complete wraparound. Not aware. Madeline caught off guard by Helef. A great frag coming in from the side of S8UL Esports. And now the numbers advantage is still there with S8UL Esports as Hoax is going for the plant. But Lightning Fast gets Helef. The paranoia comes in. The aftershock is there. But King Kappa catches Russ jumping off the Haven.
Cover going out.
King Kappa is going to be kept away from that one though, but he still disrespects the smoke moves out, and that's a lovely
Nice, nice
angle
one.
for Hoax to hold. Lightning Fast. No more
Nice
shenanigans to be allowed this time around.
ये क्या knife पकड़े हो भाई?
Rounds have been equalized, 5 and 5.
Blastix का knife
It
पकड़े.
has forced VLT for a timeout.
Good recovery by the players of S8UL Esports, especially the way they were struggling in the first 4 rounds, getting nothing. Back-to-back 3 rounds have been converted. But those sort of clutch moments which VLT brings in, that's something S8UL has to find a way to deal with, especially if you notice in this particular one, Russ was a guy stepping up majorly, getting those multiple frags with his sheriffs. And it's not the first time that we have seen or seeing Russ do something like this. We have seen Russ in the past as well, that whenever it comes down
True.
to Russ to clutch it out or to get those frags with a sheriff, he always steps up. He always gets the perfect value which the team needs from him in those situations. He never crumbles under the pressure, and that's what makes Russ so strong in the roster of VLT.
leading the team by example. Because if the leader himself crumbles, then the army is bound to fall. And so he stays strong. Maybe after this, he's gonna get a bit of a power boost as well, a surge.
My ult is ready.
One way to be sent out up front to make sure they're able to get that out properly, and it seems like they're very hell-bent on the C-side execute though, but Miz is the first one to find an opener out of B. Sends Madeline back home. A jump peek by Damara catches at least 2 to 3 players out there. But S8UL can take their time. They can play it slow.
The bus advantage still maintained by the players of S8UL Esports, and now there is a pivot coming in towards the A side, where we have the entire setup of Rossi, especially those trip fires are something which S8UL needs to be a bit cautious of, especially the way Rossi is holding on to the Haven. He gets King Kappa. And is it Tekno as well? Rossi, what are you doing, man? A 3K walks with murder. Lightning fast gets Hawks. LF is the last man standing in a 1v4 situation. This guy, SK Rossi, is built completely different, scared.
This dude has got more frags in this round than he had in the entire previous map, but what a way to anchor down the A side. All the way up from heaven, catches the first one who's already lurked up or towards that close graffiti. And then just smacks Tekno in an instant, all the while being down to 14 HP. And then also lands in a third shot. It is just outrageous what he was allowed to pull off there.
Go, go, go.
And
I don't know if you'll agree. Sorry to cut you off. I don't know if you'll agree with me on this, Scared, or not. But I think SK Rossi is one of the best side anchors we have. As a chamber on Lotus, as a Cypher on this map, I think he's doing wonderful.
If Rinsat did not perform like that on the map of Sunset,
Oh,
I
yes.
would have 100% agreed with you.
Yes. You have a point. I do agree with you.
Oh yes, one of the best, absolutely. And this is just the development of this one player, Shadow. He's still anchoring down the A side right now. The tripwires have been dealt with. West quickly hops in. They've taken the side control. And Russ still controls the graffiti. Rest of the players still are yet to rotate out there. They will all now rendezvous over towards the connector. Ready to try and launch themselves in on the side. The operator now going to be swapped into Madeline. And Russ gets ready with the flashes as well. There we go. Relay bolt comes in. Hunter's Fury to answer on the other side as Helef is there. Holds it down and supports his team while they themselves are able to pick apart the
Oof,
Sweet
6-6 nice half.
And it
Chalega.
ended before it even started as S8UL will equalize the half on Haven.
The best
0-4 के बाद
for the
6-6.
players of S8UL Esports, which they wanted. Especially the way they were struggling, but after round number 7, the way they recovered themselves, getting those crucial 4 rounds converted and allowing VLT to go for only one single round. And the pistol is now of prime importance for both these teams. Because let's be honest, VLT, they already have got 2 maps in the backpack. And if S8UL really wants to go to the decider of split, they need to convert the map of Haven, especially King Kappa, the way this guy has been performing. 11 and 7. As a Cypher, I think he's doing wonderful.
Here.
I really want to see him do even
सी
more.
तो
right
खाली
now,
है,
because
retake
that's
करेंगे वो
what
लोग.
is gonna be
Back side.
required of the squad to try and make this dream comeback possible. Make this dream reverse sweep possible. Probably one of the best reverse sweep of South Asian Valorant. And we might potentially see it right now. VLT pushing it all the way towards the CT out here. Kappa alone on an island.
वापस क्यों गया?
And alone he will fall. There's answers back on the other side though, but there's still Damara trying to re-wrap around them from the garage. This is turning into a nightmare for S8UL as they still try and wait tap one of the short. Hoax Techno still hold it strong as Hoax ready with the connects onto one, but it's still Hoax with a 3K. The IGL leading this team with example and secures one of the most crucial pistol rounds for this team yet.
I'm sure all the fans of S8UL Esports are going to be really happy as the hope, and as you like to call it, the hopium is still alive. The pistol was really important, but what am I witnessing? Velocity Gaming is going for a force buy. Damara with a judge, lightning fast with a stinger. Last time when I saw Velocity Gaming going for a force buy, that didn't go in their favor, by the way, Scared.
I have to wait and see how this one's gonna pan out, and if the result's gonna be exactly the same. Techno wants to change that though, but
Nice
that
one.
flash was absolutely impeccable from Helef as they're able to just shut everyone down, but Madeline still here.
चले भाई टेक्नो मरने के पहले जो टप टप मार के गया ना भाई, उफ, पहले 3 बुलेट लगे नहीं,
Shopping, the best weapon
मेरे को
out.
लगा तो गया.
Spectre, though, it's still not equal to the Guardian in the hands of Miz. It almost went out of their hands, but they still bring it back.
उनका तो बाय नहीं होगा भाई.
Seems like the force buy don't really work for the players of Velocity Gaming, and once again, their economy is in shambles and Damara sticking to that Bucky. This is the same play.
9-6 हो सकता है chances अगर मिस पे बंदे
And for the force buy,
A आए.
lost the force buy, then went for
A
the
शॉट
Bucky
जा रहा है,
buy,
वो A पे
Sheriffs.
पीक
That
लेगा.
round went in their favor. So
मिड
let's see
नहीं
if
जानी
they
चाहिए बी पे,
convert this one in their favor.
दिक्कत हो सकती है. अरे बी जा रहे वो लोग, रे
The
क्या
check
रीड
is
है.
also the outlaw, which they need to be very cautious of, especially new players like Lightning Fast with no
बहुत
machine
सेक्सी रीड है
behind
बे
call.
उनका.
Fast play from the side of
अरे
Damara.
नाइस,
That
यही
side,
डर
the
था, वो
Bucky is not
निकाल
going to
दिया.
get
नाइस पे.
anything. Helef with a stinger shuts down the fast sliding Neon. After shot play is there. King Kappa on the back of it gets 2 with the judge. Russ also gets a trade onto King Kappa, but that won't be enough because still it's a 2v4 situation for Velocity Gaming.
And since the previous are actually a force buy, all they are on are ghosts right now, and they will be sent back into the nether realm. S8UL clubbing up a ton of rounds together now, and they will have a very solid economy for the next one. There is no bonus round in this half. Another great read this time around, and Helef's last stand over towards the B backside. That was the crucial one. That too with just a stinger in the hand. Beautiful.
I don't know, man. Velocity Gaming. Is it the overconfidence going for that force buy? It was not really
9-6.
required from their side.
ये राउंड निकल गया ना तो 11-6 कंफर्म है.
Still, they could have gone for the default buy, which they always go for.
ये राउंड निकलना
Go for
चाहिए
a
बे.
few rounds of Bucky and Sheriff or
चलो कोई ना.
pistols. But moving
उन
on,
लोगों का सारे
the
फुल शील्ड्स हैं.
Velocity fans are also a bit disappointed, but they can still recover.
Ooh,
It's
ooh,
just
ooh,
3
ooh,
rounds
ooh,
deficit. All they need to do is just be cautious in this one in the upcoming round. And already they are going for a very slow approach.
उनको ए का तो है रीड.
Trying to get all the info.
बी ही जाएंगे बोल के सोच. अरे भाई एक सेकंड रुक.
Especially Miz.
डोंट टेल मी ओमेन उधर बैठा हुआ है. हाँ
He has been pushed back.
पता था
Damara
ब्रो.
gets a great opening towards B. Deals with Techno. No smokes to work around with, and sliding Neon has been shot by Helef. But
भाई वहाँ पे
Russ is
लेकिन
there.
होक्स कैसे मर गया.
It's like a 7th one coming for the players of Velocity Gaming as Russ is going for the plot. Lightning fast. This guy always impresses me.
अरे नहीं यार, वो ओमेन अगर बैठा भी था तो वो पीक क्यों लेना था वहाँ पे
There's
ब्रो.
the last man standing in a 1v1
जिगल पिक ब्रीच हेलेफ को करने बोलता ना.
Outlaw in the hand, so not the best weapon you'd want to have in such a scenario.
पता नहीं स्लिपी थी. आई डोंट नो, कुछ भी हो सकता है.
But I don't see S8UL minding.
Is he saving this? Outlaw? Why to save Outlaw, bro? अच्छा नहीं मरेगा
Crowd
मरेगा.
going on the other side again. Push out
He's saving I guess.
and towards the B. Nothing
No,
but
no,
the
no, no,
contrary.
he'll die.
Get just a bit and deal with.
पैसा तो है भरपूर.
He's gonna fall down to the spike as well. Make sure he does not give. any
चलो
more
9-7.
Huh.
एक राउंड निकालना है यार. एक राउंड निकालना है. Come on.
Pinged out
Can do
by
it.
3.
Let's go.
Is he preparing for a recon there from Hoax?
Could be possible. You never know.
Yeah, well, still gonna be history for us as of now again. The judge yet again in the hands is he's got the operator. It's gonna be changed up back to the Guardian, so no major difference out there. The smoke goes out. It's very high smoke out there up in front, not really giving a lot of information to Miz.
Oh,
He
shot.
still sees a pixel of Madeline as soon as he dropped down to pick up that orb, and his head gets blown apart.
And that too when he was just 1 point away from his Hunter's Fury. Having a great ultimate. Finally, Rolling Thunder being invested by the side of Velocity Gaming. Going for an A execute should be an easy plan. The smokes are already there. It can also be a flood retake from the side of
Guardian
Velocity
है ना,
Gaming, as they've
retake
got so
थोड़ा सा.
much util and the ultimates also for the retake.
Yeah, but
If they play their cards right, can be the 10th one for the plus of S8UL Esports.
there's a bunch of util on the other side as well. Russ has still got his own full set though. Hoax is gonna make sure that one paranoia stays out of the round. Damara, Russ working in unison. Still there, holding their crown down, and he repositions perfectly. Catches both of them as they individually peak down to 5 HP. Damara, the fast lane, eventually isolated the angle, and now there's a possibility. Flash tossed perfectly by Hoax. He's sticking down to half. Captured yet again. White peak from yours, and Russ will win this
अगर
round.
लग जाता.
A lovely white peak from the guy. Now on the back of it.
अगर लग
One
जाता
round away
bro.
from equalizer.
सोचो
Got the
बे.
overdrive to go to an equalizer, and also the economy advantage is also there towards the side of Velocity Gaming. But
ये राउंड निकालना चाहिए बे. यहाँ पे हाउ कैन.
initially
अबे मेरे को ये समझ नहीं आता. सामने बंदे 3 खड़े हैं एंड वो स्मोक में उसका आधा दिख नहीं रहा है, फिर भी वो उसको क्यों फायर नहीं कर रहे हैं. And वो एक को मार के जा रहा है.
especially Russ.
अरे यार यही राउंड्स तो फिर जो मिड राउंड जो छूट जाती है ना, फिर दिक्कत हो जाती है. इतना मस्त 9-6 था. 9-7 भी हुआ चलेगा. 9-8 नहीं होना था यार. अब 9-9 हो जाएगा.
The players of S8UL Esports, they don't have enough courage to go for a full buy. It's just a bulldog and pistols all across the board. Can we an equalizer?
Stack over the A. And that is the exact thing which can stop them from getting an equalizer.
Totally agreed.
But on the back of just that one owl drone, VLT decide to back off. I have no clue whose call this is. But it is impeccable. Rushing it down all the
good
way,
call.
all the way towards the seaside. The camera sees it all, and since VLT saw the camera, they know that this was the weaker side. The reason why that camera is placed all the way up in C long is to buy enough time for the rest of the team to rotate back on the seaside. They can try and rotate out there though, but the Hunter's Fury is going to stop them in their tracks. Madeline able to answer back. Now, the opportunities are turning into disasters as we
9-9 हो गया तो.
equalize the scoreline.
यही तो बोल रहा था बे.
Get ready. I go fast.
अबे वो राउंड कैसे
Only on the
नहीं
back
होना
of it
चाहिए
that
था
once
यार.
go all the way towards C. If VLT had gone for that A execute, things might not have gone in their favor. Now, an equalizer has been established, and I think a timeout is on the way from the side of S8UL Esports. They really need to discuss because back-to-back 3 rounds have been converted with the players of Velocity Gaming, and now they need to find a way to break the momentum and also to deal with the overdrive of Damara, especially when he's coming online and also top fragging the entire server. 17 and 14 is where he is, and Russ also stepping up majorly, especially in those crucial moments. The silver lining is S8UL Esports has also got the Rolling Thunder that might work in their favor if used to perfection.
If used to perfection being the key statement there. It's going to be another pause now, right now in the round. Last opportunity maybe to discuss potentially VLT have been going in for those sites where things have been looking bleak for S8UL.
कम ऑन यार, ये राउंड निकालो बे प्लीज, ये राउंड निकालो.
Last time this was able to find success with that. And gonna try and do that again, but that's such a pacey hit on the side, rolling thunder,
Nice one.
stopping everyone.
अरे टेक्नो भाई काहे को इतना हड़बड़ी है आपको?
Why was Damara having the spike? That was a big question though, and now lightning fast balls. So there is absolutely no from the shadows to help you out as well. Eskerosi now in the desperate time is trying to make some desperate plays. But it is not working out though, but look at this layer of Madeline shadow.
This guy has been great initiator. But look at that, Hilif along with King Kappa can do so much damage to the side of Velocity Gaming, especially Eskerosi and Russ. Seems like Eskerosi might still be watching his back, but not anymore. Watchman goes in, Russ still watching that back, and he gets both the player along with Madeline. The play which S8UL wanted to make seems like not gonna work, but still working. King Kappa is there to deal with Eskerosi. Madeline gets hogs. A 1v1 situation. King Kappa loses a duel against Madeline. A 10 board. VLT back in the lead.
The exact point that I mentioned about Madeline wrapping around the world.
अरे यार,
There. All the way through the spawn, got the perfect timing, was able to take.
अबे भाई yes.
And the reason why he was allowed to do that, Shadow, is because
कैसे fuck up कर सकते हो ये राउंड?
give a fake impression to S8UL that the players who are out in the A-long right now have started to make their move. They did technically. That waited out so many plays. Russ isolating the duel outside of the A-long. Then Madeline finding the opener. It's picture perfect. But now these blades needs to be even better. He's up in front of him. He'll try to move forward and is able to land in one quickly. Eskerosi now wants to run away to try and survive. Trying to isolate the duels there. The flash comes in and Frosty survives for now. Not for long. Gets missed with a shorty. Answers back not one but rather two as Techno will be shut down.
वहाँ पे देखो टेक्नो भाई को कंट्रोल नहीं हुआ तो वो फायर कर दिया. अरे रुक जाओ भाई, आराम से आ रहे थे आप, शिफ्ट वर्क कर रहे थे, करो ना.
Lightning fast.
A stinger versus a rifle. Lightning fast has got the dark cover, the paranoia, everything is there which can help him out, and also has got an intel. The cyber cage is there, fake tap on the spike from King Kappa, and lightning fast with a 3k and the 11th
अरे यार
round
टेक्नो
for
भाई
the
क्या थ्रो है बे ये?
just one round away from
क्या
the series
मतलब
point,
क्या
which is the map point,
गांडूगिरी है
series
भाई,
point
बट
itself. Back to back 5 rounds converted, and also they have got a rolling thunder available for the next one.
अबे इतना भाई मुश्किल से तो वो शॉटी से निकाला दो. टेक्नो भाई आगे कर दिए वहाँ पे. अरे भाई वॉक करके आओ भाई.
King Kappa has happened twice now in a
दिमाग खराब हो रहा है भाई जितना ये मैच देख रहा हूँ भाई, और कुछ नहीं.
against lightning fast.
क्या भाई क्या हो
Down
रहा है?
out of their hand now. There's the rolling thunder on the other side to try and catch someone, but gonna be stopped in for a few seconds. Russ takes out
तो
Helen
भाई हो गया
with
जी
that
चलो
aftershock.
3-1.
Still a couple of players
करो कितना कोशिश करोगे, हाँ करो
But Hoax
करो कितना कोशिश करो,
spammed
जाओ।
through.
टेक्नो भाई का हो गया है, टेक्नो भाई
As to
आप-
what that TP
well.
was for. Techno out there just struggling. King Kappa good for 2. But the targets
क्या
are
होगा?
just 2.
अबे इतना राउंड थ्रो करोगे तो भाई जाओ। 9-6 था भाई, 6 राउंड लगातार
Not
जीते
just
भाई।
match point,
Bye bye.
series point.
बाय बाय जाओ।
3
करते
rounds
रहोगे।
deficit is where
ये देखो ना, ये क्या?
Esports is. Can they really push this map to an overtime? We can't say that
नहीं होगा
S8UL
भाई,
is not
जो
capable.
मतलब
They
जीतने
can't
वाले
say
राउंड थ्रो हो
that
गए भाई, ओवर टाइम इतना आशा मत करो भाई।
Even
कैस्टर
Blaze
जी
is coming online.
बहुत ज्यादा
Entire
आशा कर
team
रहे
of
हो आप।
S8UL Esports is coming online, but seems like the defense is where they are struggling.
होता
really
तो है
hard.
नहीं कुछ।
It's all falling down.
ले
Shadow
उसका
one
पैर में ही लगे।
to close out this entire series and lift up the second trophy of 2025. And again, be that one thorn that has always denied that trophy to Helif.
अबे टेक्नो भाई यार, एक तो
And even Hoax joining in the party on the other side now. Back onto a scrappy by Guardians with the half shields.
इतना कोशिश कर रहा भाई, वो किंग काबा कितना मारेगा भाई अब।
Hold down their angles. Re-clearance, double peek, and both of them taken down perfectly. There's still 2 more players as Helif answers back. Russ the only man who found something, and he's still trying to hold it strong.
टेक्नो भाई है ही नहीं,
Will be able
वो
to.
मूड में ही नहीं है भाई। नहीं रहा हमसे कुछ।
Full control of A-Long now as SK Rossi slowly pushes up through Sivers.
उनका हो चुका है। He's already in a bad।
Players of S8UL Esports.
होता है ना जिसमें आपको कुछ भी सही नहीं जाता, वैसे उस वैसे मूड में चले गए वो।
Russ going for the plant. Hawks going for the shock dart lineup in the recon, and he gets Russ as well. He was down to a very low HP. Position reveal for SK Rossi. A 1v3. He has to go for the plant as well. Can he really go? It seems like no. Gets one, gets traded off, and 10th one for the players of S8UL Esports. Slowly, steadily, the Hopium is still alive.
नहीं
They're
नहीं,
still
होपियम
leading in the
अलाइव
game.
मत करो
They
भाई,
land the 13th round to
होगा
the
ही
game.
नहीं।
Lost
अभी
in
हाँ,
gaming.
अभी
It seems
देखो
like
उनका एक अल्ट आएगा,
timeout is there.
सोवा भाई का अल्ट आएगा, सोवा भाई मारेंगे, फिर
Try
एसके
and
रोसी भाई का अल्ट है, नहीं हो पाएगा भाई।
2 to be specific, but
इतना होपियम मत रखो।
it's just that one timeout they had left and used up. Beautiful shots being landed there, both by Helif and Techno.
30 seconds left.
Eventually, Hoax with that shock dart is able to also get that one down.
Yeah.
For some reason, I just feel like it's actually going to be a sea fast hit. It's been like forever since they went towards the seaside. And they've always mentioned if one of the side is working for them, they're just going to rinse and repeat that same execute until and unless the enemy counters it.
Was SK Rossi actually doing all is well, all is well?
Oh no.
Because that's how it looked. That's how it looked.
Probably. I mean, he's doing pretty decent in this one though.
Yeah.
15 and 5, 8. He's been supporting the team properly. Lurks have been pretty decent. Always showing his face around the servers. So hasn't really been a big problem out there. But there we go. Fast into it. Miz wants you guys run. There's the Hunter's Fury as well with a big reveal out there. Can they catch someone? No is the answer. It's on the other side, but Hoax equalizes the odds with just a Hunter's Fury. Techno with the judge.
वो देखो
That
ना,
is
उसको
not the
देखो
range
उधर।
you want to spam it down, son. It's 3v1 now, and Hoax needs to ace it to win it.
Let's see if he can really do so. Is
टेक्नो
Hunter's
भाई
Fury gonna
क्या
go for
कर
all
रहे
the
हैं,
way to the close
कुछ
of the
पता
Lost
नहीं
Gaming,
भाई,
but now
कुछ पता नहीं।
1v3. He's got the owl run. He has got the shock darts. And seems like Madeline has a vague idea that exactly where he can be. Oh, finally he knows. The recon goes in. The dark cover is also there. The shock dart goes in. But he needs to isolate those fight lightning fast on a very low HP. Will take down Hawks. 13th one for the players of Velocity Gaming. And we have the winning team of Split 3. It is Velocity Gaming. They ruled in Split 1. and they ruled in split 3 as well.
Bow down, people. Bow down to velocity. Not one, but two grand finals secured, and the trophy cabinet is looking pretty for this team.
हमारा भाई
Everyone is fighting for the 4th slot of the Ascension qualifiers, but this team is fighting for the first seed in the circuit points. Absolutely insane performance from them. It always steal the hearts away from us, Shadow, and we have always known this. When there is happiness on the other side, when there are smiles on one side, there are heartbreaks on the other end, and it seems like Elephant Techno will have to wait for that trophy. Even Hoax will have to wait for that trophy. It's been almost over a year now since they lifted one up. Same could be said for Miz and King Kappa too, so I guess that's about it for their side. They will have to focus now on the Ascension playoffs, because one thing is for sure, that they have made it up in the top 4. So that's a silver lining that they should be very happy about.
I think every S8UL fan should be really happy about the fact that S8UL Esports, the way they have showcased their performance in the entire Split 3, the way they have improved their gameplay as compared to Split 1 and Split 2, they do stand a solid chance to fight in the Ascension qualifiers and deliver a very good performance. Because it's not like it was one-sided domination from the side of Velocity Gaming barring the first map. They gave a very tough competition to the players of Velocity Gaming, and VLT is one of the strongest team in the Indian circuit. So yes, going up against them was not an easy job at all, and it was so close. It could have gone in the favor of S8UL Esports, if not in the favor, at least over time. But Damara, Lightning Fast, they need to find a way to counter these 3 players. Damara, Lightning Fast, SK Rossi, even Russ and Madeline. Russ is one of those guys you can always rely on in those clutch situations, in those important situations. Madeline as an initiator has always been providing all the intel and information. That's the reason that VLT is so strong.
It's also the teamwork. They've been playing together for so long, scrimming together for so long. It has now finally been paying off now, but the same could be said for S8UL. I mean, the amount of improvement that this team has showcased, it is out of this world. They all started on the 5th place all the way back in Split 1, when the only games they were able to win were against Global Esports Academy, Aura, and Asterisk. Things were looking bleak for them. They were looking very dire, but they still kept on, kept going, stuck with the exact same roster, did not change a lot of things up. King Kappa started to find his footing. He was the man who started to pop off first. Techno, Hoax, and Helef were also doing their own job. Miz, in terms of the frags, was there, but eventually in terms of the communication with the team, there was certain gap. And we could see that in Split 2. And then, after Split 2 ended, in which they also improved their ranking, by the way, they cleared that
ये
issue
देखो
as
ना।
well. They made
अरे
sure that
भाई
all the
3
problems
लगातार
that
राउंड जो ये
this
टेक्नो भाई का जो अब
fixed up properly,
कांड किए ना
and
टेक्नो भाई,
then they showed their face in Split 3, and boy, it was a rejuvenated S8UL, a team that was so strong that it landed them right up in the grand finals against VLT. But alas, the competition was a bit too strong. The opponent still out of reach. Lightning Fast is still miles ahead from them. 3rd win for VLT and 3rd time the MVP of this guy. 20 kills with 1 first kill, 233 ACS.
Even in Split 2 low bracket finals, if you remember, Lightning Fast was actually performing good. Even though Velocity lost against the players of Reckoning, this guy always steps up. This guy always performs really good. 20 kills this time again, ACS 233, 1 first kill, 154 damage per round. One of the best OMEN that we have.
Yes.
Definitely doing a lot for the team. Plays like a duelist, provides cover like a controller. Everything he do, yeah, everything. In the pistol round is where he shines the most. But looking at the team performance, 14 first kills for the players of S8UL, but those mid-round conversions were
वही ना यार,
for the players of S8UL. Esports 9 for Velocity Gaming.
मतलब ये
Post plant is looking pretty decent for VLT.
भाई 9-6 के बाद कैसे एक बंद टीम विप कर सकती है इतना?
Had 7 plants down, 5 converted. While for VLT, had 9 plants down, 7 converted. Even after that, it was a 6-6 half. So that's one of the main things that we noticed about these teams. And as of now, S8UL almost in the touching distance. Yet again, one step behind. But maybe that's going to be enough for them. And maybe they can show another new face, another evolution. Who knows that there's more forms past the Super Saiyan 3 that they've gone in this event. King Kappa yet again far ahead from everyone
भाई
else.
किंग का
Yet
हर
win
मैच
this
भाई
series
वो
MVP
तो
had it not been for VLT's win. But it's
क्या
going to
बोले
be
भाई?
Damara. I mean, I still actually want to know how that calculation works, because Lightning Fast was the one who was MVP in all 3 games. But it's absolutely fine. Almost dropping a 60 bomber in this best of 5 series. Just one shot from that and an ACS of 200. Consistency is the name, or rather the middle name of this guy. 16 first kills overall. That clearly showcases that Damara is back.
He certainly is. 59 total kills, like you said. Headshot percentage is also pretty high. 29.7% damage per round is 134. So Damara is one of the best player in the map of Haven. That is, I always say, as a Neon, he do wonderful on this particular map. If SK Rossi shines the most on Lotus, Damara shines the most on the map of Haven. So in Ascension qualifiers, all the teams going up against the players of Velocity Gaming, they need to find a way to shut down Damara on Haven and SK Rossi onto Lotus.
There's the key points which you mentioned. You have to find a few ways to shut down these players though, but how can you when they're so mechanically gifted and when they work together so very well? That flows in super good for this entire lineup, and that is the reason why we always say that VLT is one of the strongest opponents that you can take on. But ladies and gentlemen, that's about it on English Desk. Let's throw it down to the Hindi one because they've got an interview lined up.
Pretty good, man. Very happy with the performance. It's like we've been working really hard. You know, we've been fixing a lot of things, and we've been adding a lot of like I don't know, like micro things to our game, and it's been working really well. And obviously with everyone playing really good as well. Like today wasn't the 100% from us, but it was still like, you know, we took it over anyways. So without a doubt. So yeah, it was really good.
I just want to know one thing. With the type of performance you had today, with the type of icebox you guys played, do you think that Velocity is 100% ready for Ascension qualifiers now?
Oh yeah, nah, we're 100% ready. I think the icebox was unlucky, man. Yeah, I think Techno was having a game and King Cup. I think it just yeah, we just kind of through the initial rounds. Yeah, got overexcited. You know, it just yeah, icebox. That was not a icebox.
That was
game,
not a
okay?
Velocity you
Yeah,
prepared for.
yeah.
Like, this is not, guys, how you played.
Yeah.
Alright. Understandable. Sometimes you have bad games. But hey, like in the previous game itself, when S8UL managed to get the 10th round, what were going through your mind? Because they were just 2 rounds away from an overtime, and at that time, Godspeed called for an overtime, for a tactical timeout, right? What type of discussion you guys were having?
Yeah, the thing is, we already figured out what they were doing. Like Godspeed already told us the adjustment before that. It's just that we weren't getting a chance to show that in the round. You know, they were pushing us really far, like forward, and they were catching us a bit. So it was kind of unlucky. So I guess you can say. But yeah, I think well played to them as well.
Okay, before you go, Russ, I just want to ask one thing about the icebox. The composition that you guys ran, do you think in Ascension qualifiers the team will kind of pick the icebox against you? So do you have something special prepped for that in the upcoming matches?
The thing is, I hope they pick it. Like it's one of those things we've been wanting to play it throughout this tournament. It's just that no one picked it as like the first map. So I'm looking forward to it at the end of the day. You know, like it will be a different game. It can't be worse than the game we just had. You know.
Okay, so this is the worst from Velocity Gaming. Okay, before bidding you bye, I just want one statement from you to all the fans who are looking forward for Velocity in the Ascension qualifiers.
Yeah, guys, keep supporting us. You guys are doing really well. Thank you so much for everything you guys have done for us. Day in, day out, we get so many messages from the fans, and so much interaction with them. So we're really happy, and hopefully we can show at LAN, at the Ascension qualifier LAN. So yeah, we'll see you there.
All right, thanks a lot, Russ, and once again, congratulations to you and your whole team. Best of luck for future.
Thank you. See ya.
Wonder how it feels to have so many fans sending you all messages and well wishes, though. Who knows? I don't know. But here's the thing, they're gonna be very happy about this. We already saw how locked in the fans of VLT could also get all the way when you were witnessing the grand finals of Split 2 Shadow, or rather the playoffs of Split 2. We could see those, tantrums, or not rather the tantrums, but those dances being thrown to the side of Revenant X Park, and the Revenant X Park fans doing the same thing. It was very lively, I'll have to say, and I'm pretty sure that for Ascension qualifiers LAN, we will possibly see the same kind of support as well from all the audience. And now with that, we come to another important point, that the Ascension qualifier playoffs will happen in Gurgaon, ladies and gentlemen. You do not want to miss out on any of that action. So make sure if you're anywhere around here, you already follow the socials of NODWIN Gaming so that you are absolutely ready for all of that action. And holy smokes, Velocity with 265 Shadow, Revenant X Park close second 220, and then it's S8UL and .exe Esports.
Reckoning Esports, they are not going to be happy at all. The Wolves are not making it into the Ascension qualifiers. Their Split 2 run was really good. They played the grand finals, came on the second spot, but in Split 3 they couldn't make it to the playoffs, and that's the reason they are sitting on the 6th spot. But congratulations to the top 4 teams. You guys are moving ahead for the Ascension qualifiers, and we want to witness the best of the best Valorant from your side, because we want the best of the best team to move into the Ascension. So yes, congratulations to Velocity Gaming, Revenant X Park, S8UL Esports, and .exe Esports.
But the way how it all started all the way in Split 1, the rankings were a little bit flipped. It was only that S8UL was all the way down in 5th spot, and Reckoning were the ones who were up in 4th. There were a lot of changes all the way through Split 2 itself, when we saw Reckoning Esports rising all the way up, reaching to that 2nd spot, only falling short by 1 by Revenant X Park. But then Split 3 came, and came the surprises. This was an absolute insane event, full of upsets. So many out of there that we were never really expecting. S8UL winning against Revenant X Park. Then even Global Esports Academy moving up in top 4, but alas, they fell just
ओ
one
भाई S8UL वर्सेस
short
फिर से
from
रेवेनेंट है.
but these are the teams
ओ
who had their
भाई.
chance, and they hit their shot perfectly. VLT will be taking on .exe, and Revenant X Park will be taking on S8UL. The rematch is going to be absolutely nightmaric.
Of course, let's see if the players of Revenant X Park are this time prepared for the players of S8UL Esports or not, because it is a slot to the Ascension. That is what it
भाई
is.
Ascension qualifiers में
Short
क्या
Velocity,
Revenant.
.exe, Revenant X
Wow.
Park, S8UL Esports, they are going to do a lot of homework, are going to have a read onto each other, are going to prepare for those counters.
Yeah.
This Ascension qualifiers matches are not going to be easy at all. I'm sure every single of them is going to go
तो dates
to the
कब है भाई वो तो
decider,
बताओ.
maybe an overtime as well. I'm just going to love the entire journey of Ascension qualifiers.
I'm pretty sure you're hoping for that. You know, you're manifesting all of those best of threes going all the way though. But yes, you're not the only one at that. Every single fan out there, all the casters out there, everyone would be hoping for the exact same thing. And I'm pretty sure all the people on the Hindi desk as well are going to be super excited about seeing these
अरे
matchups
dates तो
once
बताओ.
again. It's a rematch for S8UL and Revenant X Park, the ones who ended their journey in Split 3 and now going to be facing the same foes. What a storyline it is going to be, people. But again, the LAN of Ascension qualifiers will happen on July 12th and 13th. Do not miss out on any of that action. The venue will be announced soon as well. And in order to know that, make sure you follow the socials of not
12th and 13th.
South Asia. Do not miss out on that opportunity, because I kid you not, this is going to be one of the best Valorant extravaganzas, because we will select one team that will represent South Asia on the international stage of Ascension. And I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of people out there who would really want to hop in on us. So make sure you don't miss out on that action, ladies and gentlemen, because the action for Split 3 has now come to an end. This has been an amazing journey with me, Scared Yet, and alongside me, Shadow. We also had Spartus out here, and shout out to the people on the Hindi disc as well. We will catch you guys in the Ascension.
12th and 13th कैसे तो लैंड फाइनल्स कब होगा? 12 को 2 मैच होंगे, फर्स्ट सीड सेकंड सीड, ठीक है। अब फिर इधर गया, 13 को वो मैच हुआ एंड लोअर वाला मैच हुआ। 3 से 4 दिन लगना चाहिए। 12 एंड 13 को कैसे हो जाएगा? पता नहीं कैसे होगा 12-13 बताओ। एक सेकंड लाइट्स ऑन करता हूँ, रुको। यार जीत जाती यार S8UL, तो क्या हो जाता है यार। क्या खेलेगा ऐसे, ये बताओ। वैलो खेलना है या डूम खेलें? डूम खत्म करे क्या? बहुत दिन हो गया उसको रखे हुए हैं, खत्म ही कर देते हैं। क्या बोलते हो? हम्म। ये वैलो खेलना है। डूम खेलते हैं कल दोपहर से, अपन वैलो खेलेंगे फिर। डूम खेलते हैं, देखते हैं कैसा क्या आगे बढ़ना होगा। माइनक्राफ्ट समर सेल खत्म ही नहीं किए हैं बे वो डूम को, तो फिर उसके बाद तो दिख रहा है ना आप लोगों को? क्या बात कर रहे हो, नहीं दिख रहा है? चैप्टर 16, इसका भी 7 चैप्टर बचा है, खत्म करते हैं इसका। The Carthul marshes. जाना कहाँ है?
Two cosmic relics detected nearby. Collect both to proceed.
क्या है भाई? ये क्या है भाई? ये क्या है? हेलो भाई, माफ करो भाई, मैं वापस मेरे को घर भेज दो भाई। साउंड क्यों चेंज हुआ? यहाँ पे बंदे वाला सिंबल आ रहा है लेकिन बंदे नहीं आ रहे। इधर क्या है? हेलो, हमको डर लग रही है। हेलो ऐसे क्यों लग रहा है कि मैं गोल गोल घूम रहा हूँ एक ही जगह में? ऐसे लग रहा है ना, गोल गोल घूम रहा हूँ मैं। भाई जहाँ देखो वहाँ बंदे हैं बे। जाना किधर है? अच्छा इधर है क्या? तो देखो हो गया ना। देख रहे हो गाइस? मर गया इतने में ही। सेंटिनल फ्रेंड, एक सेकंड। ओ भाई, ओह फक। हाँ तो हम कहाँ थे? नहीं नहीं नहीं, जो गन्स मैं यूज करता हूँ उसी को फिर करूँगा ना। शील्ड ये तो हो चुका है, यही तो कर रहा हूँ मैं। ये यूज कर रहा हूँ ना। हाँ तो ठीक है, ये वाला है। चलो रिपेयर कर लिए। हाँ चलो ये भी कर लेते हैं। करना क्या है लेकिन? इसमें करना क्या है लेकिन? नहीं रहा बे। हेलो देखो ऑडियो करना क्या है लेकिन भाई। अच्छा मैं दिखा क्या करना है समझा। बहुत साउंड है अभी, बहुत ज़्यादा साउंड है। ओ बेंच, ये बंदे
The time of ascension is now.
टेंशन वो तो
No
VCT में
longer shall we be shackled to a dying cosmos.
करना क्या पड़ेगा इसके लिए भाई? अपन समझा नहीं। अच्छा 2 और कुत्ता तोड़ना पड़ेगा तभी तब होगा। तो देख रहे हो भाड़ा को देखो कब है मेरे मरने के बाद। चल बे आप सब अच्छे दी। बोलो बोलो हैं साले मेरे को पागल बना रहे मारे चुत के बच्चे। अच्छा समझा हैं? नहीं हो रहा है भाई, क्यों नहीं हो रहा है भाई? अबे ये तो वो है पूरा डायमेंशन, वो क्या पहलू खत्म ही नहीं होता वो वाला है। देखो ना वापस नहीं आ जा रहा हूँ मैं। अबे थोड़ा सा चोंटिया है क्या? मैं तो करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। देखो ऐसे मेरे नहीं हो रहा है। अच्छा 1 सेकेंड अब हो सकता है शायद से। ठीक है इधर क्या है? कुछ भी नहीं है। ये हो गया, ये हो गया। और एक कुत्ता तोड़ना है, फिर उसके बाद वो भी मिल जाएगा। ये भी मार दिया। इस तरफ ऑलमोस्ट सब खत्म हो गया है ना। इस तरफ जाना है अभी। मैं हूँ कहाँ इधर? वो देखो, हलवा समझाएगा भैया। उधर ऊपर कैसे जाऊं भी? अरे मारा तो बंदा, निकल क्यों नहीं रहे बंदे? फिर अगर इधर हैं तो मार रहा है इधर से। मैं डॉज कर करके मार रहा हूँ। अच्छा इधर अबे
relics acquired. Proceed to the central lift.
भाई सेंट्रल लिफ्ट से जाने से पहले वेट भी करना। क्या निशाना मारा भी तेरा भाई, लेकिन ऊपर जाऊँ कैसे मैं? जाऊँ कैसे लेकिन? कहाँ से है रास्ता? यहाँ से। अच्छा समझा क्या क्या करना। अब कहाँ जाना है? इधर जाना है, इधर ही ना। गेट खोलने के लिए कुछ तो होगा। कुछ तो होगा। कहीं तो होगा कुछ। तो फिर अभी ये ले सकते हैं, ये वाला। तो इधर सीधे चलो, सीधे जाके लेफ्ट लेके अरे अरे नहीं, नीचे जाना है। स्टोन भी ले लिया अपन, ठीक है। ऑलमोस्ट सारा ही खत्म हो चुका है। ये कोडेक वोडेक का सीन है ना, कोडेक कैसे लेंगे ये वाला? गाइस थोड़े कैसे लेंगे बताओ तो। पूरी पेंशन कहाँ मैं इधर ना कोडेक कहाँ था इधर था इधर से मैंने 250 आ गया ये भी अपग्रेड कर दिए अपन नाइस बढ़िया वो वाला अंदर से रास्ता कुछ तो रास्ता होगा बस ये वाला अंदर से खोलने के लिए कंफर्म इतना तो श्योर हो जाए तो मैं श्योर होकर बोल सकता हूँ है ना। अरे क्या बार बार बंद हो जा रहा है क्या मेरा स्ट्रीम चल नहीं रहा है क्या चल तो रहा है कुछ तो एक है कोडेक नहीं लेंगे तो फुल नहीं होगा नहीं ये वाला तो अलग है ये आईज का कुछ सीन है क्या जाएगा ही नहीं रुको कुछ तो रास्ता होगा जाने का जो मुझे मिल नहीं रहा कुछ तो रास्ता है ना कुछ तो रास्ता है जो मुझे मिल नहीं रहा है एक सेकंड अरे समझा देखो अरे नहीं यार बिना शील्ड के खेलना है और दबाना ही नहीं है दिमाग तो तेरे भाई में है, बचपन से ही है। हो गया, कोडेक भी ले लिए। ये सिजिल लेना है क्या? चलो ले ही लेते हैं भाई, अब जब आए ही हैं। कहाँ है सिजिल, कहाँ है? कहाँ है वो सिजिल? अच्छा इधर है। ओके ओके, सही जा रहा हूँ ना? अब इसका एक पजल सॉल्व करना है। चला वो ऊपर कैसे जाए? अरे भिंचुत, रुको अभी थोड़ा मैप को फिर से अच्छे से देखना पड़ेगा। Maybe not from here. Maybe from here. है ना? Maybe something is ऐसी चीज भी ले ले। बस इधर जो बंदा है इनको नहीं मारता है, चलो कोई नहीं। अभी एलिवेटर पे वापस चलते हैं। Let's go.
The stars bleed and the void calls.
ये चैप्टर खत्म नहीं हुआ। मरो सालो, मर। डैडी से पंगा। सारे मर गए। तो भाई ये ले लेते हैं, काम देगा भाई ये सब। ये घास फूस करने के लिए डाला। चैप्टर कंप्लीट पे 99% कंप्लीट किए हैं। 99%। इतना तो मेरे बोर्ड्स में नहीं आए थे। चॉट चॉट चॉट। 99% का 1% काटा क्यों? कीटाणु नहीं मारा इसलिए। सारे तो मैंने कलेक्ट किए हैं। होता है ना डेटॉल का 99.9%, एक वो 0.1% रख देगा साला उसके लिए। टेम्पल ऑफ लुमरिथ। चलो चैप्टर 17। भाई ये मेरे को लग रहा है जादुई दुनिया में आ चुका हूँ भाई। मैं गेम डूम खेल रहा हूँ, दुनिया जादुई है। वो देखो
Location unknown. No reference date available.
ये रुको बे, क्या थूक क्या फेंक रहे हो? रुको देखने दो क्या सीन है। कहाँ थूक फेंक दे रहे हैं। Multi-talented bitch. अरे नहीं 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 नहीं, सॉरी। इसके अंदर भी जाके, अरे यार आगे बढ़ो भाई, आगे बढ़ो, आगे बढ़ो। भाई मारू किसको? थोड़ा सा गांडी है ये। भाई जो सॉरी 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 अरे ये क्या लग नहीं रहा है इनको क्या? लोगों को क्या लगता है बे मैं क्या नूब हूँ क्या है? पूरा खानदान मिटा दिया क्या? चलो वहाँ पे सोना मिलेगा, सोना लेकर आते हैं। तैरना है, मछली बनना है क्या? पानी के अंदर जानवर है, पानी के अंदर तो मैं बंदूक नहीं पकड़ सकता। वो देखो ना हलवा समझाएगा भी तुम लोग मेरे को। हलवा समझा इसे ही मार देगा हैं? चलो ये तो हो गया। और कुछ और सारे गन जो यूज करते हैं अच्छा पैसा ही नहीं है। जाना है पानी में तैर के इधर ये पानी वाला तैरने के लिए क्यों दिया है फिर? कुछ तो होगा तभी तैरने दिया है। हैं? बस ऐसे ही दिया। बार दिखा रहा है, बंदे नहीं दिख रहे। जल्दबाजी कर दिया था, थोड़ा सा जल्दबाजी कर दिया, ज़्यादा नहीं, थोड़ा सा जल्दबाजी कर दिया। अबे वो उधर से बाजू से उसको हेल्प कर रहा है, चीटिंग कर रहा है वो साला। तो भाड़गांव को देता हूँ, रुको। समझा क्या हो रहा है? ये लोग पागल बना रहे हैं। पागल बना रहे हैं। पागल समझे हो क्या? चालू आओ। साले एक भी बंदा को जिंदा नहीं हमारा भी जिंदा नहीं छोड़ूंगा भाई। अरे बार ये भी खत्म हो गया। लेट्स गो। उससे क्या होगा? उफ। वही कर कैसे जाए? इसके अंदर जाने का रास्ता और कहीं से हो नहीं सकता। हाँ? क्या लगता है आपको? देखो अबे मैं बोलता हूँ तुम लोग क्या मेरे को पागल समझ के रखे हो? पागल समझ के रखा है, हैं? साला कोई भी कभी भी कुछ भी मार देगा ना क्या? भगवान पर अभी जाए। यहाँ पे कहीं तो एक होगा जिससे हम उसके अंदर जा सकते हैं। ये वाले एरिया पे कुछ तो होगा। तो है जिससे ये ऊपर उठेगा। नहीं मिल रहा है, छोड़ो। ये क्या है क्या भाई? इससे क्या होगा? हो रहा है। वापस से हलवा समझ लो तुम लोग।
Gravitic anomalies detected.
बस वो ऑक्टोपस ना पकड़ ले। अगर वो ऑक्टोपस आके पकड़ लिया तो जी लग जाएगी भाई। पानी में मेरे को बहुत डर लगता है कुछ भी करने में। अबे तुम पानी के नीचे क्या समुद्र खोजने जा रहा हो क्या अभी? थोड़ा सा आलू हो गया मैं। वो देखो भाड़ा को आया देखो। मारता हूँ मैं देखो। तो ये ऐसी चीज है राइट। समझ रहा हूँ क्या करना है। अबे पॉइजनस। धीरे धीरे रुको, अभी पहले मारता हूँ सबसे।
Commander Thera's life signal locked on. She is inside the temple.
ये तो हो चुका है। सीक्रेट की रिक्वायर्ड ना, सीक्रेट की कहाँ मिलेगा बोलिए। जाना किधर से अभी? अच्छा इधर से ही जाना है। क्या बस ऐसे ही घूमने के लिए दिया है तो थोड़ा है। ओ भाई भाई इधर क्यों आया मैं? माफ करो भाई, माफ करो। अच्छा रात मिलेगा क्या? ये मिलेगा क्या? चलो देखते हैं। आओ सालो, आओ मेरे ड्यू। अरे भाई क्या गेम है ब्रो। हैवी गेम है ब्रो, हैवी शिट ब्रो, हैवी गेम भाई लिटरली। फक।
Prepare the sacrifice. The beast approaches.
हाँ कुछ सीक्रेट की है बताना। मिला ही जब है अभी तो हम नहीं गए। लेट्स गो पूरा फुल। इस बार 100% नहीं किया ना, 99 में जो डेटॉल जैसा हरकत किया ना, बहुत मारूंगा भाई। हैवी फाइट है क्या यहाँ पे?
Alert. Unknown entity approaching.
तो लग रहा है हैवी बॉस फाइट होने वाला है। अरे भाई ये क्या है भाई? भाई इसका हाथ में आ गया मैं, इसका हाथ का राशि पढ़ना पड़ेगा। अरे सर, अरे विलगैक्स आ गया। अरे वो बेंटन का विलगैक्स ये बेंटन का विल्गर इरी माँ का 92% लिया, गोल्ड नहीं लिया इसलिए। बेंटन का विल्गर जैसा नहीं दे रहा था वाइब्स। कोडेक्स नहीं लिया हूँ। अच्छा हाँ ना, वो कोडेक्स छोड़ के आया था। यस यस यस। बेली ऑफ द बीस्ट। चलो ये भी खत्म कर देते हैं।
You have been ingested. Vital signs stable.
साला उसके पेट के अंदर भी आदमी है, मतलब लोग हैं, ऐसा बंदा है।
Major organ located.
वो देखो पूरा गैंग खड़ी है उसका ऑर्गन बचाने के लिए। आ आ आ आ आ बड़ा हुआ तू आ। सबके सब मरोगे वे। हाँ फ्राइड राइस जाऊ चुकी आने पे मरोड़ के लिए साले का हाँ साला उनका हल्के में ले रहा है क्या मुझे लग रहा तुम लोग मेरे को हल्के में लेने लग गया अरे भाई ऐसा मुक्का तो मेरी बंदी मेरे पेट में मार दी पूरे भाई अरे गलत जगह आ गया क्या मैं कुछ? गलत जगह कूद गया। अरे वो लाइव सीजील दिख रहा है। कैसे ले लूँ? मार मार मुक्का मार 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 के एकदम खत्म ही कर दे साला। क्या साउंड था अभी? भाई पूरा खजाना का ढेर है भाई। इधर ना, इधर कॉइन लिया नहीं हूँ मैं, तो कॉइन ले लेता हूँ कुछ। ऐसे इम्पोर्टेंट है वो। थोड़ा ही सही लेकिन तो कुछ ले लिया ना। अच्छा वो फिट है क्या? शिट कलेक्ट कर लिया ऑलमोस्ट। नाइन्टी 97 में क्या ही अपग्रेड है। पूरे अरे यार, मरा भी तो किस मोटू से मरा भाई। देखो 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 गोली भी लगा तो किसका लगा देखे आप लोग। ये सब आते रहेंगे। ओ भाई तो मोटू पेल रहा है बे। मैं ना आधा ये वो पानी पे इस पे चल के वेस्ट कर दिया। ओ भाई इधर टॉयज भी है। समझा नहीं क्या होगा। 5 HP का हूँ मैं। मर गया तो फिर दिक्कत हो जाएगी। ये कर लेता हूँ फटाक से। मार मुका, मार मुका। जाना किधर है लेकिन? कहाँ आ गया? इंसान इतना कैसे मार सकता है भाई? अरे ये डॉज क्यों नहीं हुआ ये वाला? ये ना गेम जानबूझ करना की बैंड नहीं दबा रहा तो पूरा पता चल रहा है। आराम ज़्यादा है। इसकी माँ का बे बहुत ज्यादा बंदे बे। ये वाले के बाद मैं ये लेवल के बाद और नहीं खेल रहा भाई। इतना chaotic गेम। रुको, ईयरफोन साइड रखते हैं। अब थोड़ा पर्सनल हो गया, अब इनको मारते हैं। अब थोड़ा सा FPS भी लग रहा है। अरे ये चुन्नू जल्दी बे। I'm tired, I guess. थोड़ा सा कलेक्ट करने वाले एरिया में मेरा मन लग रहा है, मतलब देखो ना मुझे गांड के नीचे मेरे को वो दे रहा है। ऐसे मार रहा है कि मैं पूरा छिटक के 5 मीटर दूर गिर रहा हूँ। तो ये तो तुम सराउंड करके रखे हो उससे मेरा टूट भी जाएगा। ये ऑलमोस्ट था। साला ब्लू फेंकता है बे, वो ग्रीन फेंकना भाई। अरे लाइट ब्लू, अरे यार इतना क्लोज आके नहीं यार। शर्म नहीं आती तुम लोगों को? खाए जा रहे हो सालों। Finally, bro. Huh? ये हो गया। ये भी हो ही गया है ना। अच्छा इधर लेके जा रहा है। चलो ये सब तो हो गया और डन। ये वाला अभी किया ना। तोड़ो। मारो। पटाक पटाक। This.
The old one, lost forever.
Caution. Thea's signal is surrounded by enemy targets.
आ रहे हम। आ रहा हूँ साले, आ रहा हूँ। सीढ़ी चढ़ना पड़ रहा है। थक गया, थोड़ा कार्डियो हो गया है। चैप्टर को कंप्लीट करो यहाँ पे। अरे चैप्टर कंप्लीट करें। अरे लड़की को यहाँ रखा है रे। अरे भाई अभी तक चैप्टर कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ है। इतने बंदे साला गेम भी बग आ गया। चलेगा भाई, थक गया था भाई मैं, नहीं होता मेरे से। चलो चलते हैं गैस। तो भाई आज के लिए इतना ही। ऑलमोस्ट 8.5 घंटे की स्ट्रीम हुई है, बट थोड़ा टायर्ड हो गया हूँ, 1 बजे से कर रहा हूँ। चलते हैं गैस, आज के लिए इतना ही। एज ऑलवेज यू गाइस, RyuK आर्मी इज ऑलवेज ओपी, यू नो द ड्रिल। लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब। चैनल पर अभी भी नए हो तो सब्सक्राइब कर लेना, सब्सक्राइब कर चुके हो तो शेयर कर लेना। हम मिलेंगे आपसे अगली स्ट्रीम पे, जो कि होगा कल हम आफ्टरनून को करेंगे स्ट्रीम, कल रात को नहीं कर पाएंगे, मतलब लेट नाइट नहीं करेंगे, कल आफ्टरनून से फुल लंबी स्ट्रीम करेंगे वैलोरेंट की। तो मिलेंगे कल, टाइमिंग मैं बता दूंगा इंस्टाग्राम पे। तब तक के लिए ऐसे ही प्यार करते रहो, सपोर्ट करते रहो। एक दिन ज़रूर से आसमान छुएंगे। और अपने 5 मेजर रूल्स कभी मत भूलना। अपना ख्याल रखो, अपने पेरेंट्स का ख्याल रखो, अच्छे काम करते रहो, पानी पीते रहो, और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट गेम्स खेलते रहो, कॉज गेम्स आर द इम्पॉर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ लाइफ। सो इसी के साथ हम आज की स्ट्रीम यहीं पे एंड करते हैं। उम्मीद है स्ट्रीम को पसंद आया होगा, अगर नहीं पसंद आया तो आप कल ज़रूर से हमारे चैनल पर आ जाइएगा, हम आपको एंटरटेन करने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे। तब तक के लिए बाय गाइस, लव यू, टेक केयर। See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Love you.